Hey guys, how are you all? Welcome to Let's Start Story on What If Harry Potter Inherited Hufflepuff's Loyalty and Fell Love with Daphne. So do 4 blue hearts comment. Be sure to subscribe to our channel and like this video and please share with your friends and watch till end. Also check out Patreon for I have upload Harry x Hermione uncensored spicy version, link in description. Harry was sitting in the library, working on a potions essay without Ron or Hermione's company, who were busy arguing about what to do about the 3rd floor corridor. Damn Snape and damn the properties of armadillo bile. Harry muttered. As if I didn't have enough to deal with Hermione pestering about the exams and Ron not shutting up about Fluffy. And to add fuel to the fire, Malfoy has decided to become even more annoying for some reason. If you find him so bad, what drove you to choose him as your rival? A feminine voice said. Harry was startled by the voice, and nervously turned around to face the speaker. He was surprised to find a blonde Slytherin girl looking at him, someone that, if his memory was not failing him, had never directed a word to him before. Sorry about that, Delilah. He had no record of the girl's name, and considering the frown on her face, his guess had not been accurate enough. My name is Daphne, by the way. You should already know, especially since we are on the same year. He finally remembered. Daphne Greengrass, quite competent student, especially good at potions, and not a Malfoy fan for all he knew. Yeah, sorry about that. I must admit that I only pay attention to the most vocal members of your house. Could you repeat your question? She looked at him with disappointment, but spoke no net. Hellas, I said that if you found him so annoying, why did you choose him as your rival? Hold on a minute. Choosing a rival. Harry had not chosen one. Never. And even if he could, he wouldn't have chosen Malfoy. He had some standards after all. So that is what he told Greengrass. She was quite surprised by Harry's statement. You didn't. Then why is he constantly demonizing you and your closest friends in the common room? I thought he would have sent you the paperwork and everything, right? Harry had to gather all his thoughts together before answering Daphne. Paperwork? To have a rival you were required to do paperwork. Why would you need it? In fact, why would you want to have a rival? Therefore, he asked Greengrass. Why would I want to have a rival? That seems quite absurd to me. Well, Potter. Greengrass huffed. Some people enjoy challenges, and nothing is more challenging than beating another individual at something. He could understand that feeling. And he had to admit that he had lacked motivation with his studies during his year at Hogwarts, but still, a contract, really. It sounded overcomplicated to him. But then why would you need a contract? It's not bad to formalize things sometimes. But doesn't it make life more complicated? Well, it's kind of a Hogwarts tradition actually. The contract is just a way to make sure that no one goes insane and tries to kill his rival or something crazy like that. That explained a lot. He was pretty sure that Malfoy wouldn't hesitate a second before dropping him off the astronomy tower if he knew he could get away with it. And come to think of it, he had been tempted several times of drowning the moron in the Black Lake. Only Malfoy's relationship with Snape, and the rule of not throwing trash into the lake stopped him sometimes. Dreaming about throwing Draco from the top of the Great Staircase, Potter. Maybe. He blushed while saying that. Can't say I blame you, to be honest. Several Slytherins, me included, have had the temptation several times in the past. But you will have to wait for your turn, like everyone else. Okay, I'll make sure to stay in line while you all kick his ass. But, returning to the whole rivalry thing, why don't more people have them? Daphne seemed to hesitate for a second, but she finally answered. Well, Potter, it's quite an old tradition, but it never really became popular. Add that to the fact that it's one of the very few things that is not in Hogwarts a history. Guess that explains why a lot of people don't know about it. But what I really want to know now is, how do you know about this? Easier to explain actually. My family is one of the few who actually bother preserving this type of traditions. I mean the ones that don't involve oppressing parts of the population. Okay, then, you've made your point, but I don't understand, why would you tell me all of this? After all, he couldn't remember a single conversation with her, and she was one of the few that didn't seem to be interested in the boy who lived myth. Simple fact, Potter, I wanted to see if you were available. As a rival, that is. Quote. Since you can't seem to figure it out by yourself, I'm going to be forward with you. Potter, are you willing to become my rival? Quote. That was unexpected. Even though he understood the tradition, and the reason why people may like it, he could not fathom any reason why her of all people, would choose him of all people to be her rival. So, Harry decided to express his doubts. Why would you want that? I already told you, Potter, don't tell me you are this daft. Quote. Sorry, what I meant was why me out of everyone? Well, you are different than the others. Different, how? I'm just a normal boy among dozens in this very castle. You may think so. But to anyone who really observes you are special. You may get A's on most of your written essays, but you do rather well in the practicals. Hell, you are the only one able to understand Dada with the stuttering buffoon. And before you say it, Granger, memorizing the whole book and answering every single question doesn't count. But still, I think Hermione would give you a much better challenge than I could ever aspire to be. Intellectually, maybe. But apparently my friends think that I need an interesting sort of challenge, and Granger is rather boring unless you and Weasley drag her out of the library. I would like to defend my friend here, but that would be a blatant lie. So, does that mean you have a contract for me to read over then? After all, you seem to be the type of person that enjoys being prepared for anything. She seemed satisfied with his answer. She hesitated for a few seconds after that, but she eventually answered. Tell you what, Potter. I have one available, and I will send it to you on one condition only. If you manage to surprise me after the exams next month, I will send you the draft. Are we clear? Harry didn't know what to say at the start of this conversation. But he was quite sure what he was going to say now. In the future, he would blame it on not wanting to disappoint a pretty girl, or maybe on the fact that Gryffindors aren't supposed to back down a challenge, but he eventually said. All right, Greengrass, you're on. Slytherin common room, 15 minutes later. So, have you done it, then? Done what, Tracy? Ask. Potter to become your rival, of course. Contrary to what it may look like, Tracy Davis was very good at reading people. And she knew that her best friend's intentions with the boy who lived weren't exactly pure. Yes, and he accepted. So maybe you should stop with the look you are giving me. Okay, but I want to make clear that everything would be easier if you just asked him out. Daphne gave the most powerful glare she could muster. It's not like that, and even if it was, he should be flattered. After that sentence, Daphne proceeded to leave to her room. Tracy just stared at the door and muttered. Great. She is going to be unbearable in the future. 19th of June 1992, shore of the Black Lake. The previous month seemed to fly across Harry's eyes. Before he even realized it, exams were already over, and, contrary to Harry's belief, went quite well for him. He did not think he would be on the top of the class on everything, but he definitely did better than average. Why took him by surprise was the unraveling over the whole Philosopher's Stone drama. Against all expectations, the teacher awaiting him under the trapdoor wasn't actually Snape, but no more and no less than Professor Quirrell. The same man who would have killed him in the Quidditch match, had Hermione not crashed against him before setting the potions professor on fire. But what scared him the most was what Quirrell had under his turban. Apparently, Lord Voldemort wasn't as dead as everyone wanted to believe and had used Quirrell's body in an attempt to bring back his real body and try to make himself immortal. In the end, Harry managed to thwart his plans. He still didn't know how he managed to do it and, according to Dumbledore, postponed Voldemort's return. But that was not the most concerning thing to Harry right now. He was sitting in a rock next to the lake, under the shadows of an old oak tree, with an envelope in his hands. McGonagall had given him his exam results during breakfast in the Great Hall. But he hadn't been able to take a look at them yet. Just as Harry started to open the envelope, he heard a familiar voice behind him. Well, Potter, how did it go? He had forgotten about her. With everything that was going on, her proposal had been gone from Harry's mind until now. Good morning to you as well, Greengrass. To answer your question, I have yet to see my results. Want to join me so you can make a decision? All right then, let's take a look. Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. End of first year examination. Pass grades. Outstanding O. Exceeds expectations E. Acceptable A. Fail grades. Poor P. Dreadful D. Troll T. Harry Potter has achieved. Astronomy A. Charms E. Defense against the dark arts O. History of magic A. Herbology E. Potions A. Transfiguration E. Well, that didn't seem so bad. He always knew there was no chance of Snape being fair to him, and he knew there was no way for him to remember all the goblin rebellions. As for astronomy, the classes were a horrible way to try to preserve a healthy sleep schedule. Especially after being used to wake up at 6 for years. Well, Greengrass, it seems to me that you need to find a replacement. I don't believe this is up to your standards after all. Quite the contrary, Potter. I will gladly give you the contract now. Merlin knows that Snape gave Crabbe an A as well, despite his cauldron exploding. Plus, I've been informed that you got O's for both the charms and transfiguration practicals. If you worked a bit more on theory, you could get 2 more O's easily. You're definitely not an idiot, and I'll be glad to call you my rival. Harry felt his pride increase significantly after that statement. He didn't know why it felt better coming from her. He didn't even know where she got all her information. But he was pretty sure Greengrass would deny everything if asked. She handed him a heavy envelope. Here you have it, Potter. I want it signed before the end of the year. Okay, then. Do you have any more information on the whole rivalry thing? I'm new to this, as you know. I'll you some extra information soon. Have a nice summer, Potter. Harry didn't know it at the moment, but these events would change his entire life. Harry Potter was laying on his bed reflecting on the events occurred in Hogwarts during the past year. He had not only learned magic, but he had also found out about another culture that had been hidden to him for most of his life. And if that weren't enough, he had encountered enough life-threatening experiences than the average wizard in their lifetime. But he also had another thing to reflect on. Just before going back to his relative's house, he had entered himself into a rivalry contract with the one and only Daphne Greengrass. Even though he was not regretting his decision, Harry still wondered if that decision had been a correct one. Another thing that was bothering him was his lack of mail. His friends had promised to write to him, however, after more than a week. He still hadn't received any news from either Ron Weasley or Hermione Granger. His thoughts were interrupted by a ruffling of feathers coming from the window. A brown owl was sitting there, with a copy from the Daily Prophet rolled in its leg. Harry had decided to subscribe to the newspaper in order to keep in contact with the magical world. Even though he had managed to save Hedwig from being jailed in her cage, Uncle Vernon still had all his magical items trapped in his old cupboard. He had spent all day practicing with the locks in his room, and now he was quite confident he could open any door with just a couple clips he found among Dudley's trash. He would have to attempt this tonight, since he wanted to keep up with his homework as soon as possible. He had a rival to beat, after all. The Daily Prophet didn't contain anything extraordinary today. Despite that, there was an interesting article about the Auror Force and its lack of recruits. Apparently, a lack of Newt potion students caused a drain in the applications to become an Auror. That fact made Harry pause his reading. This lack of trainees was indirectly caused by Snape's stupidity in his classes. He should do something to get rid of Snape once and for all. First of all, he was a bad teacher by all standards, except for Dumbledore's apparently, and he was ruining people's careers. In addition, it would not be a good idea to have a rivalry while Snape was still biased towards Malfoy. The teacher had to be biased either to him, or to his rival to keep things interesting. A metallic sound raised his attention. Apparently, it was time for dinner already. The sound of the cat flap in his bedroom still got him sometimes. His uncle had installed it in his hope that Harry would never return to Hogwarts. But Harry had instantly told him of the possible consequences. Therefore, Vernon had made it his purpose to make Harry's summer as horrible as possible. For dinner he had nothing exceptional. A piece of bread so hard he could use as a hammer, some leftover salad from Petunia, and a single grape as a dessert. After feeding himself, Harry came back to his musings. In about 2 hours, the Dursleys would fall asleep, and he could begin with his plan. He waited, and after reading some of Dudley's old comics, something he had started doing out of boredom, the old clock final Lee showed it was 10 o'clock in the evening. Harry slowly stood up and moved towards the door. Dudley and Vernon's snoring still could be heard in the distance. Good. He fiddled with the clips for a mi. Newton managed to pick all the locks in his room. Harry proceeded to walk down the stairs calmly, not the movie definition here, and started picking locks again. After another few stressful seconds, Harry had finally succeeded in opening the cupboard, but he found himself with another issue. There was no way he was carrying everything on one go. So, it came down to a very simple choice, either an up and do an only trip trusting his equilibrium, what his masculine pride was telling him to do, or do it in 2 moves but hoping that his relatives wouldn't notice his steps. In the end, he chose the latter. First trip went rather well. And he managed to get his potions, dada, charms and transfiguration textbooks. The second trip consisted on the trunk and everything left inside of it. But when He finally set his feet on the end of the stairs, the unthinkable happened. Vernon was moving. Harry decided to stay still and pray that nobody heard him. After a few tense seconds, the snores started again. His mission had been successful. 30th of July 1992, N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. After that night, Harry's mood improved significantly. He wasn't dying of boredom anymore and he was also relieved he wouldn't be receiving a dressing down from his teachers for not doing the summer homework. What was still intriguing him was the lack of correspondence from his friends though. He was coming CK from the bathroom after his daily shower when he heard some voices coming from his room. Just give Dobby the package and Ollie won't get hurt. Hoot, hoot. Harry came into the room to witness the most bizarre scene he had ever seen in his entire life. There was a large barn owl that was fighting against a small humanoid creature, who seemed to be trying to steal the package coming from the owl. Before he could even think, he said the only thing you could say in this situation. What the hell is going on in here? Ooh, Dobby is sorry, yes he is, but Dobby must protect the great Harry Potter, sir. What are you doing? What are you? Dobby is a house elf, good sir. And Dobby is trying to intercept Harry Potter's mail. And why would you do that, Dobby? He was trying to fully understand the situation. After all, if Dobby or the owl wanted to hurt him, they would have done something worse than stealing his mail. The great Harry Potter, sir, must not be coming back to Hogwarts. Big danger awaits for him at Hogwarts. Harry wasn't really surprised by that. After all, in his first year only, he had been close to death several times. Right now, he would play along with Dobby, and see where that brought him. Okay then, Dobby, I will not come back to Hogwarts this year if that makes you happy. On one condition, you must give me all of my mail back, okay? Dobby seemed to reflect on Harry's words. But he finally relented. Dobby will be giving the great Harry Potter's mail back and will not take it again. A crack was heard, and suddenly there was a stack of envelopes on top of Harry's bed. Dobby will be leavings now. Have a nice summer, Harry Potter, sir. Thanks, Dobby, have a nice summer as well. Another crack happened, and Harry found himself alone in his room again. Except for the 2 owls that were attentively looking at him. Harry was remembered about how everything began and paid attention to his new guest. The owl seemed exhausted, after the fight with Dobby. Harry decided to open the package carefully, to make sure he couldn't get hit by a curse or something. He didn't know it at the time, but the wards around his house would have not allowed a dark artifact to come in. What he saw next promised to have either really serious or absolutely hilarious content. It was a book titled, A Book on Rivalries, How to Dominate Your Opponent Without Being an Asshole, accompanied by a letter. Believing that the letter would explain more, he decided to open the letter first. Potter, I wasn't sure when your birthday was, so I sent this today because it's better to have an earlier present than a late one. This book shall explain everything you need to know about how to be a proper rival. I expect you to be at your best by the start of the year. Signed, Daphne Greengrass. PD, have a happy birthday. He wasn't completely sure about who would send him a letter apart from his friends, but he wasn't expecting anything from her anytime soon. That presented him with another problem. He didn't know when her birthday was. He would be expected to give a present as well and he didn't want to be mean. Eventually, Harry decided that the book wasn't his main priority, and that he should start by reading his friends' letters. Opening the first one from Hermione, he learned that she would be spending August in Ireland and she didn't know if she would have the chance to write again before the start of the school year. Ironical, Harry thought, that she wouldn't be able to write just after Harry had been able to receive her letters. Ron's theme was a completely different thing. He was spending his summer at home with his family, and actually invited him to come to his house if Harry wanted. He was genuinely tempted to accept, but he didn't want to overwork Mrs. Weasley, who already cared for Seven. Plus, he doubted Uncle Vernon would ever let him leave voluntarily, so it was out of question for now. After setting aside the last letter from his friend, Harry looked at the clock to realize it was quite late already, so he decided to go to sleep. And the moment he fell into the mattress, Harry didn't know more. 1st of August 1992, N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry had not changed his routine in the slightest in the last 2 days. After responding to both of his friends and reassuring them that the whole mail issue had been solved, Harry decided it was time to handle the most important problem he had at the moment, the promise he had given to Dobby. Harry suspected Dobby hadn't completely believed him, or he just didn't trust him at all, and RRY was quite sure Dobby might do another one of his shenanigans if he turned up at King's Cross. Therefore, he would write a letter to Dumbledore warning him of possible inconveniences about his arrival at the train. "Hedwig, could you come here please?" She was technically caged by Vernon, but Harry's lock-opening skills made that useless. He only had to make sure it seemed locked when his relatives looked. And everything would be good. "Take this to Professor Dumbledore, or at least make sure it's a professor different than Snape. I would like to get rid of him, but I don't know if that would be even possible." Prek. Hedwig waited until the letter was correctly tied to her leg, and then took off flight. She would make sure her human's letter was sent to the Dumbledore man, and if she could take care of the Batman then she would do it for her human as well. 2nd of August 1992, Hogwarts Castle, somewhere in Scotland. A white owl was flying towards the highest tower in the castle. It had flown for hundreds of miles carrying a letter for the Dumbledore man, containing important information for the well-being of her human. She flew through the window and landed next to a strange bird that she had never seen. Before she could try to establish conversation, an old man with a very long beard came into the room. It must be the Dumbledore man, after all she never failed to deliver. A man by the name of Albus Dumbledore entered his office. He was still thinking about the nice breakfast the elves had cooked for him when he realized there was an unexpected guest waiting for him. There was a snowy owl besides his phoenix, and the owl was looking at him inviting him to do something. Feeling uneasy, Dumbledore walked towards the owl, and retrieved the letter from its leg. Then, he started reading. "Dear Professor Dumbledore, yesterday I had a very unexpected visitor. A house elf named Dobby came into my room to warn me about the dangers at Hogwarts. Not only that, but said Elfa LSO confessed to be the one tampering with my mail so I wouldn't wish to return to school. I've convinced him to leave me alone, but I also promised him not to come back here. As you can expect, I don't want to fulfill this promise. And I want to come back for my 2nd year. Right now, I fear he may find a way to impede me from coming back, so I would like to ask for someone to come and check that I can get to Hogwarts properly. Sorry for the inconvenience. Harry Potter." Albus Dumbledore found himself speechless, a feeling he had become used to when talking about this young man. The thought of Harry Potter not coming back was unnerving, but at least he had time to prepare some help for young Harry. He had to make sure to send a teacher knowledgeable in the Muggle world to avoid unnecessary calls to the Obliviators. Either Severus or Minerva would do. He would definitely choose the latter though. It was well known that Harry and Severus didn't get along and he did not want to cause a confrontation before the year even began. He would have to talk to Minerva this afternoon to make everything clear. Meanwhile, in the dungeons, a white owl was navigating through the labyrinth of corridors and staircases commonly denominated Hogwarts. She was about to give up on her mission when she smelled something repulsive, which could only mean someone was making a potion. Staying close to the floor, she witnessed the Batman pouring some ingredients into a cauldron and then leaving the room. Seeing her chance unfolding, she entered the dungeon and proceeded to look at the cauldron. After a little hesitation, she started dumping random bottles and jars into the cauldron, and to finish it off, she turned the fire intensity to the maximum. The White Owl decided that her mission was over and hoped that she would be successful in her endeavor. If all went well, the Batman would be no more. A minute later, a middle-aged man, who resembled a bat, entered the room again and without looking at his cauldron, poured the porcupine quills in it. Maybe he forgot about turning off the fire, maybe he forgot to do the basic safety drills, or maybe he was just a dunderhead with an overinflated ego. What definitely happened was one of the biggest explosions Hogwarts had ever seen, and a level 4 earthquake that would reach the near town of Hogsmeade. From then on, the age of Severus Snape was over. And a good age for potion students had begun. A white owl was flying towards N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. She felt quite proud of herself today. She had accomplished her human's request and she had fulfilled an additional wish of his. Despite being in the air when it happened, she felt the wave of the explosion. She may or may not have caused this explosion. She may or may not be involved with the death of a man. But she did not care about the consequences and was wishing to see her human as soon as possible. These missions were not her field of expertise, but if asked, she wouldn't hesitate to do this again. 3rd of August 1992. N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry picked up the Daily Prophet to start his daily routine. The moment his eyes set on the paper, they became the size of saucers. Considering the headline, it was expected of him to react that way. Severus Snape found dead at the Hogwarts dungeons. A mysterious potions accident declared cause of death. Even though Harry was surprised by the article, he didn't feel any emotion inside him. Snape may not have deserved to die, but the world was definitely a better place without him. However, there was something strange about all of this. After all, what are the chances for someone to die exactly where Harry was sending a letter? In fact, why would it be the person he hated the most in the castle? Hedwig had become very still all of a sudden. Maybe she knew something about all of that. Hedwig, what happened to Snape? Hoot, hoot. She sounded nervous after saying that, so Harry decided to pry further. Hedwig, what did you do? Hoot. So, you were trying to make me believe you were just helping him on a potion. The exact same person who I've complained about several times. Prek. Since I already have enough problems, I am not going to add owls acting as hitmen on my list. But never do it again, okay? Prek. Harry decided that he had had enough of that conversation. Honestly, assassin owls. Why did all the weird things happen to him? He would have to try harder at having a peaceful life. After all, he wanted to reach the age of 100, if only as a way to screw over the Dursleys. Right now, he needed something else to occupy his mind. Maybe he should find a way to purchase all the second-year equipment. The list would arrive soon after all. He wondered if there would be an owl delivery system available. 1st of September 1992. King's Cross Station, London. Harry had managed to arrive at the station 2 hours before the train arrived. He had lied to Uncle Vernon in order to make him leave earlier than needed. Now he was waiting for an opportunity to cross the barrier, but Muggles were not collaborating. After 5 minutes of waiting, Harry finally had his chance and tried to walk into the pillar. Emphasis on tried to because he was unsuccessful. His cart just bumped into the wall and some Muggles looked at him weirdly. He decided to give it another try, but he achieved the same success as the first attempt. Therefore, hoping that Dumbledore had remembered about his letter, he started knocking the wall as it was a door. That seemed to do the work as seconds later, he found himself standing in front of Professor McGonagall. Good morning, Mr. Potter. Good morning, Professor. I guess the headmaster warned you, right? He warned me, indeed. But I must admit I had never encountered this situation before. The portal acts like a solid pillar to you, right? Don't worry, the Muggles won't see us. It does, yeah. He moved again until his hand hit the wall. I think someone is manipulating the portal to stop me from entering. Okay, Mr. Potter. We are going to do the following. First of all, I am going to break the ward that impedes you to walk through. Then, you are going to run through the wall alone. Finally, I will come in with your cart. All clear? Yes, Professor. Whenever you are ready. On the count to 3. 1, 2, and 3. Harry ran to the pillar covering his face with his hands, but it was not needed. He went through the pillar exactly as he did in his first year. He opened his eyes to a completely empty platform 9 3/4. He then looked behind him and was greeted with his head of house moving his cart towards him. All right, Mr. Potter, I believe that was everything. I would recommend you enter the train as soon as possible to prevent any incidents. If anything strange happens again, I'll be staying at the first compartment on the train. Have a good day, Mr. Potter. Harry decided to obey his head of house's orders and entered the train quickly. He claimed a compartment for himself and stored his trunk. He then grabbed Hedwig's cage and put it on a seat next to him. After doing that, Harry continued to read the book on rivalries that Greengrass had given to him. An hour or so later, Harry received a call from Mother Nature, and decided to go to the bathroom. On his way there, he found a brunette girl who seemed to look for a compartment. "Good morning, my name is Astoria, how are you today?" He was surprised by the younger girl's forward behavior but answered nonetheless. "I am feeling good, thanks. My name is Harry. By the way, you look familiar to me, B. Ood, I don't think we've ever seen each other before." "Oh, I get that quite often." Harry then realized that she looked a lot like Greengrass, so maybe she had a sister. "I may look like my sister, but I am starting this year." That confirmed it. "Any idea where you are going to be sorted tonight?" "I want to go to Slytherin with my sister, but I won't be sad if it doesn't happen." "Be careful, Sly. Theron has an above-average concentration of morons. And the other houses don't have any." She asked inquisitively. "They definitely do, but they get reprimanded, and you can hex them if you want." "You can't do that in Slytherin." "You may, but they will be telling their fathers about it." "Oh, well, I guess we'll see tonight. Have a nice day." She then entered a compartment and Harry was left alone once more. He returned to his compartment, stored his book, and chatted with Hedwig for a while. A few minutes later Hermione barged into the compartment, and they quickly struck a conversation. Said conversation lasted until the train started to move, which was the exact instant in which Ron came into the compartment as well. 1st of September 1992, Great Hall, Hogwarts Castle. Harry and his friends were sitting in their usual spots in the Gryffindor table. Harry was sitting with Hermione on his left, and Ron was sitting right in front of him. There were a couple spots free next to them, which meant that they would have a couple of first years with them. They had heard the Sorting Hats song, and the sorting was already taking place. Gryffindor had already received a new student named Colin Creevey when suddenly Professor McGonagall said, "Greengrass, Astoria." The hat seemed to think for approximately a minute before he came to a decision. "Gryffindor." Astoria was astonished. "B.U.T." She returned the hat to Professor McGonagall and started moving towards the lion's table. She was about to ask someone to let her sit when Harry stood up and asked her to come with him. She moved towards him and sat at the empty seat next to the boy who lived. "Welcome to the Lion's Den, Astoria. These people here are Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley, my best friends." "Ron, Hermione, this is Astoria, we met on the train." Both Ron and Hermione answered politely, though there was a little hesitation on Ron's part. Harry knew that he didn't like Slytherins much, and Ron was probably associating Astoria with her sister. He would have time to change Ron's habits. After all, he should consider telling his friends about his rivalry with Daphne. It would be weird if she came here and neither Ron nor Hermione knew anything. Sooner than he expected, the last person was being sorted. It was Ron's younger sister Jinny, and she looked as if she were about to faint. The feeling didn't last long, however. Since the hat shouted, "Gryffindor," one last time and the Great Hall applauded once more. Jinny sat next to Ron and seemed to look at Harry in adoration for a second, but she blushed madly and decided that staring at a table was better. Before he could reflect on that, Dumbledore rose from his seat and started to speak. "Good evening, everyone. To all of the first-year students I say that I am very glad to welcome you to Hogwarts. And as for all the other students, I am glad to welcome you again this year. Once again, this year I found myself with a vacancy on Defense Against the Dark Arts. But I am very proud to announce that no other than Gilderoy Lockhart will be teaching this year." Harry was quite surprised to hear that, even though it explained why he had to buy all of his books. He hoped he would develop on his encounters in class. After all, his books looked more like adventure stories than textbooks. Dumbledore started speaking again. "To begin this new year, I must start with some unsettling news. Our beloved potions professor, Professor Severus Snape, unfortunately left us this past summer after an unfortunate potions accident." Harry had to stuff a chuckle at that. As if anything Hedwig did could be considered an accident. "Fortunately for you, we have been able to find an excellent replacement this year. I am very proud to present to you Professor Persephone Greengrass, who will become head of Slytherin House as well." Harry's brain stopped thinking for a second. A raven-haired woman in her mid-20s rose from her chair and gave a polite bow. Harry barely heard Astoria speaking. "That is my older cousin. How could she not tell me that?" Harry couldn't see Astoria's reaction, since he was busy looking at her sisters. Daphne seemed rather surprised as well. But her look changed to a freezing glare when she noticed him peeking. This was not good. If there was a single thing he learned from Vernon, it was that if a woman ever looked at you like that, you might as well move to a different country. What Harry didn't realize was that Professor Greengrass was looking at him with interest. She had heard a lot about the young man from her eldest cousin. And now she would have a chance to see if she was telling the truth. The opening feast itself was delicious as usual. Harry made sure to eat a bit of everything, to start compensating for the Dursley diet. Once the last dish disappeared from the table, Dumbledore sent them all to bed. Harry went through his night routine automatically. He fell asleep before his head had even hit the pillow. Harry woke up after one of his best sleeps he could remember. And, as soon as he opened his eyes, he came to the realization that he was already at Hogwarts. The familiarity of his four-post bed as well as the crimson curtains was his main clue, of course. Today would be quite an interesting day. There was high chance of him having a class with one of the new teachers, Professors Lockheart and G. Greengrass, and there was also the fact that he would be starting the whole rivalry thing as well. He had read the book a couple of times, but he still thought it would be better to wing it. He opened the curtains to see that he was the only boy awake in the dorm. He could definitely take advantage of the situation. Harry hurried into the bathroom, and prepared for a nice, long, warm shower to start his day. When he came out, he found that Neville was already up and running, and that Dean was ushering Seamus to go to breakfast. Ron's snores could still be heard, so he threw him a pillow to cause a reaction out of him. "Ooh arg. Come on Ron, or we'll be late for breakfast." That was the best tactic he had come up with to activate Ron in the mornings, and it was proving itself effective once more. "Okay Harry, I'm up." He waited for a few minutes, and Ron and him were prepared for the first day of second year. They entered the common room to find that Hermione was already waiting for them, as usual. "So, boys, are you ready for today?" Harry decided it was wiser for him to be the one answering. "Yes, I honestly believe we are both ready, even though someone would like some more rest. You know that I am not a morning person. So don't ask for miracles that will never happen." Harry and Hermione looked at each other, but Hermione answered this time. "It may never happen, but it does not mean we should give up hoping." Quote. This said, they all decided to go down at the Great Hall to have breakfast. That way, maybe McGonagall could give them the timetables already, so they knew what classes they were taking today. Great Hall of Hogwarts, 5 minutes later. Harry and his friends sat down at their regular spots. They did not enter a conversation however, since food appeared immediately. Ron may be the hungriest of them all, but none of them could hold truly civilized conversations before breakfast. Unless it involved Hermione and classes, that is. Just as they were pondering about the new professors and their possible teaching methods, a new voice joined them. "Ah, I hate mornings." "Good morning, Astoria. Sleep well." "Could have been better, Harry. I guess I am not used to Hogwarts yet." "Don't worry. You'll get used to it eventually. Have a seat, the eggs and bacon are really good." They continued their breakfast talking amicably. More and more people were pouring in the Great Hall. And all the tables were filling up nicely. Harry was in the middle of a conversation with the Weasley twins, when Professor McGonagall approached them. "Good morning, everyone, I am here to deliver your timetables. If you could pay attention, please." She then started delivering them around the students, and she finally gave one to Harry. "I am glad to see that you arrived at Hogwarts successfully, Mr. Potter. Here is your schedule and try not to get yourself in much trouble." Harry looked at the piece of parchment in his hand to find out that he would have potions first thing in the morning. It would be followed by history of magic and charms. Unfortunately, he wouldn't have a Dada class until tomorrow. Harry thanked his head of house, and returned to his argument with the twins. About how much Quidditch torture Oliver would set them through. Their argument was interrupted once more, by a voice that Harry had not heard since the end of last year. "Potter, what did you do?" Harry turned around to find out that none other than Daphne Greengrass was staring at him. And by the look on her face, she was not a very happy witch right now. Excuse me, I don't know what you are talking about. I am referring to that, she said, while pointing at Astoria. Astoria was eating a sandwich and waving to her sister. Well, this is Astoria. I think you already know who she is. Considering she is your sister and all that. The longer they spoke, the more people that looked at them. Right now, Professor Greengrass was looking at them with amusement in her eyes. Daphne still answered, though. What I want to know is, why is she here? Well, she got sorted here last night, you saw it. I know exactly why it happened. You corrupted my sister, Potter. She was supposed to come to Slytherin with me. But no, Mr. Potter here decided that she would be better off with the Griffs. I will get you back for this one, Potter, mark my words. Come on girls, we are leaving. She said this to the two girls behind him, Parkinson and Davis. Having studied the book, Harry deduced Daphne must have declared them her goons, decided to help her against Harry. Or at least that is what the book said. Harry could not think about it that much, since Hermione had already started her process of interrogation. What happened, Harry? I did not know you were on speaking terms with her at all. And what does she mean by corrupted Astoria? What did you do already? Well, Hermione. Going by order, Greengrass just yelled at me for apparently disrupting her plans of a happy family at Hogwarts. I met Astoria yesterday on the train, and we just had a nice conversation about the Hogwarts houses. As for what I've done, I entered a rivalry contract agreement with Daphne Greengrass at the end of last year and convinced her sister to join our house. Does that answer everything? He wouldn't mention that he was in possession of an all capable of murder, but he was sure that he hadn't done much else apart from that. Yes, it answers my questions, but I only have more doubts now. What happened with Malfoy? Weren't you in a rivalry with him already? And what do you mean by contract agreement? In order again, I got tired of Malfoy and his whole, wait until my father, Snape, hears about this act. In addition, I don't think he is even able to take a piss without Crabbe and Goyle guarding him. I was not in a rivalry with him because he never bothered to declare himself my rival. And the agreement is just a way to make sure that none of us tries to kill the other or something insane like that. All right, Harry. But that does not mean we are done with this yet, okay? Their conversation was interrupted by Ron. Apparently, their discussion had lasted longer than expected and Hay would have to make a run in order to make it to potions on time. They decided to leave the argument for now and make sure to not lose points for arriving late. Hogwarts dungeons, some minutes after that. Harry and his friends entered the potions classroom to notice that the teacher hadn't arrived yet, so they made a move for their usual seats. Harry was not able to notice his rival's glare, promising vengeance. The door banged open suddenly. Good morning, class. My name is Persephone Greengrass, but you will refer to me as Professor Greengrass. I will be your new potions professor this year. Harry was quite pleased for the first time in the dungeons. She may be her rival's cousin, but she didn't sound so bad. Today for our first lesson, we are going to do a fire protection potion. The instructions are on the board. The board filled itself with several lines of text, and the students began to prepare everything when the teacher spoke again. Before you start, I should warn you. Steps 2 and 4 are the most important ones in this process. Make sure to adjust the temperature correctly and add the ingredients in the exact order written in the board. If you do not, your cauldron is either going to melt, or explode. All students started murmuring with each other. This was their first safety warning in a potions lesson after all. Harry once again cursed Snape, just to remember had he got what he deserved for that already. All right, you may begin. You have until the end of the class. Harry started fumbling his bag and got everything ready. This was going to be the most interesting potions class in his life. Time skipped to the end of the class. Harry finished his potion to a decent result. It was not the exact same color of green as in the textbook, but it had the same soured milk smell. A much quieter class, as well as no attempts at sabotage, definitely helped him. Looking around, he could see that Hermione had gotten a perfect potion, as usual, and Ron somehow ended with a gray mess. Neville's cauldron was still intact, and he even achieved a dark green potion by himself. Just as he was going to look at the Slytherin side of the class, Professor Greengrass started grading students. All right, Mr. Malfoy. Nice color, but both the smell and texture are off. E for today. He seemed about to respond, but a glare from the professor shut him up. Mr. Longbottom. Not as good as Mr. Malfoy. But clearly a pass for today. A+ for you. Most of the class thought the end was coming at that point. After all, Neville had never managed to get a decent potion before. Neville himself was so surprised, that Dean Thomas punched him because he had his mouth stuck open. Miss Granger, you get to be the first student with a perfect potion today. Full marks for you and 5 points to Gryffindor. Despite it not being her first perfect potion, it was her first perfect score, and her eyes were now the size of saucers. Mr. Weasley, you pulled a nice effort by the end, but it was not enough today. P+. Though if you apply yourself from the beginning, I am sure you can get an E on the end of year exams. Now on to Mr. Potter here. Not a bad attempt at all. I was quite worried after seeing Mr. Snape's records from last year, but they are outdated. You will get an E+ today. Keep up with the good work and you can reach outstanding. Harry now understood Neville's feelings. Considering he was on the same situation right now. He had gotten an E in potions. Hell, it was a better grade than Malfoy. If that is what potions is supposed to be, then he was definitely going to try this year. At least the effort was going to be worth it. While Harry was busy celebrating by himself, he wasn't able to notice Daphne getting full marks as well. He didn't even hear her get 10 points for Slytherin either. He was also oblivious at the glares coming from Malfoy, something that was promising a confrontation sooner rather than later. That evening, at the Slytherin common room, Draco Malfoy wasn't a very happy kid. Yes, his parents had a lot of money, and yes, his father was very influential politically speaking. But ever since his godfather's unfortunate passing this summer, his influence at school had been severely hindered. And now he was going to show one of his detractors how things were made in the snake pit. Greengrass, come here, now. Daphne Greengrass moved towards the angry boy. She already knew the type of conversation there would be, but she wanted to get on with it as soon as possible. What do you want, Draco? I want to know what was that you did talking with Potter this morning. Well, I wanted to promise my vengeance due to my sister's wrong sorting. What I mean is, why would you do that? It would be my job to avenge Slytherin, due to my past with him. Draco, you haven't been his rival for months now, it is no longer your job. The boy looked extremely confused, but he countered her statement. What do you really mean by that? It's like this, Draco. You've been replaced, Harry couldn't drop you quickly enough. Replaced? Draco squeaked. By whom? Me, of course. Her voice hardened. That is impossible, how would you even do that? He questioned. Quite easy actually. I just had to fill in the formal paperwork and send Harry a copy for him to sign. Daphne replied. 2 days after that, I received a letter from the ministry communicating that our school rivalry was official. Is that so? Wait until my father hears about this then. Draco yelled. Would you look at that? Daphne addressed her goons. The moment things start going south, dear Draco here has to start dragging his father into his issues. Daphne didn't stop there. Your father may have influence in the Wizengamot Malfoy, but you no longer rule in here. Have you not seen that most of the students in this house have lost their respect for you? Draco looked around the common room to find that most people in Slytherin were looking at him with hatred. The only friendly ones he could recognize were Crabbe and Goyle, who were virtually useless. Even Pansy, who always stood with him, was now clearly on Greengrass' side. If you have not realized it yet, it is my cousin. Not your godfather, who is teaching in Hogwarts. I could make things very difficult for you from now on. So, I am going to make it very clear. Bother Harry or me Veer again and I assure you the beating you will receive from my goons will be a most pleasant memory for all of us. Right now, I am going to make sure the message sinks in. Girls, if you may help me, please. At her call, both Davis and Parkinson stood next to her with their wands drawn. Malfoy did not have enough time to react before he was hit. Unfortunately, he was hit with 2 overpowered Jing hexes in, let's just call it the land down under. He would not be able to walk normally for the rest of the day. 3rd of September 1992, Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry was once again having breakfast with his friends. Astoria was sitting next to him and was busy talking with a boy called Colin. Harry had found him very annoying and had repeatedly told him that he was not going to appear on any photos. Thankfully, Astoria came to his rescue before the argument heated up. Harry was enjoying a nice slice of bacon when Hermione started talking about today's lesson. This is going to be great. We have an internationally recognized author who is famous for his encounters against creatures. There is no way this could go wrong, he is definitely qualified for this. She did not know it yet, but he had just made the greatest jinx in the history of magic. They entered the class minutes later, and Hermione dragged them to the first row, just in front of the professor's seat. They were soon accompanied by the earliest Slytherins. With Greengrass, Parkinson and Davis leading. Harry had no time to ponder about it, because soon enough, the class filled up and the door closed behind them. Good morning, everyone. My name is Gilderoy Lockhart, Order of Merlin 3rd Class, honorary member of the Dark Force Defense League, and the Witch Weekly's Most Charming Smile Award winner for 5 times in a row. He was not finished with his speech. He suddenly lost his smile and became serious. But it is not with my smile that I was able to defeat the Yeti. Today we are going to keep it simple. I am going to give you a test. Nothing really difficult, but just to see if you've read any of my books. As he finished saying this, several sheets of paper began flying and landed just in front of each student. You have 30 minutes to finish this test, good luck. As soon as possible, Harry started reading his questions, only to find himself with the most arrogant test made in this school. All the questions were about Lockhart. 1. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's favorite color? 2. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's ideal gift? All the way until 54. What is Gilderoy Lockhart's most secret ambition? Harry pinched himself on his arm. What was wrong with that guy? This was either a prank, even though he doubted anyone would find it funny, or that the professor jobs were not chosen by interview but a lottery. He looked at Greengrass to see what she thought about it, and she looked as disgusted as him. Seeing her reaction, he decided to try something. Pissed. Greengrass, he whispered. She was sitting a few feet on his right. But she heard him. What do you want? She mouthed. Want to have some fun answering this? He asked her. She looked at him, and smirking, she answered. All right, Potter, you're on. Harry started to answer the test, dedicating the amount of work it actually deserved. 1. His favorite color is the one he uses as his hair dye. 2. A tooth whitening kit. All the way until 54. To become the most moronic minister of magic in the history of the country. Harry smirked at his last answer, and was quite proud of being one of the first to finish. Hermione was actually bothering, and Harry suspected, even though he wished it was false, that she held some feelings for their new professor. Ron hadn't really tried at all, and with all honesty, Harry could not really blame him. Just as he finished looking around, Lockhart picked up the tests. All right everyone, time is up. Let's take a look. Harry was paying attention to see Lockhart's reaction to his paper. So, me of you should reread Year with the Yeti. I clearly state that my favorite color is lilac. And I clearly say that my greatest gift would be peace between all magical communities. Though a bottle of Ogdens would make for a nice gift as well. You can find this in Wandering with Werewolves. He kept commenting papers until his smile disappeared and his look turned sour. Some of you should do a general review of my writings. He was clearly looking at Harry, there was no denying that. But then, he turned completely pale, and stuttered. Yeah, some of you should review everything, yeah. He shot a look at Greengrass, who was currently looking very smug. He gave a couple more comments, but Harry only paid attention to one person, Daphne Greengrass, who was mouthing at him. I win this round, Potter. 5th of September 1992, Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. Harry was currently sitting in the locker room with the whole Gryffindor Quidditch team. At this moment, he was probably the only one awake, apart from the captain, Oliver Wood. The reason why this happened is that Oliver had the brilliant idea to start training at 6, before the sun even rose. He was now trying to explain the tactics he had come up with during the summer, but Harry couldn't make out anything. Katie Bell was reclining herself against the wall, completely asleep. Angelina and Alicia were using Fred and George's pillows respectively. And the twins had been the first to fall asleep, giving up after 30 seconds of Oliver talking. So, a few minutes later, when Oliver finished, he had to wake them all up. One of them was on any condition to play Quidditch, but they were hoping that the breeze outside would help them stay awake. Just as they came outside, Harry heard Ron asking, "Hey Harry, have you finished yet?" He did not know how to react, so he replied with honesty. "Finish? We haven't even started yet." He was not in the mood to talk, and he just wanted everything to be over right now. Before they could even react, he heard a voice from behind him. "What are you doing here, Wood?" They turned around to see Marcus Flint and the rest of the Slytherin team looking at them. "What about you, Flint? I reserved the pitch for today." "Ah, Wood, but I count with special permission from Professor Greengrass to use the pitch today. Here look." He handed Wood a piece of parchment and he started reading. "I, Professor Persephone Greengrass, allow the Slytherin Quidditch team to use the pitch today, 5th of September 1992. This permission is granted due to the necessary training of their new seeker." Once he finished reading, Wood asked another question. "New seeker? Who is this new seeker that requires training?" "That would be me." Harry was surprised, but not disappointed, to hear Daphne Greengrass answering to Wood. "Plus, we all have to adapt to the new brooms Malfoy's father got us." Harry could not really believe this, so he spoke for the first time. "How did you convince him to pay for all of this? I don't think he would give these gifts for free, right? Dear Draco was supposed to be Seeker Potter, but since I kicked his ass so hard in the trials, I will be seeking instead." This commentary fell into Harry's expectations, and he had to give it to Greengrass. She was taking it really seriously. So he decided to warn her. "If you expect me to go easy on you, then keep waiting. I am going to make sure to beat you, even if it's the last thing I do." She responded by saying, "All right Potter, do your best." 8th of September 1992, location unknown. Ginny Weasley was currently walking towards the bathrooms. However, she was not the one taking the decision, and she was not the one in control of her body either. Tom Marvolo Riddle was smirking. Well, he would if he could be. Spirits trapped in diaries can't do that. The possession had finally been achieved, and today, he was controlling Ginny for the first time. He could now get to the chamber and liberate his monster. To purge the mudbloods and traitors once more. Some minutes later, location still unknown. Ginny Weasley was speaking to the monster. But the voice speaking was not hers, and the language spoken was not English either. Said monster had received an order to attack, and she would do as commanded. The monster came out of the pipes for the first time in over half a century. Everything looked the same as the last time. As soon as she left the bathroom, she was smelling something. She was smelling prey. Master had asked her to attack, and she was now going to follow the order. She opened her eyes. ND literally petrified the closest living being. Ginny Weasley, or more accurately Tom Riddle, was feeling pleased with himself. The plan had gone accordingly. The attack had been successful, and despite not getting the correct target, the message would still be felt. The writing would be the perfect icing to the cake. His first steps to return to his body had been completed. He only needed time, and hopefully he would be able to get himself a body, and claim his spot in the world, as Slytherin's heir. Harry was having a nice dinner at the Great Hall, sitting with his friends. Today had been a demanding day, both in physical and mental aspects. Classes had been quite tough, the theory of transfiguration once again getting the best of him. And Dada had just been a disappointment itself. If Harry thought that the first class was a disaster, then the second was an apocalypse. After bragging of his achievements, Professor Lockhart introduced them to the Cornish pixies. What could have been an interesting practical lesson turned into mayhem almost instantly. Lockhart released the pixies without suggesting anything useful against them, and the pixies took control of the lesson. Books flying around, all the windows broken. Neville hanging from the chandelier somehow. The worst part of it was not Lockhart. The worst part was Hermione defending him with, "He is just providing real-world experience for us." Ron's comment about Lockhart's incompetence wasn't appreciated by her at all. Therefore, just as they finished eating, Harry and his friends started their climb to Gryffindor Tower. Have I ever told you how much I hate this staircase? Probably 1,000 times, Ronald. Though I must admit she is being particularly rebellious today. Well, Hermione, despite their despise for academic work, the Weasley twins have never been late to class. I honestly think that Fred and George managed to control them somehow. Must be the pranking spirit. This does not help Harry. Why would the staircase send us to the second floor bathrooms after all? I don't know, Hermione. Just then, the staircase stopped, and they could only go forward. Well, since we are already here, we should walk around and wait until the staircase wants to move again, Ron said. Yeah, as much as I hate exploring after last year, I hate waiting for the staircase more, Hermione admitted. The trio walked along the corridor, just to realize they were getting closer to the girls' bathroom. Just before anyone could bring back memories from first year, Ron said, "Guys, look at that wall over there. There is something written in, is that blood?" Quote. Harry looked closely at the wall Ron was pointing at, and to his dismay, it was indeed blood. He started reading the message. "The Chamber of Secrets has been opened. Enemies of the heir, beware." Harry wanted to inspect the message better when he was interrupted by Hermione. "Look, it's Mrs. Norris right there. But she doesn't seem to be moving, is she, dead?" Harry and Ron looked at Mrs. Norris, and she was definitely not moving. It looked as if someone had managed to turn her into a statue, or as if she had been dissected. They began to ponder over what happened. When they were no longer alone. Caught in the act. "See, headmaster, I told you some students were the culprits, but you didn't believe me." That was the voice of Argus Filch, Mrs. Norris's owner, and the easily irritated caretaker. "And I must reiterate, Argus, that it is impossible, even for the most proficient of students, to directly cause Mrs. Norris's petrification. How do you know it is a petrification?" That snobbish voice came from none other than Gilderoy Lockhart, who had been hiding behind the headmaster. "Well, Gilderoy, I must admit that this is not the first time I have seen something like this. And my experience is proving itself useful once more." "Headmaster, are you saying what I think you are saying?" "It is what you think indeed, Minerva. The Chamber of Secrets has been opened, again." The trio of students looked at each other, unaware if the adults wanted anything with them. Dumbledore did, and so he asked, "Mr. Weasley, Mr. Potter, Ms. Granger, I'm going to ask a series of questions. And I want you to answer with honesty. Just to remind you, you are not in trouble, all right?" All three students nodded, to express that they understood what they were telling them. "So," Dumbledore asked, "first of all, how did you end up here?" Hermione seemed the least nervous of them, so she answered first. "Well, we finished dinner, so we decided to go to the common room. Then we went up the staircase, but instead of moving to the right on the second floor, it moved to the left." The staircase can be truly unpredictable," Dumbledore commented. Hermione continued, "It left us here, so considering that it would not move for a while we decided to walk around, and then we found Mrs. Norris, but we didn't do anything else." "That is all right, Mrs. Granger. Right now, what you should do is leave with your friends to Gryffindor Tower and tell everyone about what happened." "Are you sure, Albus?" Professor McGonagall interrupted. "Won't that cause mass panic?" "I am sure, Minerva," he answered. "The more people that know, the more careful they will be, and the less attacks we suffer in the future." 25th of September 1992, History of Magic Classroom. Harry was once again trying to keep himself awake during history class. After the massive improvement in potions, Professor Binns had now become the worst teacher at the school, followed by Professor Trelawney, who Harry had never seen. The class was still considered nap time by many, and Hermione and Greengrass seemed to be the only ones to be fully functioning in that class. Harry had tried the start of the year just for his rivalry's sake, but he knew when he had to surrender, and history was definitely the case. Life in the castle had changed significantly for the past few weeks. Opal seemed scared for what happened to Mrs. Norris, and a few people had become paranoid over the attack. Filch's attitude wasn't helping either. The caretaker snapped even more than usual, and for the simplest of reasons. Laughter was a common source of detentions for whoever did it in front of the caretaker. The class was being as boring as usual when suddenly, for what may have been the first time ever, someone asked a question to Binns. The raised hand belonged to Hermione, though the ghost wasn't aware of that. "Do you need something, Ms. Ellipsis question mark quote. Granger, sir. Hermione Granger. I wanted to ask if you knew anything about the Chamber of Secrets, sir." Yes, the fabled Chamber of Secrets. Since everyone is wondering about it, I am going to tell you now, but you won't receive anything else from me." All the students were paying attention, even the ones who were previously asleep. The Chamber of Secrets is a rumored room that was apparently built by none other than Salazar Slytherin. The most infamous Hogwarts founder supposedly built it behind his friend's back, and he may have hidden it somewhere in the castle. Inside this room, he put a horrible creature, a monster no doubt. The purpose of said monster was to purge the school of the so-called undesirables, those students of Muggle origin. This monster could be only controlled by Slytherin and his heirs, so if he could finish the job, some of his descendants may. In the end, due to the Muggleborn's concern, the school was inspected. The school was checked in its completion several times in the past, but no chamber, not even a clue, was ever found. The students found themselves speechless after such story. Their intrigue had turned into understanding, and in some cases, fear. No one's perception of the chamber would ever be the same after that. The professor declared, "Unfortunately, all of this is nothing but mere speculation that has been growing for centuries. We shall not dawdle in myths and child stories, but immerse ourselves in those things that actually happened, such as the Goblin rebellions." Moving on to those, in 1536, Gornick the Smelly. The class returned to its usual mood, to the students' regret. Professor Binns had already finished his explanation, and true to his word, the Chamber of Secrets was never mentioned in his class again. A few hours later, Dada classroom. Harry had a love-hate relationship with Defense Against the Dark Arts. On the one side, he felt attracted to the subject, and he found it very useful knowledge with a truly practical application, and a logical aspect of theory as well. On the other side, incompetent teachers or people with Dark Lords growing up behind them had made Harry very wary of the subject sometimes. And this was one of those times. Ry was once again listening to the smiley moron. That's the nickname he and Ron had come up for Lockhart, and according to Greengrass, Grin, other students approved of it as well. After the massive disaster with the Cornish pixies, Lockhart had given up in trying to teach them anything useful. Instead, they spent most of their class reading fragments from his books, and he asked for volunteers to help him quite often. Harry had been one of those unlucky students to participate in Lockhart's class. He had already grown tired of him. Lockhart had tried to give him celebrity lessons several times in the past, but lately Harry was going insane. They had been reading passages of Wandering with Werewolves, and Harry had to act as a werewolf several times already. To add fuel to the fire, Greengrass had made sure to mock him for it. And both Davis and Parkinson laughed as well. It would have been tolerable, had it not been for Ron, who was snickering as well. Traitor. He would remember this one. Lockhart was once again asking for volunteers to help him when another voice was heard. "Professor, I think Harry is willing to help you today." Harry started looking around, only to find himself in front of Greengrass, amused grin. Harry stared again at Lockhart, who seemed to be looking forward to him rising of his seat to help him again. Harry looked at the paragraph in his book, and he had a brilliant idea. "My genius is almost frightening." Harry looked at Greengrass for a second, and then said, "You know what I think, Professor? In this fragment there is a piece of dialogue between ourself and several characters. Maybe Daphne could help us as well. To make it more realistic, of course." Lockhart doubted himself for a moment, but then he said, "What an excellent idea, Harry. Come on, Miss Greengrass. Join us so we can make a better interpretation." Daphne's face looked as if she had bitten a lemon. Harry had the impression that he would be in trouble in the near future, but he would have fun for now. "All right, Professor, how may I help?" Daphne asked resignedly. Time skipped to the end of the class. Harry and Daphne had suffered through one of their most embarrassing moments in their whole lives. Apparently, the script for today included dialogue between an old married couple, with the whole, darling, and sweetheart, and other nicknames in between. Three of the students, Ron Weasley, Pansy Parkinson, and Tracy Davis, had been having the time of their lives as they were witnessing this in the first row. The only thing consoling Harry was that at least he had managed to drag someone down with him. Tracy Davis was barely containing her laughter after the last sentence. Knowing that Daphne and Potter would not see her, she moved slightly to the left and whispered, "Psst, Weasley. What do you want, Davis?" Quote, "Just to make ourselves clear, we are never going to let them live this one down, are we?" "Are you joking? I am never going to let Harry forget this." "Good. Daphne will remember this until she dies." 22nd of October 1992, corridor on the first floor. Harry was walking along the corridor in order to get to the Great Hall. He had endured a long and exhausting day, and he only wanted to have dinner and go to sleep. He was about to approach the descending staircase when he heard a voice behind him. Harry turned around to see that the ghost of Gryffindor House seemed quite disappointed. So he decided to ask what was wrong. Said ghost, "Sir Nicholas," answered. "My solicitude to join the Headless Hunt Club had been denied." You would think that 45 hits with an axe would make you quite headless, but that is not enough for them. "I'm sorry to hear this. Is there anything I could do for you?" Harry knew the answer would probably be negative, but being a ghost didn't mean you didn't deserve a minimum of human interaction. "Well, unless you knew where I could get a dead axe to chop the rest of the head off, then not in this situation. But there is another thing you could help me with. Tell me, young Harry, would you be interested in joining my death day?" Harry had never heard of this before, so he asked Sir Nicholas what he was talking about. The ghost answered him gladly. "Quite simple, Harry. The undead have a birthday to commemorate a certain amount of time that passed after their birth. We the dead have a death day to commemorate the time passed since our deaths. And I am very glad to announce that the following 31st of October, I will be celebrating my 500th death day." Harry was not very surprised by that. The most important topic of conversation for ghosts was death. After all, what surprised was that Nick shared death day with his parents. Would they be celebrating one too? What he knew was that it would be very impolite to deny his request after all that conversation. "So what do you think, young Harry? Can I count with you for my death day party? You can bring friends along if you want." "Yeah, sure, me and my friends will be glad to attend, Sir Nicholas." The ghost was happy with his answer and left to do whatever ghosts are supposed to do. Don't ask me, the author isn't a ghost. 31st of October 1992, Hogwarts Dungeons. Harry and his friends were currently in the dungeons, celebrating Sir Nicholas's death day party. When Harry told them about the promise he had made, Ron and Hermione didn't know how to react. RMI1 was torn between wondering if that was allowed by the rules, as if they had not broken enough of them already, and curiosity towards a tradition that didn't even appear in Hogwarts history. Ron was curious as well, and also afraid that the whole death day thing would just be a depressing funeral. He could not have been more wrong. The whole thing was definitely a party, but it was also the weirdest party they had ever been at. There was a band playing, but they seemed to have died several centuries ago. There were several tables full of food, but all of it was rotten to the core. And that was without mentioning the guests. Dozens upon dozens of ghosts had come to Sir Nicholas's death day, including his long-departed wife. According to what Harry heard, ghosts all around the country, every single one at Hogwarts included, had been invited to the party. The trio had several awkward conversations that night. Ron found out about the ghosts' eating habits. Turns out that despite the rotten food staying in the table, the ghosts could feel the taste and smell as if the food was in good condition. Hermione had a very depressing conversation with a ghost named Myrtle. She was one of the castle's ghosts. And she was a student who died over 50 years before that. According to Hermione, she still hadn't gotten over it, and she cried about it quite often. Meanwhile, Harry was being approached by Sir Patrick Delaney Podmore, the leader of the Headless Hunt Club. He had an amiable discussion with him, and Harry made sure to leave a good impression, both of him and Sir Nicholas. The host seemed to know about his intentions though, but in the end, he accepted that bringing alive people to a death party was quite exceptional, and an honor. After mingling around for a while, Harry and his friends decided that they had already been polite enough to their host, and decided to leave. They were up in the 3rd floor, when Harry heard something. Come to me, let me rip you, let me tear you." "Wait, have you heard that?" "Heard what, Harry?" Ron asked. "The voice. Someone is going to kill somebody." "Harry, there is no voice. Neither Ron nor I have heard anything before you spoke." "Wait, what?" "But I swear, I definitely heard something all right." "Well, Harry, being the only person able to hear a voice is not a good thing, you know." And with that statement from Ron, Harry decided to just leave it here, to avoid his friends calling him insane. That same night, Tom Riddle seethed angrily. Despite taking control of Jinny once again, he had not been able to find a victim for his monster. It was unfortunate, but he expected some setbacks, especially at the beginning. It didn't matter though. He would have to work harder, but in the end, the legacy of Slytherin would prevail. 7th of November 1992. Hogwarts Quidditch pitch. The Gryffindor Quidditch team was sitting in one of the changing rooms. Oliver was currently giving his motivational speech to prepare everyone for their match against Slytherin. "All right everyone, hear me up. The Slytherins may have the better brooms, but we have better players sitting on them. We have a pair of exceptional beaters." Fred and George puffed at that. "We also have a trio of outstanding chasers and an undefeated seeker." Harry blushed a little at that, and Fred and George said, "Let's not forget about the coolest keeper around." Wood showed them a not at all imposing glare, and he continued, "Therefore, if we don't beat Slytherin ass today I am going to be very disappointed. And Professor McGonagall may murder us on our sleep." Everyone shuddered at that. "Now, go on Lions and win this game." After Wood's speech was over, the players went out to the pitch. They found that the Slytherins were already waiting for them. And Madam Hooch was ready as well. Wood and Flint went to greet each other, and they may have had a more forceful handshake in more than one way. Professor Hooch blew her whistle, and the match began. Lee Jordan's voice could be heard narrating the game, just as he had been last year. Harry was immediately scouting for the snitch, paying attention to Greengrass as well, to make sure he wasn't surprised. Today she was wearing her hair with a ponytail, and Harry had to admit that she looked quite attractive. Wait, where did that thought come from? Just as he was gathering his thoughts again, Harry was forced to duck in order to avoid a bludger going for his chest. "Close one, Harry," Fred, or George said. They did not have time to celebrate though, as the bludger stopped in the air and came after Harry again. "You will have to try again." The other twin hit the bludger again, and it was directed towards Flint, who was currently possessing the quaffle. However, when the bludger was a few feet away from the Slytherin captain, it turned back again and directed itself towards Harry's head. While Harry and the twins battled against the crazy bludger, several things were happening in the match. First of all, without anyone disputing the other bludger, the Slytherin beaters were constantly harassing the Gryffindor chasers. This had been going on for several minutes, and the score was currently on 50-10 towards Slytherin. Harry was quite sure that had it not been for Fred and George, he could have been horribly hurt several times. This, however, presented another problem: no one was tracking Greengrass. And she had a close call with the snitch already. Thankfully, an interception by Alicia had avoided the capture of the snitch. The game was going nowhere for Gryffindor, and the captain knew it. After some more minutes, Oliver called in a time break to speak to his players. After everyone had finally entered the changing room, Oliver began his speech. "I don't exactly know what's happening right now, but this has to change immediately. Fred, George, where were you when Angelina was hit by the bludger on her back?" Fred was the one to answer. "Well, Oliver, me and George were busy trying to save Harrikins from getting mauled by the other bludger." "And why was that happening?" This time George responded, "We do not know, Oliver. Someone has been controlling it, that's for sure. The bloody bludger didn't even try to attack anyone else in all the match." Seeing the storm of Wood's mood incoming, Harry decided to intervene preemptively. "Guys, leave it to me. I am more than capable to fight a crazy bludger on my own." One of the twins answered, "Are you sure? We don't want you to get hurt." Harry thought for a moment, but he responded, "Actually, there is one thing you can do for me. I need you to throw the other bludger at me as hard as you can, whenever you can." Angelina, who had been silent for the whole ordeal, intervened, "Are you insane? Yo, you already have a steel ball trying to kill you, and you want another?" Harry answered, "Yes, I may be insane. If no one else wants to contribute, can we continue with the match?" Nobody wanted to intervene, so they went outside. As soon as the game started, the crazy bludger started going after Harry again. This time, however, the twins were releasing all their frustration on the opposing team, and results were starting to show. The match was currently 70-50 towards Slytherin. Nothing seemed to change on the Seekers until Harry finally spotted something shiny. The snitch was literally there. He looked at Greengrass for a second to see that she had seen it as well. Harry started his dash towards the snitch. Halfway through, Greengrass stood parallel to him, with her arm extended forwards, trying to catch the golden ball. But then, when it all seemed to get down to the two seekers, there was a yell. "Here you have it, Harrykins." Harry became aware of his surroundings to hear two whistling noises. And just when he was going to get hit in the face, he ducked. That was a brilliant move, because the bludgers smashed into each other a fraction of a second later, just where Harry's skull had been. At all this, the Slytherin seeker had slowed down to a halt, thinking the bludger was intended for her. Harry took advantage of her decision. He stretched his arm as much as possible and he finally grasped the golden snitch. He could barely believe it, and was about to show it to the stadium when something unfortunate happened. The quaffle hit him straight in the arm at blistering speed. This caused Harry to fall to his doom. And despite a significant loss of acceleration caused by the professor's reaction, he still hit the ground. Harry hit the ground with tremendous force. He had enough strength to rise his head from the grass, and he was actually fighting in order to keep his consciousness. Harry looked at his arm only to see a bloody mess, and it was bended in an unnatural angle. Definitely broken, Harry thought. Whilst Harry was doing a damage evaluation, several people were approaching him. Oliver Wood was trying to congratulate him, Daphne Greengrass cared about his physical integrity. And the rest of the Gryffindor team shared both feelings. Even Colin Creevey could be seen in the background with a camera. In the end, nothing of this really mattered, it was no other than Gilderoy Lockhart who got there first. He looked at Harry in concentration and then declared, "Don't worry, Harry. I have encountered broken bones several times during my adventures, I will heal you in a jiffy." Harry widened his eyes and tried to save himself from his doom. "No, please, anyone but you. Where the hell is the healer?" To which Lockhart responded, "Don't listen to him. He must have hit his head harder than it looked." Now Harry, stay still for a second there. What Harry felt afterwards could not be described easily. On the bright side, he no longer felt any pain. And he could think easier than before. On the other side, he didn't feel anything in his arm. Nothing at all. Harry dared to look at his arm for a second and found out that there seemed to be no bone structure left inside at all. After realizing that, Harry entered in a shock state, and he was no longer awake. 8th of November 1992, Hogwarts Hospital Wing. Harry hated Skelligro. It was the most disgusting thing Harry had ever drank, and it hurt horribly. He could not even scratch his arm to relieve himself, since Madame Pomfrey had strictly forbidden it. Harry had found it impossible to sleep. Maybe next time he should ask the healer for a sleeping draft. His arm was still hurting from all the bone currently regrowing, and at some point, he swore he had heard the voice again. And for what it said, it seemed as if this time it had been successful. Harry's thoughts were interrupted when the door was suddenly opened. "I think we should leave him here, Persephone. Do we have any ideas of what happened to him? I am afraid we can only speculate for now. I am confident of a few things for now though." "What do you know, Albus?" Professor McGonagall asked. "Mr. Creevey is very fortunate to find himself alive. In addition, I am sure that he has suffered through the same ordeal as Mrs. Norris here. Finally, their condition can be completely cured, but we will need Mandrake draft." The potions professor spoke again. "So Mr. Creevey will be okay. I know for a fact that my youngest cousin is friends with him, and she will not take it very well. You shall not fear, my dear. There has been a lot of luck recently. Both attacks should have been mortal, yet the victims are still alive." Professor McGonagall added, "Mr. Creevey was found next to his camera, don't you think? Maybe he could have taken a photograph of the attacker. That is an interesting idea, Minerva. Phileas, if you could do us the favor." "Of course, Headmaster," Professor Flitwick answered. Harry was not sure of what happened next. But suddenly, a horrible odor could be smelled all around the hospital wing. "I think we can agree that the camera roll will be absolutely useless. Either way, it was a good idea, Minerva. What shall we do then, Albus? We cannot continue like this. We should make a warning." Both attacks happened while the victim was alone in an isolated part of the castle. "Telephone. Tell the students to go around in small groups. This will make the attacker more wary, but we should also avoid a catastrophe. Are we clear?" The other heads of house all agreed with the headmaster. Now, the only thing remaining would be to warn the students. That would need to be tomorrow morning, and it should be repeated in the common rooms and the Great Hall. Harry was awake again. He hadn't been able to sleep really well all night. But hearing about Colin Creevy's attack had not helped at all. He was staring at the ceiling, thinking about the mysterious attacker, when he heard a pop. Dobby warned Harry Potter. But the great Harry Potter did not listen. "Wait, Dobby. What are you doing here?" Harry asked. Harry Potter lied to poor Dobby. Dobby came to see Harry Potter, to see if he was doing well after Dobby's bludger. Harry's eyes became the size of saucers. "That was you. You could have killed me, Dobby." The elf didn't seem to think that, and he rebutted. Dobby's idea was not to kill Harry Potter. Dobby had control all of the time. Dobby only wanted to harm Harry Potter. "You only wanted to harm me. Are you insane? If I could use both arms, I would be strangling you right now." Dobby was not impressed. "Death threats do not work with Dobby, sir. Dobby is be receiving them several times each day." Dobby paused for a second and continued. "Dobby only wants the great Harry Potter, sir, to go back home. Dobby thinks it is better for him to come back badly hurt than dead." Harry wasn't convinced at all. "Badly hurt? You almost killed me, Dobby, so I think you should be the careful one here." No, sir." Dobby remembers. Dobby remembers stories about half a century ago. Students were getting attacked at Hogwarts, and one died. Dobby does not want Harry Potter to die. Harry Potter must leave. Harry chose to store that piece of information for later. Now, he would make Dobby leave. "Dobby, I won't be leaving. You either leave me alone, or I will make sure one of the professors gets rid of you. You choose." Dobby will be leavings now. But Harry Potter must be careful. Dark days are approaching Hogwarts. 23rd of November 1992, Gryffindor Common Room. The aftermath of Colin's attack was way worse than Harry expected. Lots of students, especially the Muggleborns, became increasingly paranoid. The Weasley twins were caught yelling, constant vigilance. A couple of times. Something Harry did not understand. This paranoia was also accompanied by opportunism. After all, opportunities always lied in every crisis. Some students had taken advantage of and had started selling talismans and other objects to protect against Slytherin's monster. Despite being the house of the brave, Gryffindor had been the most affected house by a lot. As expected, Hermione could not resist the temptation caused by this enigma. As soon as Harry had been freed from Madame Pomfrey's attention, he was grabbed by his female friend and dragged into the library, where he found Ron, who probably suffered the same fate. Hermione started by trying to find any copies of Hogwarts, a history, only to find out that a lot of Ravenclaws had overtaken her, and reserved the book for the following month. Knowing that she wouldn't be capable to wait, Harry offered Hedwig to go to Hermione's house to bring back her copy. Unfortunately, it did not help at all. Slytherin's chamber was only mentioned twice in the book, and the only useful information was about the attack in the 40s, when a girl was found in the bathrooms. After hitting that dead end, Hermione decided that they could start thinking about possible suspects. Several names were mentioned, Draco Malfoy and Daphne Greengrass included. Hermione, as much as I hate Malfoy, I don't think neither him nor Greengrass are responsible for the attacks. I do not really think so either, Harry. But you have to admit Ron made a good point by mentioning their lineage. Ron looked at her surprised, but he argued. Yeah, well, but that is only because they are the only ones they're capable of doing it. Old families traditionally sorted into Slytherin, and Malfoy can't stop insulting Muggleborns. Harry didn't want to continue this line of thought. Malfoy was an asshole, but Harry didn't think he had the subtlety needed to go around trying to kill people. And Greengrass, if she was the heir, wouldn't Astoria be on it too? Did she befriend Colin to not raise suspicion? He had a better theory though. What if the heir is not in Slytherin? Both Ron and Hermione looked at him as if he had grown a second head. Think of it. Last year we thought it was Snape, and it turned out to be the least expected adult in the castle. Why can't it be the same this year? Maybe the heir sorted himself into Hufflepuff on purpose. Nobody would expect him there. Hermione stopped his train of thought and the argument as a whole. Right now, we know nothing. We do not even have a decent suspect. I suggest we just leave this until something new happens. 17th of December 1992, Great Hall of Hogwarts. The students were having breakfast at the Great Hall. The consequences of Colin's attack still could be felt, but Hogwarts was slowly coming back to normalcy. The only notable absence was the one of the headmaster, but it was nothing unusual either. Much to the students' surprise, Professor Lockheart suddenly rose from his seat. "Good morning, students. I hope you are having a good breakfast today. After a long discussion with the headmaster, I am very glad to make the following announcement." Everyone's attention was currently on the Dada professor. It was possibly the first time he had said something minimally interesting after all. Today at 8 p.m. after dinner, there will be the first hosting of the Dueling Club here, in the Great Hall. Available for students of all ages. We will be starting with the basics, so make sure to come tonight. Instantly, murmurs started resonating around the hall. Harry could hear students from all houses and ages discussing the advantages of the Dueling Club, including one Seamus Finnegan, who thought it was especially useful these days. Harry looked around him, to Noddick. That Ron and Hermione were also discussing about this. "This is a great idea, Ron, people should be able to defend themselves. I am just saying that we don't know anything else about it. What if it turns out to be false? Don't be like that, Ronald. I doubt the headmaster would approve of this if there wasn't a good planning behind it. What do you think about it, Harry?" Realizing it was his turn to speak, Harry answered. "I think we should go. We don't lose anything just by giving it a try, do we? Plus, if it turns out to be so bad, we can just agree to never come back again, right?" While the trio was having this discussion, a different conversation was going on at the teacher's table, now that Lockheart had left. "You know that Gilderoy will be the one hosting this event, right?" Professor Flitwick asked. All the other professors nodded. But Professor McGonagall rebutted. "Is he going to do that by himself? I don't think any of us would be able to deal with all the students on their own. Not even Severus on his best days." "I don't think so, Minerva. I honestly think that Gilderoy is going to ask for an assistant sooner rather than later. So it is a matter of time before he comes to one of us, right?" Professor Greengrass asked. "That is correct, yes. And you all know that he will probably want to provide a demonstration, and I believe all of us here have at least one reason to curse him, right?" All the professors nodded at this question. They had all been approached by Lockheart at one moment or another, and he had tried to teach them how to do their jobs. Professor Sinistra was the first to answer though. "What are you suggesting, Phileas?" "I suggest doing a lottery between all of us, and the winner gets to be the assistant. Are you all with me?" The professor's mood changed all of a sudden. A chance to curse the biggest idiot in the castle. And you could get away with it. This was too good to be true. "Okay then, I suggest we all write our names down in a piece of parchment. And we draw one name. Whoever it is, will be the fortunate assistant tonight. All in favor?" None of them opposed. The students would have a nice surprise that night. That afternoon, students were agglomerated inside the Great Hall. The house tables had been moved aside, and there was a large dueling platform occupying the center of the hall. Harry and his friends entered the hall just in time to hear someone speaking. "Come closer, everybody, it is important for you to hear everything correctly." Harry was instantly disappointed. Why did it have to be Lockhart? What did he do to deserve this? Looking around him, Ron was wearing a very similar facial expression. Hermione looked as if Christmas had come early instead. Harry had tried to make her see Lockhart as what he really was, but he had not achieved anything so far. "We will be starting today's session with a little demonstration. So please greet Professor Greengrass, who has gladly accepted to be my assistant for the day." Everyone's eyes looked at Professor Greengrass, who was smiling in a scary way. Someone is going to have a good time, and it won't be Lockhart. Harry thought. "Do not fear, Lockhart said smiling, "you will still have your potions, Professor, when I'm through with her. Her look could definitely kill now." It reminded Harry of the time when Daphne accused him of corrupting Astoria. Despite this, she kept silent as she stepped into the platform. Lockhart and Greengrass stopped in the middle, bringing their wands up in front of their faces. They nodded to each other, before returning their arms to their sides. They turned around and walked away from each other. They stopped suddenly, they turned around and came back to their stances. Lockhart had his usual, shit-eating, grin, While Greengrass was looking at Lockhart with a maniac smile. 1. Lockhart began counting down. 2, 3. Expelliarmus. A red blast fired from Greengrass' wand, hitting Lockhart in the chest. Lockhart flew back as his wand flew out of his hand and towards the potion's professor. Many laughed as the legendary Gilderoy Lockhart landed on his back. Even Professor Greengrass could be seen with a full smile on her face. Well done, Professor Greengrass. Lockhart stood up and made his way to the potion's mistress. I believe it was an excellent spell to show to our students, though you made it rather obvious about what you were planning. I could have stopped you easily, had it not been for my desire to show the effects to the students. Perhaps it would be more prudent to teach the students how to block unfriendly spells first. Quote, yes, Lockhart looked surprised but composed himself quickly. How about we bring some volunteers? Potter and Weasley for example. Professor Greengrass looked at them for a second, and came to a decision. Not a bad idea, but I think their friendship may not allow them to give it their best. Perhaps someone from my house. Miss Greengrass if you may. Daphne got on the stage to stand in front of Harry. At that moment he could only think, why do all the Greengrass women make my life difficult? He looked at her, and she mouthed, scared Potter. Harry answered with, you wish. They bowed to each other, and followed the same procedure their teachers showed a few minutes ago, when they finally found themselves looking at each other once again. Just before starting though, Lockhart came to give him advice, which apparently involved dropping one's wand. After this helpful intervention from Lockhart, they took their stances. On the count of 3, Lockhart said, and remember that you can only disarm and defend. 1, 2 and 3. Harry and Daphne drew their wands at the exact same time. The two of them yelled, Expelliarmus. At the same time, but with different results. Harry's spell missed Daphne's arm by a few inches, and she did not even flinch. Daphne's spell was more accurate, but Harry was able to sidestep it without too much effort. Realizing that it wouldn't be a simple fight, they both started throwing spells again. That turned out to be a good entertainment for the student body. Daphne was combining dodging and the occasional weak shield, while Harry could only dodge. Harry managed to break a couple shields, but not with enough strength to disarm her. Stupid Lockhart and his stupid lack of useful knowledge. Harry thought, there is no way this is finishing anytime soon. Right now, I can only hope to last longer than her. Daphne was finding herself in a similar conundrum. She hadn't been able to land a spell on him yet, and she was becoming desperate. There is no way I am letting him win this. He has always had the last laugh, but not today. He may have tricked my sister somehow, but I am going to show him why our house is superior. Daphne stopped for a split second, and then she said, Serpensortia. A common gardener appeared out of nothing, for everyone's surprise, and there were several gasps. P.S. and looks of awe coming from the other students. The snake looked around the room, only to stop at Justin Finch Fletchley, intimidating him quite badly, and suddenly, it spoke. Dollar, where am I? Who has summoned me? Dollar. Harry, who was the only one to understand snakes and had good experience with them, answered. Dollar, you are in a school, the one with the bright hair behind you summoned you. Dollar. The snake turned to look at Daphne, who was speechless at the moment, just like everyone else. Dollar, can I come with you, speaker? All this people here scare me, Dollar. Harry looked around to notice that everyone was ogling at him with interest and fear. So he announced, well, after this demonstration, I think I will be leaving for the night. Harry coiled the snake around his neck, and sprinted all the way to tea. He common room without waiting for anyone, and never looking back. When he reached the portrait of the fat lady, Harry muttered the password and quickly entered the common room. He was instantly greeted by Astoria, who was sitting in front of the fireplace, reading her charms book. So, how did the dueling club go? Let's just say it could have gone a lot better, you all right? However, before Astoria could even answer the question, the snake spoke. Dollar, speaker, who is she? She seems nice, Dollar. Dollar, this is Astoria. She is related to your summoner, Dollar. Dollar, can I go with her? I need somewhere warm in this cold day. Dollar. Dollar, let me ask her first. I don't know if she likes snakes that much. Dollar, this time, he was interrupted by Astoria, who looked flabbergasted. You speak Parseltongue and you did not tell me. That is so cool. Well, that is good, Harry thought. At least I have some support in here. Yeah, I do. I never thought it was important for people to know, he then asked. The snake seems to like you for some reason. Would you like to take care of it? Astoria looked at him for a second, and then looked at the snake. I always wanted a pet. Does he have a name? Harry was surprised once again but answered in the negative. I think I am going to name you Asclepius, in honor of the Greeks' god of medicine. Do you like it? The snake hissed happily, so Harry decided to leave Asclepius with his new owner and go to sleep. Before he left the room, Astoria asked him, by the way, where did you find a snake? It would be a better idea to ask your sister. He answered, before going to his room. 18th of December 1993, Hogwarts. Transfiguration Classroom. The morning after the Dueling Club was a very hard one for Harry. Immediately after his revealing as a Parselmouth, all kind of rumors about him started circulating around Hogwarts. Curse Hogwarts and its stupid rumor mill. As if talking to snakes meant that I will become a mass murderer or something like that. Thankfully, his furry NDS and the rest of the Gryffindors believed in him being a decent human being. The same could not be said about the other houses, though. Most of Slytherin hated him already, so Harry wasn't surprised to see them whispering behind his back. The Ravenclaws were mostly curious and looked at him as if he were an experiment in a chemistry lab. The worst reaction came from Hufflepuff. This house contained the most Muggleborns in his year, and therefore, they had the most reasons to fear him. That didn't mean that Harry accepted it all without expressing emotions. The words of Ernie Macmillan had hurt him quite badly. Especially when he didn't bother to remember that Lily Potter had been a Muggleborn as well. He was not the only one in the spotlight though. Just as fast as his language abilities. The news of Astoria's new pet started running around the school as well. The conspiration theories were abundant and diverse. Some people believed that Harry had recruited Astoria to do some evil deeds with him. The most amusing were the ones that thought that Asclepius was an engagement present, and that Harry would make Astoria become his Dark Lady. Harry had to give it to her. Despite it being the first time for her to be in the spotlight, Astoria handled everything like a champ. She regarded everyone with complete disinterest, and continued her life as usual, as if nothing affected her. All in all, it was a very uncomfortable day for Harry. It still could have been a lot worse though. Thankfully, Professor Lockhart was too scared of him, so Harry did not need to become a character for his play today. Professor McGonagall had soon realized his condition, and she held him back for a moment after class. Mr. Potter, if you may stay here for a second please. Harry asked his friends to wait for him at dinner. And he sat in front of McGonagall. Don't worry, you are not in trouble. Could you answer some questions? Harry nodded, because he didn't completely trust his voice. First of all, are you all right? I know today has been a demanding day for you, and you seem to be struggling in my class. Well, it has been difficult for me, but not as hard as it seems. I have become used to it after last year, Professor. And luckily, no one has approached me. They all prefer to talk behind my back. McGonagall looked at him in the eyes, and answered. It may not be the most polite thing to do. But it could also be a lot worse. Mr. Potter, I want to tell you something and I am going to be very clear on this, okay? Harry nodded and asked her to continue. If anything worse happens, might it be insults? Hexes in the corridors or someone wishing you harm, I want you to tell me. I stood aside last year, but I want to remedy that from now on. Do you understand? Yes, Professor. Thank you for your help. I will keep it in mind if things get worse. She smiled at him, and gave him permission to leave. Harry's trust in his head of house increased significantly that day. That night, Hogwarts' unknown corridor. Tom Riddle was feeling quite satisfied. Today he had managed to take control of Ginny Weasley's body once more, and he was going to liberate Slytherin's monster. He was looking around the corridor to find a boy talking to a ghost. This was perfect. Attacking the boy would mean one less mudblood going around the castle. And harming the ghost would also send a message. If even a ghost could be attacked, how could you be sure you were safe? Paranoia would fill the halls, and hopefully, all the mudbloods would leave the castle. He looked with wonder as the monster attacked once again. Unfortunately, the boy would survive, but it didn't matter. It was only a matter of time, before he fulfilled his destiny. 20th of December 1992, Gryffindor Common Room. Things had only become worse in the last few days. Harry was currently sitting on his favorite chair in the common room. It was the closest to the fire, but it was also the comfiest by far, making it very desirable by students. Luckily, since most of them were preparing to leave for Christmas, Harry had managed to secure it for himself. Now, he was busy trying not to be humiliated by Ron at chess. So, who's winning? Harry turned his head to see that Astoria was talking to him. That's a trick question. You already know Ron is the best player in the house and possibly the school. She smiled at him knowingly, and she retorted. That does not mean he is unbeatable. One day you may win. Harry sincerely doubted that, and he also doubted that she wanted to talk about chess. Even though we are having a nice conversation, I feel this is not what you want to talk about. So is there anything you want to tell me? Yes, I want to tell you that I will be leaving on the train in an hour. I will be spending Christmas at home. With all of my family. My sister and cousin will leave as well. She responded. Oh, that is good to hear. I hope you have a nice time this Christmas and we will see each other in 2 weeks. Thank you. I wish you a Merry Christmas as well, Harry. She made to leave for her dorm, but she turned around as if she just remembered something. By the way, you should remember chapter 5 of the book my sister gave you. You may be rivals, but you have to do it properly. Harry searched through his mind to find the contents of the chapter. A smile appeared in his face at the remembrance of said chapter. Yeah, I remember now. Tell Daphne that I will be expecting something as well. Some hours later, at King's Cross Station, London. Here they are, my darling daughters. Please, father. Do you have to embarrass me this way? Daphne questioned. Ah, come on. Can't a man be happy to have his family reunited for Christmas? Mr. Greengrass asked. I am here too, Dad. Don't I deserve some paternal attention as well? Astoria asked. However, this paternal attention was not directed at her, but at the snake resting on her shoulders. This time it was her mother who intervened. Astoria, dear, how long have you had a snake for? You should have asked permission, you know. I know, Mom. I have barely had it for a week, not a lot of time to warn you, you know. Okay, I'll accept that for now. But this is not over yet. By the way, how did you get it? Oh, maybe you should ask my dear sister over here. I think she knows better. At that sentence, Daphne's hate for Astoria reached an all-time high. Harry had just finished wrapping up Daphne's present. It had taken a lot of effort from him, the size and shape didn't help, but it was finally done. He had been forced to recruit the help of 2 school owls to carry it all the way to the Greengrass residence. And that was not even considering Hedwig's help. She had been discreet enough to deliver the letters to the businesses at night and steal the responses from the mailbox. Harry had been surprised by Hedwig's skill and intelligence once again. He wondered how this was even possible. Maybe wizards misjudged owls, like many other non-human species. Because he was pretty sure that Hedwig was above the average human IQ levels. Despite that, he was not entirely confident. Harry hoped no one had seen anything strange. Last thing he needed was Vernon punishing him for showing his freakish pet. Thank Merlin that his neighbor, Mr. Robinson, had provided his contacts. His garden had become the neighborhood's envy last summer. Harry was reminded of Daphne every time he looked at it. 25th of December 1992, Gryffindor Common Room. Harry Potter was currently sitting in his bed. He had just woken up to Ron yelling, "Presents!" over and over again. Since there was no way for him to sleep anymore, he might as well join the youngest male Weasley. Come on, Harry. Let's see what we have this year. Harry went for the soft rectangular-shaped one first, which ended up being Mrs. Weasley's jumper. This jumper was better than last year's, and it was not an easy improvement. It even had a big H made in a green very similar to his eyes. Ron was moaning about his jumper being maroon again, when Harry noticed a little box unopened, next to what seemed to be Hermione's present. Suspecting who the possible sender might be, Harry decided to open it as soon as possible. To his dismay, he found out that the box contained a pot. A pot. He did not have time to reflect on it, because Ron started reading the note that fell from it. Dear Potter, according to the rivalry traditions, it is customary to send a gift to a rival. Despite this, it is not obligatory to send a useful one. Therefore, I sent something that I had at home and made me think of you. Have a nice Christmas. Daphne Greengrass. Harry and Ron looked at each other for a second, when the latter broke into laughter. I must hand it to her. She may not be the happiest girl around. But she knows how things are done. Your face was hilarious, mate. Harry did not find it that funny and he argued, yeah, whatever you say, are you going to call her the comedy queen from now on? Ron ignored his question, and spoke, I don't know why you complain though. You received a present from a girl after all. Harry's face became red all of a sudden. Excuse me, I didn't know that counted as a present after all. Even if it did, you got a present from Hermione as well, so you can't argue against me. It was Ron's turn to blush, and he said, wait, what? That doesn't count. You received a present from her too. Harry knew that was right. She had sent him a bunch of licorice wands after all. But he decided to not pry. Especially considering that Ron received chocolate frogs from her. And that was more expensive and meaningful for Ron. Harry opened the rest of the presents quietly. He decided that Daphne's present would be used to plant some seeds Neville had gifted him. Ron didn't realize it that day, but that present would become part of the room's decoration from then on. 25th of December 1992, Greengrass Cottage, Cornwall. Daphne Gr. Greengrass woke up to a yelling from her sister. Presents, present time. Daphne wanted to teach Astoria a thing or two about people's required beauty sleep, but she chose to go down to breakfast with her family instead. She found that Asclepius was laying in front of the fireplace, enjoying the warmth. He also seemed a little bit more filled. Good morning, had a nice sleep? Her mother asked. She was currently making breakfast. With the help of their elf, Dobby. Yes, Mum, and it could have been a better one if someone hadn't decided to barge into my bedroom screaming like a maniac. That comment was accompanied by a glare. And both were being directed to Astoria. Don't be like that, dear. You know how your sister gets about Christmas. Daphne rolled her eyes, but she decided to leave it be. She could see that her father had the same look on his face. They had barely finished breakfast, when Astoria and her father both started throwing the wrapping paper around excitedly. Her mother was doing it more collectedly. Thank Merlin for small mercies. Daphne was busy examining her cousin's present, a new book on healing potions, when Astoria's voice interrupted her. Daphne, who gifted a mat to you? Daphne looked up from the book, to notice a huge roll wrapped up clumsily, that had her name on it. She tore off the paper, and unrolled the present, only to notice that it wasn't a mat. It was a green synthetic fiber. That looked a lot like grass. She didn't pay attention to Astoria, who grabbed a letter that was attached to it and began reading. Dear Daphne, this is a construction material commonly used for muggles in sporting events or their lawns. They call it artificial grass. I saw it in my neighbor's garden this summer, and it made me think of you. Have a nice Christmas. Harry Potter. PD, I chose the greenest grass available. Daphne came back to herself only to realize that Astoria was grinning at her. Even her parents had a smile on their faces, much to her dismay. I don't understand why you find it funny, he is mocking our family name. Her father intervened. You were right. Normally I would consider this disrespectful, but then I remembered your present to him. Don't think I didn't notice you wrapping that pot, young lady. Arg, wait. Astoria has a present from him too, as well as Asclepius. Why aren't you teasing her? Sorry sister. But Asclepius wasn't a present from him exactly. Was he? Plus, I don't think a box of pastries and sweets can rival with what he has given you. What are you going to do with it? Daphne decided that she did not deserve an answer. Astoria wouldn't get to see it that day, but Daphne used Harry's present as her room's new carpet from then on. 14th of February 1993, Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry was having breakfast with Neville. Ron and Hermione were just coming into the hall, after arguing over the last of Ron's history essays. He was about to change the topic of conversation, when suddenly the smiley moron R.O. say from his seat to address the student body. Good morning, students. As you may remember, today is Valentine's Day. First of all, I would like to deliver my thank you to the 35 students who sent me a Valentine's card. There were a lot of groans from the male students. And Harry overheard Ron pleading. Please, Hermione, please tell me that you were not one of these 35 students. Ron's question didn't get a response. Unless you take Hermione's massive blush as a response, that is. Ron's groan was heard shortly after. To help everyone get into a happier mood, I will provide for entertainment on such important date. After this sentence was spoke, the doors of the great hall were opened, and some creatures entered the hall. Once Harry inspected them closer, he saw that they seemed to be dwarves. They were also wearing a halo and some fake wings. Harry realized they were dressed as cupids, and they even had a bow and arrows. For today only, my cupids will be delivering messages to all the students at Hogwarts. Let their poetry and musical performance captivate you. That is all, have a nice day. Lockhart sat down again, and Harry had the chance to look at the other professors. In general, they all seemed disgusted at the idea of having those creatures delivering messages around. Harry hoped they would not bother him too much. Meanwhile, at the Slytherin table, Daphne Greengrow, SS was listening to the latest of Lockhart's stupid ideas when she had a brilliant idea of her own. Sometimes I stagger even myself with my genius. This would be the perfect opportunity to strike back at Potter for his cheek. She decided to relay that plan to her friends, goons, Tracy and Pansy. Do you honestly think that won't turn back to bite you? Pansy asked. I mean no offense, but he other, brilliant plans, you had backfired completely. Tracy added. I know, but he will be too busy wanting to hide under a rock to try to come up with vengeance. After hearing this, Tracy and Pansy looked at each other. And Pansy summed up what they were both thinking. Life would be much simpler, if you just dragged him into a broom closet. Unfortunately, Daphne never graced them with a reply for that. Turns on SpongeBob narrator voice a few hours later. There was a quite interesting diversity of feelings over the dwarves, notes. Some students hated them since they weren't receiving any. The teachers loathed them, since they weren't able to do 10 minutes of class without being interrupted. And finally, some students loved them, because they either received one, or they allowed them to skip class. Harry hated them with all his being. Not only were they annoying, but they were responsible for one of the most embarrassing moments of his life. Harry had been on his way to the dungeons after another lesson with Lockhart. The hallways were crammed, as usual. He suddenly heard a voice across the hallway. Harry Potter. I have a message to deliver for Harry Potter. Ari looked at the source of the voice to find a dwarf waving with a letter in his hand. The dwarf finally spotted Harry and started making its way towards him. Harry's pulse began to accelerate, and he was frantically looking for an escape, or a way to kill the dwarf without anyone noticing. Unfortunately, he was unable to achieve neither of those. Just as Harry had managed to get to a lesser crowded area, the dwarf finally caught up with Harry. In just his luck, he was now cornered against a column. Then, the dwarf sang. His eyes are as green as a tennis ball. His hair is as dark as a blackboard. I wish he was mine. He's truly divine. The hero who conquered the Dark Lord. Then, the dwarf gave Harry the poem, and left searching for his next victim. Harry didn't notice this however, he was currently busy dying from the embarrassment. Of all the things they could write, why this? Hell, why does it have to happen to me? The students around him were snickering, and the twins could be heard applauding in the background. Harry decided to just leave to class, and deal with the embarrassment later. He entered the potions dungeon and sat next to Ron. He looked at his side for a second. To notice Daphne Greengrass winking at him. That explained it. He would get her back for this one. Just after this realization, Ron began talking. Do you know who sent it? I hope it was not my sister, she likes you a lot. Harry decided to clarify the situation. Don't worry Ron, it was not her. Why would you think that? This started a debate between them and Hermione, that would last the whole class. Unbeknownst to them, Jinny had intended to send Harry something. Unfortunately, she had been busy dealing with her insomnia. In addition, Tom had become more unsettling lately. She should get rid of him as soon as possible. 14th of February 1993, Hogwarts swiveling staircase. Harry had been directed to the second-room girl bathroom. Again, he was feeling quite wary right now, and looking at the wall didn't help. Despite it being several months after the first attack, the message of the heir was still there. In addition, Harry had heard the mysterious voice several times now, he had not been close to figuring out who it was, or where did it come from. He only knew that it was located above the first floor and below the fifth one, and it was not very helpful. Harry entered the bathroom. only to hear some yelling. "Oh, so you have come back." Harry looked around, to find Myrtle glaring at him. "I don't know, what are you talking about?" he asked, confused. "Oh, you do know. Someone threw this into my stall." Said sentence was accompanied by a book hitting Harry in the head. "Everyone finds it so funny, let's throw things at Myrtle. It's the first time I've been here." Harry pleaded. "If you hit her in the head, 10 points for you." "No one cares about Myrtle, because she's dead." "I am sorry for that, but I can't do anything about it," Harry tried. "Yes, you can do something. Take this damned diary away from me," she shouted. Knowing when a woman was too angry to see reason, Harry took that diary and fled from there as quickly as he could. He didn't have time to see the letters Tom M. Riddle written on it. 15th of February 1993, Gryffindor second-year dormitory. Harry was sitting alone in his dormitory. He hadn't been able to think about it today, but he now had time to examine the diary he had obtained yesterday. It was completely black, except for the name of the previous owner, which were written in gold. Tom M. Riddle. Harry had never heard of this name before. Harry opened the diary and read it closely. It was empty of content, but he was able to figure out that it had been sold in Vauxhall Road in 1942. Definitely a Muggle-born or half-blood, Harry guessed. He checked every page just to make sure, but it was completely empty. Why buy a diary, if you are not going to write anything on it? Harry wondered. But, considering there was nothing on it, he might as well use it. He wouldn't complain over free stuff, overall. Harry grabbed a feather, and soaking it in ink, started writing. "My name is Harry Potter." Harry waited for a second, but the words didn't dry, they disappeared. And then, to his astonishment, new words appeared. "Greetings, Harry Potter. My name is Tom Riddle. How did you get my diary?" Harry was speechless. A diary that wrote back to you. Was that even possible? Well, it definitely was, because he had one in front of him. But Harry knew that if he asked why, the most likely answer would be magic. He had hated that NSWER ever since rejoining the wizarding world. That was no way to sat a child's curiosity. "You are just being lazy." Harry stopped his rant to decide what he was going to do next. Someone tried to throw it in the toilet. A second later, Riddle's answer appeared. "Thankfully, I registered my memories in something more permanent than ink. I always knew there would be people that wouldn't want this diary to be read." "What do you mean?" Harry wrote quickly. "What I mean is that this diary contains terrifying facts of our history. Hidden facts, facts that occurred at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry." "That is where I am," Harry replied. "I am currently studying at Hogwarts, and horrible things have been happening for the last few months. What do you know about the opening of the Chamber of Secrets? It has been the talk of the year. Someone is using whatever it contains to attack students." Harry wrote. "The chamber has been opened again. It was opened in my time as well. One student was unfortunately killed." The conversation between Harry and Tom lasted several minutes. After some consideration, Tom decided to show Harry what he knew about what happened. Witnessing someone's memories seemingly inside the memory was one of the weirdest experiences Harry had been through in his life. But in the end, he exited the memory to find himself absolutely speechless. At that moment, Ron entered the bedroom. And seeing Harry's agitated state, he asked, "Harry, what's wrong?" It was Hagrid, Ron. Hagrid opened the Chamber of Secrets. 1 hour later, Harry, Ron and Hermione had just finished their discussion. They were now torn between their friendship with Hagrid and the proof they had against him. After an investigation on the identity of Tom Riddle, they found he had been a head boy who received a Special Services Award. That award may have been for finding out about Hagrid's secret. But it still made the trio very wary. Hagrid may love innocent and harmless creatures, but he didn't seem to be someone to murder for blood purity. He probably wasn't a Parselmouth either. In the end, they decided to leave it be, unless there was another attack. 23rd of March 1993, Gryffindor Common Room. It was quite early. The sun had not even risen yet. But Astoria was studying her Transfiguration book, with Asclepius resting on her shoulders. She never thought she was a snake person, but she was glad to be proven wrong. After turning him into his familiar, she had enjoyed his snarky remarks and his advice. Right now though, the book and the snake were both irrelevant, since she was overhearing the Weasley twins. the only other occupants of the common room at the moment. "Gred, I think we are going to make a killing with this one." One of them murmured. "Forge, you are absolutely right. It might be our best bet yet." The other one answered. Astoria had given up trying to recognize them a long time ago, since they seemed to change names every day. Her curiosity piqued, and she wanted to see what they were talking about. "What are you doing over here?" she asked. "Nothing you should worry about," Gred answered. Astoria looked closer, and she saw an archive named Current Bets. "Are you running a betting pool or something similar?" Knowing when they were caught, the twins confirmed her statement. They then gifted her to a free bet of 5 galleons, in exchange for her secrecy. She would learn afterwards that bets were not allowed until you were a third-year student. What can I even guess? She wondered. Last thing she needed was to waste a free chance to win money. Her father had told her so. "Well," Forge said, "we have plenty of options. Quidditch, both national and the Inter-House Cup. We have the House Cup, and then the personal stuff. This is where the real money is made. You can predict everything about relationships, when they start, who is in them, or the breakup dates. Bets about how many times Harrykins will end up in the hospital wing are also allowed." Astoria thought about it and came to a decision. "I know exactly what I want. I bet my 5 galleons on Harry and my sister." During their 4th year, the twins looked at each other, and both said, "We accept that bet." Ickle Torrykins. 8th of May 1993, Hogwarts grounds. Harry was once again going down the path towards the Quidditch pitch. Oliver had never stopped training them, not even during the blizzard in December. Thankfully, after being dropped in the lake, he had desisted of his 5 a.m. training schedule. Harry entered the changing rooms to see that the Weasley twins were almost ready. And the chasers were waiting for him. Harry quickly changed into his Quidditch uniform and they all exited the room together. Harry searched for Wood, only to find him having a passionate discussion with Professor McGonagall. After several minutes, Wood came back to them, with a depressing look on his face. "Everyone go back to the changing rooms. There will be no Quidditch today." "What do you mean?" Angelina asked. "The Quidditch season as a whole has been cancelled. Due to the continuous attacks on the school, it is no longer deemed safe to celebrate the cup." McGonagall's words, not mine. After this declaration, the Gryffindor team's mood dropped as a whole. For all of them, it was not just a sport to play for fun, but it was also a way to escape the daily routine and get rid of the stressing school life. In addition, Harry considered it to be a very stupid decision to take now. Couldn't they have said this a few days before? Everyone was on the stadium already. The security was already a concern now. It would have been safer to warn everyone at the Great Hall. Despite his rage, Harry was relieved as well. He would have more time to spend with Ron and Hermione. In addition, the less time he had to travel around the castle, the better. Harry and Ron were having a conversation about the electives they were going to take next year. Hermione had left a few minutes ago for the library, after having a sudden bout of inspiration. Right now, Harry didn't know what to do. He had 5 different options, and he could at most choose 3. At the very least he had to choose 2. Considering that, he knew something at least, he wouldn't take the Muggle Studies class. He sincerely doubted anyone could tell him anything about the Muggle world that he didn't already know. That's what he told Ron. And he agreed with him. Ron decided that he wouldn't take it either, since he had witnessed his father's craziness in front of anything Muggle. Ron declared that Harry and Hermione would be the ones to teach him whatever he needed to know. Harry was okay with it, because he doubted you could have a better teacher than 2 people who had lived as Muggles for a decade. Still, Harry had a lot of doubts over what to study. He was tempted to ask Percy, the most studious Weasley, but decided against it. He would probably drone about which successful wizards had studied what. And Harry would end up more confused than he already was. Harry was about to come down to speak to Professor McGonagall, when he saw some 5th-year students with pamphlets on their hands. He approached the students, and he heard them speaking about their careers. Realizing they were in a similar conundrum, he asked, "Sorry, but could you tell me where to get a copy of those?" Pointing at the pamphlets, a blond boy was the first to respond. "Yeah, if you look at that table over there," he pointed at the back of the common room, "you will be able to gather one of each." Harry thanked the student. He didn't even know his name, and looked at said table. He gathered one of each and went back to the common room. He looked at Ron's bed, only to realize it was empty at the moment. Must be taking a shower, Harry thought. Taking advantage of the empty dorm, Harry started reading every pamphlet. After several minutes, he had finally come to a decision. He would take care of magical creatures, divination and ancient runes. He had decided against arithmancy after seeing the little demand there was for it. It was mostly used for spell creation and enchanting. It was also a required subject if you wanted to be an unspeakable. But Harry didn't see himself investigating the enigmas of magic. As for runes, Harry knew they had several uses. They could be used for arrays, enabling a more precise control over certain spells. He was glad to finally find out how brooms stayed in the air. They were also useful for warding and translating old languages. It was required for becoming a curse breaker. An idea that seduced Harry quite a bit. From what he had gathered, it appeared to be a sort of magical Indiana Jones. That was cool. Plus, he had experience with adventure, and it would be nice to earn money for it. As for care and divination, Harry had deemed it more of a necessity. After his encounters with the troll, Fluffy and the monster this year, Harry didn't want to find himself in front of any other unknown creatures. And if divination allowed him to see some of the future, maybe it would be possible for him to avoid trouble. At all this, it had been a while since Ron came back from the shower. And his friend had been reading Quidditch through the ages for a long time. Harry was interrupted from his thinking by his red-haired best friend. "Harry, do you know where Hermione is?" Harry looked at him and tried to remember. Hermione had supposedly gone to the library, but she hadn't come back yet. "Let's go to the common room, maybe she is waiting for us there." They both climbed down the stairs and started looking around the common room. Unfortunately, she was not there. To make sure, Harry asked Katie. "Katie, have you seen Hermione this afternoon?" She looked at him weirdly, but she answered, "Yes, I saw her exiting the common room about an hour ago. I thought she was going to meet you somewhere. Is everything all right?" Harry and Ron looked at each other. Something was off. A few minutes later, Harry and Ron were running to the library. They weren't very confident about Hermione's whereabouts at the moment. They hadn't found anyone along the way, and that didn't ease their feelings to say the least. They were a corridor away from the library, when Professor McGonagall called them. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I need you to come with me please." Fearing the worst, Ron asked, "Professor, it is not Hermione, is it?" They looked at her, and for the first time ever, McGonagall looked between frightened and depressed. "Unfortunately, yes. She is now in the hospital wing. Headmaster Dumbledore is there as well. He will be the one doing the explaining, since I do not yet know what exactly happened." Their mood floored suddenly. They could only hope she would be able to come back. They entered the hospital wing to one of the most daunting images they had ever seen. All the petrified individuals were occupying a bed. They were completely still, as a statue, and yet they were not. They were directed at the back, to one of the two covered beds. Pulling off the curtain, they were met with the headmaster, his usual twinkle completely lost. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, I have some unsettling news. Half an hour ago, Ms. Granger was found petrified on the 6th floor, along with another student. Fortunately, the attack was not lethal, and both of them can be revived through the mandrake drought. Do you know what she was doing there by herself?" Ron was the one to answer. "We had been talking about the attacks in the common room, sir. We were commenting the petrifications when she suddenly left for the library. We didn't suspect anything until now because she always gets excited with her books. If only we had left before." Professor Dumbledore was listening attentively, and he replied, "If you had left before, maybe you could have saved her, yes. But maybe you would find yourselves here, occupying 2 extra beds. You shouldn't worry about it, since there is nothing you can do now." He showed them a mirror, and then he asked. She was found holding this in her hand. "Do you know any reason why she would do that?" Harry and Ron looked at the mirror, but they didn't recognize it. They told that to Dumbledore, who told them, "If you don't recognize it, maybe it was not hers. She was found next to Ms. Clearwater, the 6th-year Ravenclaw prefect. It is a possibility that it belonged to her. Right now, Professor McGonagall will leave and tell this to the rest of Gryffindor. I recommend you be careful." An hour later, Harry and Ron were sneaking out of the castle with the invisibility cloak. They were trying to reach Hagrid, and hopefully discard him as a suspect for the heir of Slytherin case. It was a clear night with a full moon. Harry and Ron had just reached the door of Hagrid's hut, so Harry knocked. Seconds later, their friend opened and pointed his ballista at them. "Oh, it's only you two. What's that for?" Harry asked, pointing at the weapon. "Nothing, I was just about to make tea. Come in, and sit down." Hagrid didn't seem to be in his usual mood. In fact, he seemed agitated, as if there was someone out there trying to get him. Just as he was about to put the water to boil, someone knocked on the door again. Hagrid asked Ron and Harry to hide under the cloak, and he went to open the front door. "Good evening, Hagrid." This was Dumbledore's voice, and he also seemed less cheerful than usual. He entered the hut, followed by a much smaller man, with a green bowler hat. "That is Cornelius Fudge, the Minister of Magic," Ron whispered. Fudge sat down and said, "Bad times, Rubius. I have had to come here to put a stop to it. 4 attacks to children of Muggle families, the Ministry has to intervene." "I would never," Hagrid stuttered. "Please, Professor Dumbledore, you know I would never do it," Hagrid cried. "I want to make clear, Cornelius, that I trust Hagrid with my life," Dumbledore said, looking at the minister in the eyes. "That may be true. But Hagrid has a history, the Ministry has to be seen doing something, the Board of Governors has been in contact," Fudge continued. "That may be true, but taking Hagrid away won't solve anything. I assure you." Dumbledore tried. "I am very sorry, Hagrid, but we have to take you away. I think you understand, if it turns out to be someone else, we will free you," Fudge assured. Hagrid became very pale. "You are not going to take me there, are you? I can't be going to Azkaban, I haven't done anything," Hagrid pleaded. Before Fudge could argue the point, the hut opened once again. And a blond man entered the hut. "Ah, you are already here, excellent," Lucius Malfoy said. "Even the headmaster is here, how convenient. I was just going to fetch you after the capture of the criminal," he said angrily. "I have a parchment here, signed by all the members of the Board of Governors, that tell you to retire. How many attacks have there been? At this pace there will be no Muggleborns left at the school." Fudge seemed worried, yet he said nothing. Apparently, Dumbledore's expulsion had not been in his plans, after all. "What, Dumbledore as well?" Hagrid questioned. "Don't you see it? If he leaves, everything will get worse. There will be continuous attacks, every day. Even another murder." Dumbledore interrupted him. "Thank you, Hagrid, but that's enough. If the board wants me to leave, I will. But I will never truly abandon this school, as long as there's someone loyal to me. And Hogwarts will always provide help to people in need." He directed a wink at a seemingly empty part of the hut. Exactly where Ron and Harry were standing, invisible. He then left, without saying another word. Hagrid calmed down, and left with the minister, not before saying his final words. "If someone truly wants to get to the depth of this mystery, they only have to follow the spiders." 24th of May 1993, Hogwarts grounds. Harry and Ron were busy following the spiders, much to Ron's dismay. They had been walking through the Forbidden Forest for several minutes, when they finally found a large clearing. They didn't have time to dwell on it though, since they were picked up by giant spiders. Unfortunately, they weren't the biggest in their pack. That title fell to a huge spider named Aragog, who seemed keen to feed Harry and Ron to his sons and daughters. Fortunately, bringing out the topic of Hagrid calmed them down significantly. Apparently, Aragog had been Hagrid's pet when he was a student, and was supposed to be the Slytherin monster. Unfortunately, that feeling didn't last for long. After the information exchange involving Hagrid, Aragog decided that they would make tasty food for his spawn. What soon followed was a wild chase across the forest, with Harry continuously throwing spells behind him, while Ron and him ran for their lives. Fortunately for them, they were able to survive. How they achieved that would remain a mystery for the rest of their lives. Harry and Ron entered the castle, only to be intercepted by Professor McGonagall. "Potter and Weasley, where are you going?" Harry didn't know how to react, but luckily Ron had his back. "We were going to see Hermione, Professor. With all the homework, we barely had enough time to see her, and it is not curfew yet." Luckily, Professor McGonagall didn't protest much, and they were allowed to visit as long as they agreed to let her accompany them. She would then take them back to Gryffindor. The boys entered the hospital wing, and spent a few minutes talking to Hermione. Eventually, Ron figured out a piece of parchment in Hermione's hand. They both read its content, and they came to a terrifying conclusion. The monster was a basilisk. After that surprise, they decided it was time to go to bed. And they would deal with that matter tomorrow morning. They had been on too many adventures for today. Harry and Ron came back to their dorm to find it in complete chaos. Harry's trunk was open, but none of its content was inside it anymore. It had been dispersed all across the room, and an ink pot had been broken as well. Harry stored everything back in his trunk, making inventory to check everything was there. He then came to a sudden realization: the diary was not there anymore. 29th of May 1993, Hogwarts' second-floor corridor. Ginny Weasley had been kidnapped by the heir of Slytherin. Harry and Ron had overheard McGonagall and Flitwick debating about what to do. Harry didn't want to linger on it. Poor Ginny could be dying right now, and Hogwarts was everything for him. And he didn't wish for the school closing. Right now, Harry and Ron were dragging Lockhart with them towards Myrtle's bathroom. They had been able to intercept him before he left Hogwarts, and they confronted him about his adventures. Turns out, he had been lying all this time, stealing others' merits, and taking credit for it. Harry entered the bathroom, and straight to the point, he called. "Good evening, Myrtle. Can you help us with something?" The ghost appeared from one of the stalls, glared at Harry and asked, "What do you want? Do you want to throw things at me again?" "No, we would like to know how you died," Harry answered. Her expression changed suddenly. It was as if she had never heard a more appealing question. "It was horrible. It happened right here, in this very stall. Hidden myself because Olive Hornby was mocking me for my glasses. The door was closed, and I was crying, when suddenly someone came in. That person said something, in a strange language. I opened the door to tell that person to go away when I died." Harry was intrigued, and he asked Myrtle how it happened. "I have no idea. I only remember big amber eyes, my body stood still, and I started floating away." "Where did you see the eyes?" Harry questioned. "Over there," she said, pointing to one of the mirrors. Harry inspected that area, and found a snake engraved in a sink. And then Ron had a suggestion. "Harry, try saying something in Parseltongue." So Harry did. He imagined that the snake was alive, and said, "Dollar open dollar." Instantly, the whole bathroom shook, and a dark tunnel began to appear in the ground. Big enough that multiple people could fit through it. Harry and Ron agreed that they had to go down the slide in order to save Ginny. A few minutes later, Harry encountered himself alone in his path to the chamber. His only way back was currently unavailable, due to the big explosion caused by Ron's defective wand. He could only go forward and pray that Ginny was still alive. Harry walked for a while, until he encountered a giant door made of stone. There were several statues of snakes in it, and Harry believed he knew what was necessary to open it. He imagined the snakes moving and said, "Dollar open dollar." The door opened loudly. It was very old, ancient even, and Harry was confident that the metallic hinges were oxidated. He entered the chamber, carefully. He looked to the ground, ready to run if he encountered something that could resemble a basilisk. After a lengthy inspection of the chamber's ground, he didn't find any giant snakes. However, he did find someone on the floor. Harry rose his head slowly. And he walked towards the body, until he recognized her. "Ginny, please stay alive, please." He left his wand on the ground, and touched Ginny's face. She was very pale, and she was barely breathing. "She is not going to wake up." Harry turned around to the face of Tom Riddle. "Tom, what are you doing here? Why won't she wake up?" "She is still alive, but not for long," Tom answered. "Are you a ghost?" Harry asked. "I am a memory, stuck in a diary for decades." Harry looked for his wand, but it was no longer there. Harry started looking frantically and found that Tom Riddle was waving it. "Not bad. Not bad at all, fortunately, you won't be needing it for much longer," Tom said creepily. "What?" Harry replied. He was quite scared at the tone Tom had used. Harry was overloaded with thoughts. But he knew that getting away from here with Ginny was his biggest priority. "Why is Ginny like this? Can you return my wand so I can leave?" Tom smirked. "I can't do that, Harry. As for Ginny, She trusted someone she shouldn't. She started telling me everything, her deepest secrets, her dreams and ambitions. She kept on going about the great savior Harry Potter, and how he didn't acknowledge her at all. During his speech, Tom kept looking at Harry in the eyes. Harry couldn't describe his look. It was almost unbearable. She kept babbling about everything, but I became her confidant. I was always able to captivate people, and little Jinny was no exception. Slow and steady, I kept gaining power, and poor Jinny became weaker and weaker. What do you mean? Harry asked. Jinny opened the Chamber of Secrets. Tom yelled. I have been waiting for a long time for this, Harry Potter. At first, when Jinny told me about your story, I could not believe it. A baby surviving a killing curse. That was impossible. Yet you are standing in front of me. Tell me, Harry Potter, how did you survive? Why should I tell you? Why should it matter to you how Voldemort died? Voldemort is my past, my present and my future, and by using Harry's wand, 3 words appeared midair. Tom Marvolo Riddle. With a twist of his wand, the letters rearranged, and they now said, I am Lord Voldemort. Harry stood there, almost petrified. Tom was actually Voldemort. How? What did he do to endure such a hideous transformation? What he knew is that he shouldn't show any more weakness, and prepare himself for the upcoming battle. So, Voldemort's actual name is Tom. Harry mocked. I must say it does not suit you. I took you for a Tim, so, from now on I will call you Tim. Tim's face twisted in anger. I will forgive this insolence since you are going to die now. I won't even need to try, I will let my monster take care of you. He turned to face Slytherin's statue, and he hissed. Speak to me, Slytherin. The greatest of the Hogwarts, $4. The statue's mouth opened. The battle was about to begin. A few hours later, Dumbledore's office. Harry had just finished telling his confrontation with Tim. From the diary to Fawkes' appearance, as well as his spectre. Dumbledore listened attentively, and only interrupted to ask some questions, and clarify some details. Eventually though, Dumbledore got all the information. And he allowed Harry to leave. Harry rose from his seat and began to leave. Just as he was about to open the door, it opened by itself and slammed against the wall. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy glaring at them furiously, with a familiar figure behind him. Dobby. So that's why he knew about the danger. Harry guessed. Good evening, Lucius, Dumbledore said. That didn't calm Malfoy at all. And he began ranting. So, the great Albus Dumbledore has returned. Despite being kicked out, he decided to come back. Dumbledore seemed unaffected by his behavior. Still, he answered Malfoy. It's quite interesting, you see. As soon as they realized that Arthur Weasley's daughter had been kidnapped, they asked me to return almost instantly. Apparently, they thought I was the best man for the job. Some of them told me that you had intimidated them with cursing their families if they didn't agree with you. Lucius Malfoy paled even more. Suppose that it is possible. However, he was still furious. So, you have solved the case. You found the attacker in the end. Yes, Dumbledore answered calmly. And it turns out to be the same person as the last time. This time though, Voldemort used a diary to execute his plot. Dumbledore pointed at the diary, that was still on the desk, the hole clearly visible. Harry was looking at Dobby though. He was pointing at Malfoy and the diary. And then he hit his head against the wall repeatedly. Harry understood what he was telling him but waited to see the development of the conversation. It's quite curious, isn't it, Lucius? Dumbledore asked. If the diary hadn't come up, everyone would have thought that poor Ginny Weasley was the attacker all along. The reputation of her family would plummet instantly. To think T. Had one of the most vocal Muggle-friendly families was attacking Muggles, it could have been devastating. At this point, Harry decided to intervene. Do you know why she had that diary in the first place, Mr. Malfoy? Lucius Malfoy sneered at him but said nothing. Harry took it as permission to continue. Because I know how it ended here. You were the one that gave it to her. Malfoy's eyes widened, and he muttered. Even if it were true, you can't prove anything. Seeing Dumbledore's expression, Harry understood why Voldemort may have feared him. His eyes were full of barely contained rage, ready to explode at Malfoy. Maybe not. But I am going to make it very clear, if I know of any other of Voldemort's possessions that end up in the hands of a student, I am pretty confident that Arthur Weasley, at the very least, will make sure to send it back to you. Lucius Malfoy was terrified right now. He knew when a battle was lost, and he left before he could lose even more. At that, Harry turned to Dumbledore. Can I return the diary to Mr. Malfoy? Dumbledore looked at him and answered. Sure, just make sure to be on time for the feast. He added with a wink. Harry did a technical stop and he rushed to catch up with Mr. Malfoy and Dobby. Mr. Malfoy, I have something for you. He then threw the diary at him. Disgusted, Malfoy gave it to Dobby, and exclaimed. One of these days, you will end up just like your parents. Come on Dobby, we are leaving. Dobby didn't budge. He was staring with wonderment at the sock that fell out from the diary. Master gave Dobby a sock. Dobby is free. Just after saying that, he hexed Malfoy, who flew back against a wall. You will be leavings now. You will get a ways from the great Harry Potter, sir. Leave and never come backs here. With that, Lucius Malfoy sprinted out of the corridor. Now, Harry only had one question. Dobby, considering you are a free elf now, would you like to work for me? 30th of May 1993 early morning, Hogwarts Great Hall. Harry had one of the strangest feasts of his life. Everyone was on their nightgowns, and the celebrations lasted all night long. The previously petrified students joined them, in the middle of of the most memorable applauses the Great Hall had ever seen. Justin eventually came to apologize to Harry, and Harry gained a new friend that night, the first one from Hufflepuff House. Soon after that, an announcement was made about Lockhart's retirement. Cheers could be heard all along the hall, and Harry swore he could see Professor McGonagall raising her cup to him. Dumbledore also added that there would be no end-of-term exams except for OWL and Newt students. This time the reaction was truly deafening. It seemed as if England had won the Quidditch Cup, and students could be seen hugging each other and crying of happiness. Hermione seemed devastated at both news, while Harry and Ron looked at each other. They would need to have a conversation with Hermione about Professor Lockhart soon. Then there was Hagrid. He returned at 3 a.m. with the best dramatic entrance Harry had seen at that point of his life. Soon after that, Gryffindor was awarded 100 points for Ron and Harry's intervention against the heir. That secured them the House Cup for the second year in a row, and the Lion Table roared. Dumbledore also gave them the award for special services of the school. 19th of June 1993, Hogwarts Express. The rest of the school year went down under an unforgiving sun. Dada classes had been cancelled completely, and Lucius Malfoy had been kicked out of the school. He had also been lifetime banned from forming part of the school governors. Draco no longer walked around as if he owned everything. On the contrary, he seemed more pensive and irritated. Ginny Weasley felt a huge wave of relief. She could be a normal girl again, and Harry saw her hanging around her siblings almost every day. He also saw her chatting with Astoria on more than one occasion, but he didn't want to meddle. Unfortunately, she was not the only greengrass he had seen recently. His potions professor had an interested look on her face, as if she were trying to figure him out. In addition, Daphne glared at him on more than one occasion, and Harry feared that confrontation. Dealing with a basilisk was all right, but dealing with an angry witch was something he was not prepared for at all. Harry also received the permission slip for Hogsmeade for the upcoming third year. He would have to figure out a way to have Uncle Vernon sign it for him. But that was a problem for future Harry. Right now, he only wanted to focus on summer, and the hopes of a peaceful third year. Harry was having the best summer of his life so far. This year, Harry has not been overworked with chores. That was not due to the Dursleys' lack of attempts though. Simply put, Harry had ordered Dobby to do the chores for him, with Harry only doing gardening and cooking. After all, he didn't want anyone to notice his house elf. But that was not the only good thing about this summer. The first night there, Harry managed to get Vernon's permission to go to Hogsmeade. The only downside about that was that he would have to deal with Marge Dursley again. He also got the news about Dudley's new diet, which Harry has skipped ever since. A few galleons converted to pounds, and he was able to eat whatever he wanted in his room. Another improvement of his summer life was the absence of his relatives at home. Vernon still worked at Grunnings, but Petunia had joined a book club, and left every day for an hourly chat at number 14. Dudley went with his friends to have tea, every afternoon as well, but Harry knew that he actually went to the park to intimidate the younger kids. Right now, everything was happening at once. So Harry found himself alone at the Dursley house. Ring, ring, ring. Harry picked up the phone, and he was received by a familiar voice. Hello, does Harry Potter live here? Harry was almost deafened by his red-haired best friend. Despite this, he was able to answer. Yes Ron, I live here. Don't need to shout though, I can hear you perfectly. Sorry about that mate, we got the phone recently. And Dad wanted my help trying it out. How are you doing? With that, Ron and Harry started a long conversation, and Harry ended up promising to visit his friend at the Burrow at some point during the summer. 1 hour later, Harry was currently laying on his bed when he heard something coming from the window. Moving towards it, he saw an owl waiting for him. A familiar-looking owl waiting for him. Harry stared at the Greengrass family owl. It had 2 envelopes on its leg, a white one and a red one. And the red one seemed to be vibrating. That was not a good sign. But again, it couldn't be too bad, could it? No one in their family would hurt him badly, would they? Harry decided to stop thinking about it and pick the red envelope. Unfortunately for him, he had barely touched it when it opened. And it began screaming. Harry James Potter, what the hell were you thinking? Wait a second, how does Daphne Greengrass know my middle name? Harry thought. Are you stupid or something? Why did you think you could fight a bloody basilisk by yourself? Astoria told me it could have swallowed you in a single bite. Harry would need to have a speech to Astoria about telling this kind of things. Whoa, am I kidding? You were not thinking at all. If I wanted an idiot as a rival, I would have chosen Malfoy. Harry didn't have a counter for that. He doubted Malfoy would ever risk himself for anyone though. You better reflect on your actions, Potter, and swear to me that you will never do something this stupid again. If you try to do something like that again and die, I will kill you again in the afterlife. After that last statement, the letter shredded itself to pieces, and said pieces burned to ash. Harry was in trouble, he would need to send her something. A furious witch was not good for a man's health. Or his afterlife, Harry mused. Looking around the room again, Harry found the owl giving him a predatory glare. Daphne probably set her owl on me as well. Picking up the other envelope, Harry started reading Astoria's letter. Dear Harry, don't touch the other letter. My sister overheard me talking with a friend about your actions at the end of the year. Let's just say she wasn't very happy about that. Last thing I heard from her, she was trying to send you a howler. In case you don't know what that is, a howler is a letter that speaks with the correspondent's voice. They are very useful to reprimand kids because the yelling can be intensified. I will try to send this before my sister sends her howler. Hopefully, the owl will listen to me, and it won't accept Daphne's letter. If not, try to burn it or drown it, fast. I have heard they can be quite nasty. Hoping you still have your eardrums. Astoria. Damn it. Harry cursed. He should have opened this one first. It would have saved him a headache. He thanked Merlin once again for the Dursleys' absence. He did not want to know what Vernon would have done if he overheard that. 26th of June 1993, N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. After much thought, Harry had finally finished his apology for Daphne. He hoped she took it well. At least it wasn't very likely to gain him another howler. Initially Harry had found himself in a pickle. Such lack of experience with the opposite sex could do that to anyone. Harry had to remember the very few arguments between his relatives to gather any useful advice. In the end, he had reached a conclusion. To calm down an irate woman, there were only 3 things you could give her: chocolates, flowers, or jewelry. The last one was out of question immediately. He did not want to make the wrong impression. To make matters worse, Astoria's teasing would be unbearable. And Asclepius had quite the mouth as well. He didn't know a lot about magical sweets either. Even less about what she may or may not like. Plus, even if he did, he didn't know where he could buy them, and he didn't have galleons to spare right now. That left him with the flowers he had bought. The shop assistant had been very helpful. There were a few geranium flowers, representing his stupidity, as well as some white chrysanthemums to ask for forgiveness. He hoped each flower meant the same in the magical world as in the Muggle one. He did not want to get in trouble for that either. He finished writing the note, and he attached it to the bouquet. Finally, Harry approached Hedwig. Okay girl, I'm going to need your help for this one. Make sure to deliver these to Daphne, together with the note, okay? If you want to rest, I am sure Astoria will gladly give you some bacon or toast. With that, Hedwig took off on a new mission for her human, a different one, but one that didn't involve murder, much to her disappointment. She wouldn't have minded getting rid of the whale man and the horse woman. Right now, she could only hope her human would leave his nest as soon as possible, and it would never be soon enough. 27th of June 1993, Greengrass Cottage, Cornwall. The Greengrass family was having breakfast together, as usual. Persephone was there as well, having decided to spend some time with her cousins for a while, before visiting her parents, and going on a holiday. Therefore, they were all able to witness that morning's events. At 9 a.m., a snowy owl entered through the window, and landed softly in front of young Daphne. Hedwig took her time before handing the gift. She was busy evaluating the young human she sent the bouquet to. She seemed intelligent enough, and she had bright feathers. Yes, she seemed to be a good egg carrier for her human. Hedwig hoped that would happen soon. Whenever that happened, she would deliver owlets for them, and her flock and their little humans would be together forever. While Hedwig was planning her long-term future arrangements, Daphne was busy looking at the bouquet she had received. Unfortunately, before Daphne was able to say something, her father asked her an important question. "Those are some nice flowers you have there, daughter. Is there a young suitor I need to have a talk with?" Daphne was blushing madly at that comment, and she was split between hating or loving Harry for that present. It's not like that. It's not like that at all. Are you sure, dear? Her mother intervened. After all, I only get flowers for my birthday, and not every year. That last part was directed at her father, who had forgotten to pick them up before the celebration. Daphne had been the one to find him in the couch the following morning. "Yes, Mom, it's just his way to apologize. If you excuse me, I'm going to put them in a vase." Daphne and her father, able to get a hint, left the room, leaving the other Greengrass females alone. "She may be right, but it will change soon," Persephone declared. 12th of July 1993, N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry just ended wrapping up Daphne's birthday present. He thanked the owl delivery system at Flourish and Blots for that one. A book for arithmancy beginners, one of her new subjects this upcoming year. Skimming through it, he thanked Merlin for deciding against studying the subject. He wouldn't be able to enjoy that at all. From his correspondence with Astoria, he had been able to figure out that Daphne had chosen arithmancy, runes and care of magical creatures, though the last one was chosen as a last resort. Those were two more subjects they would be competing in now. Daphne was probably going to beat him at academics, was she? 31st of July 1993, N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry's birthday was being a rollercoaster of emotions. On the one side, there had been a lot of presents to entertain himself with. "Even if I almost lost a finger because of them," Harry lamented. This was due to Hagrid's present, which had been the first one to be opened. The Monster Book of Monsters had been a killer of a present. The book behaved like a real monster and tried to eat everything on its way. Harry had to stand on it and strangle it with his belt in order to control it. In the end, it turned out that you only needed to stroke its spine for it to open. I should totally warn my friends about this. He didn't want any friends of his to lose limbs because of a damned book. The other presents had been far less violent. Hermione had sent him a homework planner. Ironical coming from her. After all, I did not choose all the electives. Harry didn't want to know how that would even work, to be honest. He had gotten a nice birthday meal from the Weasley family. The twins, Jinny and Ron, had sent him a nice set of magical sweets, and Mrs. Weasley had sent him an outstanding birthday cake. This should last me for weeks of Dudley's diet, Harry thought merrily. There were also a nice amount of pictures as well. The Weasleys had won the lottery, and they had gone on a trip to Egypt to visit Bill, the eldest son. Ron had also commented how they would be buying new wands for all the children, and how they would have nice books this year as well. The Greengrass sisters had also sent him presents. Astoria had sent him a book titled, Snakes and How to Charm Them, which appeared to be a book from the magical world. He would have to read it in privacy later. The eldest sister sent him a pair of Quidditch gloves. In her own words, You will need them if you want to beat me this year, Potter. It was a nice detail, since his old ones had been battered due to Oliver's training sessions under the weather and his impacts against other surfaces. It had been a nice birthday overall, until she came. Marge Dursley was everything his brother Vernon represented, but brought to the extreme. An overweight, short-tempered woman, who seemed to make it her purpose to praise Dudley and insult Harry at any chance she got. Harry didn't know how he would deal with her for the upcoming 2 weeks. 6th of August 1993. N4 Privet Drive, Surrey. Harry figured out how he could deal with Marge after all. By not being at the same house at all. Today, his aunt had gone way too far. After one of her usual rants about Harry, she had started to insult his parents. Foul language apart, it had been enough for Harry. Soon enough, Marge had started inflating like a big balloon, and seemed to be at the verge of explosion. Harry had not wanted to stay there to check. Taking advantage of everyone else's distraction, he picked his things and left that damned house. He would never come back there. They would have to drag his corpse into N4 Privet Drive. Approximately an hour later, Harry had just finished an awkward conversation with the Minister of Magic, Cornelius Fudge. After his escape from Privet Drive, Harry had stumbled, quite literally, with the night bus. He disguised himself, and when asked, he said his name was Neville Longbottom. No one had been the wiser, and he was able to make it to the Leaky Cauldron without being intercepted. Once there, he had been directed to a room, where he had a friendly discussion with the minister. He had been notified about Sirius Black's escape the only day he forgot about reading the prophet, and had been forced to make a few promises to the minister. First of all, he would live in the Leaky Cauldron for the remainder of the summer. Something Harry would do unless anything came up. Secondly, he would not enter the Muggle world during the summer either. From what Fudge told him, Black had been using the Muggle world to hide himself from the Aurors. And most importantly, Fudge had implied that he would need to return to Privet Drive the following summer. Harry had agreed with him, but there was a big difference between promising something and doing something. Politicians are the most known for doing that. Therefore, Harry would be living at the Leaky Cauldron until the beginning of the new school year. Which was a shame, since Harry had befriended a black dog the day before. 18th of August 1993, Fortescue's Ice Cream Parlor, Diagon Alley. Harry adapted to his new life quite easily. He now had a nice desk to do his homework, nicely prepared meals whenever he wanted, a lot of free time to spare, and an alley to explore. He had already purchased all of his material for the upcoming year, and he also had extra gold to spare for the Hogsmeade weekends, and ice cream, of course. Because for the past weeks, Harry had been a regular customer of Florine Fortescue. Every day, without a fault, Harry would sit at a table. And he would receive his daily strawberry and peanut butter ice cream from Mr. Fortescue himself. Said man had also been very helpful, especially with the history of magic essays. Hat Man was very knowledgeable with the witch burnings. Harry's thoughts were interrupted by a familiar, thankfully not yelling, voice. "What are you doing here, Potter?" Daphne Greengrass was looking at him and seemed irritated for some reason. "Good morning, Daphne." Davis, Parkinson, good morning to you as well. Before Daphne was able to retort, Davis interrupted her. "Good morning, Daphne. We have names as well, you know." "I know. But I didn't think we were on first-name basis. Plus, after befriending her sister, it would be awkward to call one Astoria and call the other Greengrass, right?" "Fair enough." Parkinson joined. "But you can call us by our names now, all right?" "Okay." Harry agreed. "But all of you must call me Harry from now on. Now that we are done with useless introductions, can we get to the point? And that is, what are you doing here?" Daphne asked. "Eating some ice cream, of course." Harry answered truthfully. "What I really meant, Harry, is what are you doing here, at this table? This is where we always sit. There are empty seats here, Daphne. No one is forbidding you from sitting on the other seats around this table. Come on, I don't bite." The three girls joined him at the table. And soon enough, Mr. Fortescue joined them as well. "Good morning, everyone. Isn't this great? My favorite clients sat together, ready to enjoy some iced treats. What will you ladies want?" After the girls ordered, Daphne's interrogation continued. I didn't expect you to be walking around Diagon Alley. Did you escape from home or something? You could say so, yeah, Harry muttered. It was true after all. Have you purchased all of your books then? Daphne asked. I did that over a week ago, yeah. I didn't think I would see a bookseller happy for not having tea. Oh, sell something though. The face of the shop assistant when he said he didn't need the monster book had been priceless after all. Ah, you mean the monster book of monsters, right? He almost cried when we told him we wanted 3. Daphne laughed. She has a pretty smile. No, she doesn't. Yeah, did no one tell him how to open them though? I would hope someone found out already. What do you mean? Tracy exclaimed. You know how to open them without being bitten. Yes, Harry confessed. You only need to stroke the spine and it will become tame. The 3 girls started muttering amongst themselves, and eventually, Pansy said, we should deliver this information to everyone in our year, it should make things a lot easier. But maybe we could forget about telling Draco and his buddies. What do you think? Sounds of agreement could be heard around the table. Any chance to have Malfoy look like an idiot could not be wasted. They had a lengthy conversation after that, and tea. They were only interrupted by the arrival of extra ice cream. Unless you count Lee Jordan Wolfe whistling at them, of course. Harry had a very good day overall. But he could not wait until his best friends were back. 31st of August 1993. Leaky Cauldron. Harry went down to eat his breakfast. He was having his usual bacon and eggs, when he saw a bunch of redheads approaching. The Weasleys are finally here. Harry cheered. He had not seen any of them since the end of the year, and he was barely able to send letters to them. Egypt was way too far for any owl to reach, and portkey letters were way too expensive. Harry was greeted by a thin balding man, with glasses and the famous, Weasley hair. You must be Harry Potter, right? It is a pleasure. My name is Arthur Weasley, and I am Ron's father. How has summer treated you? Quite well actually, sir. I've just spent the last month here at Leaky, and I already have everything I need for my new school year. Harry replied. That's good. Would you like to come with us? We still have some shopping left to do, and I believe Ron has a lot to tell you. Sometime later, the Weasleys and Harry were finally making their way back to the Leaky Cauldron. True to his word, Ron had received a new wand, made of willow and unicorn tail hair. Jinny had also received a new wand made of rowan and dragon heartstring. She was still shy around Harry, but she had improved significantly on that matter. The twins still were as mischievous as usual. From what they told Harry, they almost managed to trap Percy inside one of the pyramids. Harry also met Mrs. Weasley for the first time. She seemed to be a very nice woman, but a bit over-affectionate for Harry's taste. Still, she had made him promise to visit the following summer, and if her cooking was as good as the other Weasleys said it was, Harry would be in for a very good experience. Things got a little tense when they approached the magical menagerie. Ron had gone there in order to find some type of tonic for his rat, Scabbers. He was really old, at least for rat standards, and didn't seem to possess any kind of special power. He had started to feel bad in Egypt, something Ron assumed to be the warm climate. But Harry thought it looked stressed. But then again, Harry thought, why would a rat feel stressed? Said question was answered very quickly. While they were looking for some owl treats for Hedwig, they passed in front of a cage, where they were almost attacked. A fast-moving orange furball was trying to break out of its cage and seemed to find Scabbers very appetizing. Thankfully, the shop assistant was able to control Crookshanks, and the rat was able to make it out the shop without any injury. When they finally arrived at the Leaky Cauldron for lunch, they were in for a surprise. Hermione was there waiting for them, and she was holding a cage with a very familiar-looking cat inside it. You bought that thing? Ron asked. It is not a thing, Ronald. It is a cat, and he has a name. Because of course you do, don't you, Crookshanks? Hermione was now petting the cat, and Crookshanks was appreciating her attention. Don't be like that, Hermione continued. The shop. Lady said he had been waiting for years at the shop and I could not just leave him there. Do you know what cats do, Hermione? Ron pleaded. They chase rats. And if you didn't notice, my pet is a rat. And he is not exactly healthy right now, he needs peace and quiet, and this creature almost ate him at the shop. If it weren't for the cage, I don't want to know what would have happened. And thus, The first debate over pets between Ron and Hermione began. Harry decided he wasn't psychologically ready for such demanding mental efforts and declared himself neutral in the matter. Little did he know, this debate would last for months. Once that argument was over, Harry and his friends started talking about the upcoming school year. Ron had only signed up for care of magical creatures and divination. He deemed them as easy O's, whilst Harry would also be studying ancient runes. Hermione, on the other hand, had not been dissuaded of her ambition, and she would be taking all the subjects at the same time. Which began another debate. Why are you even taking Muggle studies, Hermione? Ron asked. You are a Muggleborn. You already should know everything about Muggles. Hell, you could probably even teach the class yourself. Language Ronald. Plus, I may know a lot about the Muggle perspective, but I know nothing about the wizarding one. Harry was entering the Hogwarts Express. He had a nag to get there an hour before departure, and he had quickly stored his trunk in Hedwig's cage. Hedwig herself was flying all the way to Hogwarts. Realizing he was one of the first ones there, Harry decided to claim a compartment for him and his friends. Since he was able to choose almost freely, Harry went all the way back to the last compartment of the last car. Entering the compartment, Harry realized he wasn't the only occupant. There was a man in shabby clothes sleeping in it, and he seemed to be exhausted. Looking closely at the suitcase, Harry noticed it read Professor R. J. Lupin on it. This must be the new Dada professor, Harry thought. He instantly moved away, remembering his past experiences with the previous Dada teachers. Making the least amount of sound possible, Harry sat down and started reading the Monster Book of Monsters. Turns out that once it was tamed, it made both an interesting read and a loyal pet. Immersed in his lecture, Harry didn't realize it was made to leave until Ron and Hermione entered the compartment. At that point they started the usual conversation about Weasley tardiness, and how had they managed to always get to Hogwarts on time somehow. After a while, Harry and Ron decided to start a chess game. Harry wanted to try to not make an embarrassment out of himself, while Hermione started reading her new arithmancy textbook, probably for the third time. Meanwhile, the sky had become clouded. The temperature outside dropped significantly, and suddenly, the first lightning appeared. That marked the beginning of a thunderstorm, with the rain hitting the window mercilessly. At one point, when they were around halfway across the trip, the train came to a sudden halt. The air seemed to become a lot colder, and sad thoughts started filling Harry's mind. Looking around, he noticed that the glass at the window was slowly freezing, and everyone else was shivering. Suddenly, Neville barged into the compartment, accompanied by Jinny. Do you feel it too? What is happening here? Neville asked. Sit down please. We will figure it out soon. Professor Lupin was finally awake, and he intervened for the first time. Just after those words were said, it happened. A figure appeared all of a sudden and opened the compartment. The cold feeling and the hopelessness intensified. Harry began hearing a woman yelling. Who was she? He wasn't able to think much about it, because he was busy fainting. Ellipsis. 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 What happened? Harry asked. You fainted after being exposed to a Dementor, Harry. Lupin answered. A Dementor? You mean that cloak figure that seemed to freeze everything? Exactly. It tries to suck all the happiness from the people around it, until they only have their most horrible memories, Neville answered, shivering. Harry, are you all right? Professor Lupin asked. Yeah, I believe so. How is she? He countered. We are fine, thanks Harry. Hermione and Jinny replied. I am glad to hear that, but I was not referring to you, Hermione. How is the woman? Woman. Hermione and Jinny are the only girls in here, mate. Ron answered. But I heard a voice. She was screaming. Maybe you just imagined it. Hermione suggested. Unless there is a snake of some sort around here. Professor Lupin's interest piqued at this last question. He seemed eager to ask, but he was holding back for some reason. Believe me, Hermione, if I knew there was one here, I would have already told you. Professor Lupin cleared his throat, interrupting them. If you will excuse me, I have to go and speak with the driver about this. He then unwrapped a piece of chocolate and handed it to Harry. Eat it. It will make you feel better. With that, he left the compartment. What do you think about him? Ron asked. I don't know, I get the feeling as if I knew him from somewhere, Harry replied. But he seems a lot more competent than Lockhart, does he? Hogsmeade Station, a couple of hours later. As soon as Harry stepped on the platform, he was greeted by the figure of Professor McGonagall. She seemed quite worried, until she looked him in the eyes. "I am glad to see that you are fine, Mr. Potter. I received news about what happened at the Express. And I was worried about you." Before she could say anything else, Ron and Hermione joined them. "Well, that is perfect. Miss Granger, I will need you to join me and Mr. Potter on our way to the castle. There are important things we need to discuss. Don't worry, Mr. Weasley. Both of them will be able to join you for the sorting and the following feast." Harry had just gone through one of Madame Pomfrey's evaluations. After deeming him in adequate health, he had been freed from her care, just after hearing her praising Professor Lupin for knowing the correct procedures. Harry was on his way to the Great Hall when he was joined by Hermione. "Everything is good. Madame Pomfrey set you free, right?" she asked. Harry was not paying a lot of attention though. He was busy looking at the golden chain hanging from Hermione's neck. "Has she always had a pendant and I never noticed? Maybe it was a present from her parents, and she has only worn it for a while." She noticed his look, and she hid said pendant. "Harry, are you alright? Is everything okay?" "Sorry, Hermione. I just distracted myself. To all of our first-year students, welcome to Hogwarts," Dumbledore announced. "And to everyone else, I welcome you again." Dumbledore was in the middle of his inauguration speech, and Harry didn't want to miss anything. He hadn't been able to pay full attention to the sorting, but fortunately, there wasn't anyone Harry needed to pay full attention to. "I am very glad to have you here, for what is going to be a special year." Dumbledore didn't seem to be very cheerful saying that though. "Unfortunately, I have to give a very important warning. This year, due to the minister's orders, some of Azkaban's Dementors will be patrolling around the castle grounds. Sirius Black is on the loose, and they are here in order to capture him." Students started muttering between them, and some of them shivered, remembering what happened at the train. "I must warn you to stay as far away from them as possible. And most importantly, to never anger them. Dementors don't understand reasoning, and they can see through misguided attempts such as disguise, even invisibility cloaks. I would recommend most of your time inside these walls, especially at night." The students started commenting on that as well. It was a very similar warning to the one they received the previous year. Would they have a regular year at Hogwarts? Moving on to happier news, this year we will be having 2 new incorporations at our staff table. This was an important piece of information. They already knew about Professor Lupin. But who was the other one? Looking at the staff table, Harry noticed an anomaly. How did he manage that? Once again, we have a new face teaching defense against the dark arts. Due to unfortunate circumstances, Professor Lockheart won't be able to join us anytime soon. There was a big celebration at that statement, especially from the male population. Even amongst the teachers, signs of relief could be seen around the staff table. For this reason, I am glad to present to you Professor Remus Lupin, who will be joining us for the upcoming year. A polite applause was heard around the hall. Malfoy was laughing at something with his goons, while the other Slytherins seemed intrigued. Dumbledore continued, "But he is not the only one to join us. After decades of service, Professor Kettleburn retired this summer, to enjoy the limbs he still has. For that reason, I am proud to present to you Professor Rubeus Hagrid, who will take over care of magical creatures from now on." There was a huge applause at the hall, mainly in the Gryffindor section. "We should have seen it coming," Ron said. "Who else would order a book that bites?" Harry was very happy for his big friend. He knew Hagrid had a talent for creatures even if it was the lethal ones, and he was pretty sure there would be a lot to learn. After that, they were finally able to eat, and Harry couldn't stop himself thinking about what this year would have for him. 2nd of September 1993, Divination Classroom. Harry and his friends had found their way to the Divination class. It had been a bit of a struggle. But with some help of Sir Cadogan, the crazy knight knew the castle quite well, they were able to make it on time. Professor Trelawney had begun an introductory speech about her subject. And she had been received with mixed reactions. On the one hand, there was the believers, led by Lavender Brown and Parvati Patil. On the other hand, there were the skeptical, led by Hermione, to the surprise of no one. Professor Trelawney had them started by doing some predictions with tea leaves. Harry was doing it with Ron, and each of them had to try and read the other one's cup. Professor Trelawney had already predicted that Neville would drop his cup somehow. Ron seemed to be struggling with Harry's cup, so Harry decided he should go first. Let's see what we have here. The rooms. Smell didn't allow him to concentrate easily. This looks like a distorted cross. Harry looked at the book, and found the definition. Looks like we'll go through several struggles and suffering, sorry about that. He glanced at the cup again, and continued. On the bright side though, you have a son, that means happiness, so, you are going to struggle for a while, but everything will turn out well in the end. Harry tried. That could have gone better. Ron said. Let's check yours. Harry was a little bit scared. If Ron's was like that, what would his cup have? This right here looks like an acorn. You will receive unexpected gold, as if fallen from heaven. That is quite good. Harry didn't need much gold, but he wasn't going to complain. This is different, it looks like an eagle. You have a mortal enemy. But that is not really surprising, is it? Everyone knows about you-know-who. Harry had to agree with Ron. Divination seemed to be going all right, but it was nothing too useful. He should have to try and dissuade his friends from saying you-know-who though. At this point though, they were interrupted by Professor Trelawney, who seemed very intrigued by Harry's cup. Could you give me that to me, dear? She asked Ron. He complied instantly, and the professor started interpreting. There is a club, meaning an attack. And a skull, there's danger awaiting in your path, Mr. Potter. Everyone knows that, Hermione said. Ron and Harry were quite surprised by her intervention, considering her respect towards the faculty. He was attacked yesterday, and the Dementors are hanging out outside. They are not at Harry's path, they are at everyone's path. Professor Trelawney refused to answer to Hermione's statement. Instead, she decided to continue interpreting Harry's cup. Something wasn't good in it. Because she paled suddenly. My boy, you have the grim. Harry didn't know what that was, but it didn't seem to be anything good. Dean Thomas was looking at him sadly, and Lavender Brown seemed distressed as well. Ron was very pale, and refused to meet his eyes. What is it, Professor? Harry asked. What is the grim? She spoke. It is a giant black dog, who hangs around the cemeteries. It is an omen. The worst omen possible, it is the omen of death. Half an hour later, at the Transfiguration classroom, Professor McGonagall was evaluating her students. Something was bothering them, and it had to be something big. She hadn't even gotten a reaction after transforming from cat to human. She needed to get to the bottom of this situation. All right, students, can someone stand up and say what happened? To no one's surprise, it was Miss Granger who decided to speak up. Well, Professor, we have just arrived from the divination class. Minerva didn't need to know anything else. That is all right, Miss Granger. Who is going to die this year? Unsurprisingly, it was Mr. Potter who stood up. It is supposed to be me, Professor. Seeing everyone's faces, Minerva decided to calm them down. Do not worry, Mr. Potter. Professor Trelawney has predicted a student's death every year since she joined us more than a decade ago. And I can verify that all of them are alive and well. So are you, in fact. And that's why I will also expect your essay for next week. If you actually die, you won't have to hand it in. That got a laugh from her students. Hopefully today they could still learn something. That afternoon, at the Hogwarts grounds, the third-year students studying care of magical creatures moved towards Hagrid's hut, at the edge of the Forbidden Forest. They had been ordered to go there by their heads of house due to the professor's desire to have an interesting first lesson. Once they were all there, they were received by a jubilant Hagrid. Good afternoon, everyone. I am glad to welcome you to Care of Magical Creatures. If you can follow me now, please, we will have our first lesson. Harry and his friends looked at each other nervously. They weren't going to the Forbidden Forest again. Were they? They had already visited more than enough for a lifetime. They weren't able to see the other students muttering amongst themselves, nor Draco Malfoy's face, even paler than usual. Fortunately, they were just going around the forest, not into it. They eventually made it to a field, with a fence around it. Get close and open your books. Make sure to have a nice view. How are we even supposed to do that? I almost lost a nail fighting my book. Malfoy complained. Maybe you should try harder. The rest of your classmates don't seem to have that issue. Hagrid answered. And looking around, Harry realized it was true. Only Malfoy, Crabbe and Goyle had been unable to do so. Daphne seemed very smug after realizing that as well. That was supposed to be your first lesson in the subject. Hagrid continued. As long as you approach them with caution, and treat them with respect, you should have no problem with magical creatures, unless they are truly dangerous. There is no danger of finding a dragon or something like that here though. This last statement had a little bit of sadness in it. He hadn't been able to forget Norbert. Students, go to page 43. Since today we will be studying hippogriffs. While you do that, I will bring one of the tame ones here, so we can have a first contact with them. With that, Hagrid left, not before picking a couple of dead ferrets he had hanging outside. You are happy about the hippogriffs, aren't you, Potter? It would be a different matter if it were Dementors, Malfoy said. Harry was about to retort, but he was stopped by Hermione, who was tugging at his arm. But again, it does not surprise me, we all know how scared of them you are. Malfoy exclaimed. Yeah, but you are no better. Ron intervened. After all, you are scared of Harry. Me, scared of Potter. That's the first good joke you've ever said, Weasley. The blonde boy replied. Then why didn't you turn up? If you weren't scared of Harry, you would have jeweled him in first year, right? Ron asked. Malfoy began turning to an interesting shade of red. Whispering could also be heard around the other students. But before anyone else could say anything, Hagrid arrived. I am finally back. Say hi to Buckbeak. Harry was greeted by the most bizarre creature he had ever encountered. It looked as if someone had gotten all the pieces of a horse and an eagle, and just started picking random parts. This may be a little advanced for you, but you should be able to handle it. Remember to show the respect and caution required. Hippogriffs are very proud creatures. You should never insult them, or offend them in any form. They will take offense easily and attack you. If you look at their talons, an attack with those could make you lose a limb or kill you. Harry was very glad he hadn't voiced his thoughts out loud. Last thing he needed was to be killed by a creature on his first day. Unfortunately, Malfoy didn't seem to think the same. Harry heard him whispering about giant idiotic chickens and brainless creatures. Buckbeak seemed to hear it too. Hagrid continued with his explanation. Now that you know the most important bits, let's see how we approach one. It is vital to always look at them in the eyes. Try not to blink, and most importantly never give your back to them. This is a sign of weakness for them. While looking at them, you will bow to them, bending your spine. When they bow back to you, you will be able to touch them. If they don't, it's better to walk backwards and stay away. Who wants to give it a try? No one seemed brave enough to try it at first. In fact, all of them gave a step backwards. All except for Harry, who could now see what was going on. Nice lad, Harry. Come here with Buckbeak. Let's see how you do it. Harry approached Buckbeak slowly, never missing his eyes. Once the hippogriff's attention was finally on him, Harry bowed. He waited, and waited, and waited. And just as Ari was beginning to think about walking away, Buckbeak bowed back to him. Hagrid then encouraged Harry to get closer, and Harry was allowed to pet Buckbeak on the head. He seems to appreciate it. What if I tried petting him like Hedwig? Harry then started to pet Buckbeak's feathers, and considering his gurgling noises, Harry thought he was doing all right. Well done, Harry. Hagrid cheered. Sink. He seems to have taken a liking to you. He will surely allow you to fly with him. Wait, what? But Harry was not able to say anything else, because before he could react, he had been dropped on Buckbeak's back. And the hippogriff began sprinting to take flight. Flying on a hippogriff is a completely different experience, Harry thought. It was not as fast nor comfortable as his Nimbus, but it had a very nice feeling to it. It was much more relaxing, and the wing movement gave a soothing feeling. Unfortunately for Harry, his flight was ended just as he was finally enjoying it fully. Hagrid then proceeded to bring some more hippogriffs, and the students seemed to be enticed by Harry's success. Soon enough, the hippogriffs were receiving lots of attention by the students, and despite some tense rejections, the class seemed to be going quite well. However, this changed very quickly. Draco Malfoy was rapidly approaching Buckbeak, and he didn't bother applying Hagrid's advice. Sensing trouble, Harry started rushing to them, with Hagrid chasing him. You cannot hurt anyone, can you, you great ugly brute? You are way too dumb to even think about it. Buckbeak didn't appreciate Malfoy's comment, and he quickly rose his talons. Seeing what was coming, Harry quickly pushed the idiot away. He wasn't able to get away from Buckbeak though. He hit Harry's arm, and Harry fell to the floor in pain. Hagrid rapidly calmed down Buckbeak, and he began tearing Malfoy a new one. Malfoy, what do you think you were doing? I gave very specific orders about approaching a hippogriff. But you believed yourself better, didn't you? If it weren't for Harry here, you could have been badly hurt. You could have gotten someone else hurt as well. Malfoy seemed to be stuttering nonsense, and Hagrid continued with his tirade. You will lose 100 points to Slytherin, and you will spend an entire month of detention with Filch. All of this for not obeying a teacher's orders. But, my father, Malfoy tried. Don't even go there, Malfoy. He tried to send me to Azkaban last year. Didn't work out well for him, did it? Dumbledore is back in the castle. I have been promoted, and he no longer has influence here. So, stop mumbling and leave on your own. The rest of the students were now openly gaping at Hagrid. Despite his friendly character, they had always felt a little bit intimidated by his size. This was the first time they had seen him truly angry at someone, and it was quite frightening. In fact, all of them would agree to listen well and behave properly, if only to avoid another outburst from him. Hagrid changed his focus from the retreating Malfoy to Harry. Harry, are you all right? Can you hear me well? Oomph. Yeah, I am mostly okay, but my arm hurts quite a bit. I believe it might be broken. Hagrid examined him quickly, and soon realized it was true. You may be right. Ron, Hermione, can I trust you to accompany Harry to the hospital wing? There are a few things I have to arrange here. They looked at each other, and they answered positively at Hagrid. Soon enough, Harry was being dragged by his friends towards the castle. Meanwhile, Hagrid was busy dismissing the class. A few minutes later, at the hospital wing, what have you done, Mr. Potter? I have been hit by a hippogriff, Madame Pomfrey. And you have been hit on your right arm, I guess. That is correct, Madame Pomfrey. Good, good. Now if you could stand up, please, I am going to do a full medical checkup on you. Wait, what? But I've only been hit on my arm. Harry pleaded. That may be true, but you've managed to come here twice the first 2 days of the term, and I don't trust you to hide something from me. You will not be escaping from the potions, Mr. Potter. She then glanced at Ron and Hermione, and said, you can leave if you want, I can take care of him. Good job bringing him here so fast. Make sure to do that again in the future, if necessary. Ron looked as if he wanted to stay, but a look from Hermione was enough persuasion to make him leave. They were closing the door, when Harry overheard part of an argument. Come on, Ron. You may get an early start on homework this year. Merlin knows I already have a lot of work from arithmancy. What are you talking about? You haven't even been to arithmancy yet. Closing the door, Madame Pomfrey gave her full attention to Harry once again. After doing her full checkup, she determined that the only thing wrong with Harry was his right arm, again. Much to Harry's relief, he wouldn't need any Skele-Gro. Just as soon as she had healed his arm, the door of the infirmary was opened again. Excuse me, madam, but where is the idiot? Daphne had just entered the room and was openly glaring at him. Pansy and Tracy were standing behind her, with an amused look in their eyes. Traitors, you must be referring to Mr. Potter, I suppose. I am already finished with him. Just make sure I don't need to patch him up again today. Another traitor, Harry thought. What did I tell you? Daphne asked. To think before I act. Harry countered. Good. And what the hell were you actually thinking? That I didn't want Hagrid fired. Harry tried. And you thought putting yourself in front of a hippogriff was a good idea. And before Harry was able to react, she smacked him on the left arm. Ouch. That was my good arm, woman. Harry protested. Good. This time you thought before you acted, but you should act less and think more. She then proceeded to leave, while Pansy and Tracy winked at him. Madame Pomfrey was glaring at him though. Can I at least get some bruise balm for that one? Harry said, with his best puppy eyes. No, I think you actually deserved that one. I bet it has to be fascinating. How are you even going to fit all of those subjects in the same schedule, Hermione? Harry questioned. I don't think the professors will work extra hours for one student, no matter how talented she may be. You don't need to worry about that, Harry. Hermione said. If there was any kind of problem with that, Professor McGonagall would have already told me. She said we would go into the specifics tomorrow though. Despite that, Ron still tried to convince her. Hermione, going to classes is not even the worst part. Think about the amount of homework you will have. We had 7 subjects last year. You may have been better at it than us. But you still struggled sometimes. Next year you will have 12. That is almost twice the amount. You will go insane. Don't worry Ronald, I already accounted for that. I know it will be slightly harder. But I am sure it won't be as bad as you make it sound. Harry loved both of his friends dearly, of course he did. But he had to admit that Ron was straight to the point in this case. He couldn't even consider how she would do it, never mind actually see her doing it. He only hoped their friendship would survive this new development. Come on, everybody. We must go to the Great Hall now. We shall sleep in there. Why are we doing that, Flint? What happened? A 6th-year student asked. It is suspected that Sirius Black has entered the castle. We shall stay all together until it is deemed safe again. Pick just whatever you deem indispensable and leave for the hall. Our head of house and Professor Sinistro will escort you on the way there. Dozens of students started moving after that, a few of them gathering something to keep themselves warm. Meanwhile, they were all whispering to their friends, commenting on the events that had just happened in the castle. Where are you going with that? Greengrass. What do you mean, Malfoy? It is a scarf, I am wearing it because I don't want to catch a cold. Several students turned their heads around, trying to listen into their conversation. I know what that is. What I want to know is why is it red and gold? Are you cavorting with the Gryffindors? You are a disappointment to Slytherin house. Last time I checked, it wasn't against the rules to do that. And disappointment, me. I haven't lost 50 points for being a moron, Malfoy. Plenty of snorts and chuckles could be heard across the room. But this time, Daphne did not have enough time to retort, because Harper overtook her. And maybe you should reconsider your statement about socializing, Malfoy. Due to your actions the past few years, you have done nothing but gain enemies outside this house. A Slytherin depends on his reputation to succeed. Another student took advantage of this chance, and decided to make her point. After the last war, T.S. House's reputation was that of a bunch of murderers. We have been trying to improve that for the last decade, and just as our name started to gain prestige again, you threw it to the mud once again. I can't even sit with my brother in Ravenclaw without being glared at. Several murmurs of agreement could be heard across the common room. Just because you had been sorted into Slytherin, it didn't mean you couldn't have siblings or friends sorted somewhere else. Now it was Daphne again who spoke. I would be careful if I were you, Malfoy. Your dad's name won't save you from everything, and it will not take you everywhere. You have tried to alienate our house from the rest of the school, but you have only managed to isolate yourself. With that, Daphne left the common room. There were several glares directed at Malfoy. And none of them assured a bright future to the boy. A few minutes later, all of the students were in sleeping bags in the Great Hall. According to Dumbledore's speech, Sirius Black had attempted to enter Gryffindor Tower, only to be stopped by the fat lady. Black had not reacted well to her rejection and proceeded to rip the portrait. The fat lady was later found on the 5th floor. The whole castle was currently in lockdown, and the teachers were scouting all around to try and find the elusive murderer. Unfortunately, or perhaps fortunately, no one found out where he had gone. This had come to a surprise for Harry. No one in the castle, apart from the fat lady, had seen him. He was a criminal without money, he couldn't have an invisibility cloak, right? Maybe someone else knew something. Dobby had told him there were elves working at the castle, so maybe one of them saw him. The following morning, a new announcement was made in the Great Hall. Lockdown was over, and life could continue as usual. Regarding the fat lady, her portrait had been severely damaged, and therefore needed reparation. She would be temporarily replaced by Sir Cadogan that afternoon. The twins snickered at this statement, but Harry didn't know why. 1st of November 1993, corridor outside the library. Harry was leaving the library right now. He had just finished his potions. Essay about the correct security protocols towards explosive ingredients, and Hermione was still muttering about getting everything done before dinner. Something that was impossible, considering at dinner at the Great Hall was about to finish. So, Harry was left to his own thoughts. Most importantly, he still wanted to know if someone had seen Sirius Black. Someone apart from the portraits, of course. And since no adult seemed disposed to declare, he decided to ask one of his friends. Dobby. Crack. The great master Harry Potter sir has called Dobby. Harry sighed. He needed Dobby to CALL him something else, if only to avoid embarrassment. He had Dobby working on the kitchens to keep him close, and he thought it was good for the elf to have work as well. Yeah, I need your help. Rumors about Sirius Black being in the castle yesterday. Did you or any other elves see anything suspicious? No sir. The only different thing was a doggy walking around the greenhouses sir. A dog? What kind is it? Dobby is not knowing sir. It is a big black doggy, but it is very skinny also. Dobby is bethinking he is a stray. Could it be the same dog he found at Privet Drive? And if it was, how had it followed him here? Maybe there were magical dogs. Too many questions without an answer. And he did not have the energy to deal with them at the moment. Dobby, I know it is too late, but can I have something to eat? I am quite hungry right now. Oh yes. Dobby is bringing the great master to the kitchens, so the great master is never hungry again. And with that, Harry was showed his way to the kitchens. And the way to tickle the pair. Harry had one of the best meals in his life. But the most important thing about that expedition is what came after he left the kitchens. RRY heard some steps coming around the corner, so he quickly hid under his invisibility cloak. To his relief, it was only the twins looking at a piece of parchment. You can show yourself, Harrykins. One of them said. Don't worry. We are not going to hand you over to Filch. The other said. Since he had been already caught, Harry decided to reveal himself. It is not as if the twins weren't breaking rules either. How did you find me guys? I thought I had been sneaky enough. It was very simple Harrykins. It is due to this, Fred said, pointing at the parchment. This is the key to our success. And you are a lucky one. Harrykins, we have decided to pick you as our successor. George added. What do you mean? It is only an ordinary piece of parchment, right? Harry couldn't understand it. A few minutes later, he understood. Whoever the marauders may have been, they were geniuses. To make a whole map of the school, as well as being able to point the location of every individual, that was outstanding. Along with the cloak, this would make him undetectable inside the castle. There was no way Black would be able to catch him if he could see him entering the castle from his room. So, with this new possession, Harry decided to go to sleep, feeling way more confident than he felt the day before. A few minutes later, Harry was about to enter the common room. It was at this point that he remembered that Sir Cadogan had just been placed here today. Good evening, young sir. Is there anything Sir Cadogan can do for you? Harry was surprised by his manners, far more polite than the fat lady, and replied. Yes, Sir Cadogan. I need to enter the Gryffindor common room. I am not supposed to let students enter after curfew, but your eyes remember me of someone. Harry was jubilant. A portrait knew his mother. Or was it another ancestor? Maybe he knew something. And who was that someone, sir? It is someone I haven't seen in centuries. I am speaking about Tim the Enchanter. An explosion was heard. Wait, what? But what does that mean for me? He didn't know who the Tim was, and he doubted that Binns would mention him at history unless he killed a goblin. Yes, that is correct. He was one of the most prestigious wizards of his age. So, I am going to use the same method he used during my quest with Arthur, the King of the Britons. You shall answer 3 questions, and if you answer them correctly, I shall let you pass, and tell you about the passwords for tomorrow. If not, you shall be sent on your way until the end of curfew. Okay. Bring them on, Harry said with more confidence than he felt. First question. What is your name? Harry James Potter. What is your quest? My quest is to get a good night's sleep without hearing Ron snoring. Good answer. And finally, what is your favorite color? Harry thought about green, but said color suddenly changed to familiar blue eyes. The answer is blue. Correct. Have a good night, Mr. Potter. Harry entered the common room speechless. Both due to the conversation with Sir Cadogan and his new favorite color. Because he did not fancy her, right? 6th of November 1993. Harry was going down to the Quidditch pitch. To be honest, Harry didn't think they should be playing today. It was raining cats and dogs outside, and Harry doubted you could see further than 5 feet in front of you. But that was a thing that the captains had to agree on, and he didn't see wood folding anytime soon. The spectators hadn't reached the stadium yet, so they could still save themselves from the rain. So as with very dire prospects that Harry reached the changing rooms. Before he was able to enter, the rest of his Quidditch team was coming out. "You can't be serious, Oliver. There is no way we are playing today. I don't care if it is Slytherin or the Holyhead Harpies we are supposed to play against, this is not happening," Angelina proclaimed. "Yeah, there is no way we can protect you from the bludgers if we cannot see them." The twins added, "Oliver, if they can't see the bludgers, how I am supposed to see the snitch? With the constant lightnings around, I will not be able to see a shiny dot." Harry was beginning to get desperate. They couldn't play under this weather, right? If Harry can't get the snitch, we could lose quite badly, and you wouldn't want to lose against Slytherin, right? Katie asked. "No, never." "All right then, we are canceling. But we still need to get Flint to agree, remember?" Oliver said. So, with that statement from Oliver, they all went to the pitch, hoping that the Slytherins would see reason. "Flint, I need to ask something from you." "Nice to see you, Wood. Especially considering I need something from you as well. We need to cancel the game," both said. Their eyes turned to saucers. And Hooch could be seen pinching herself too. After all, they had never agreed on anything before. Well, considering that both captains agree to cancel the game, it will be played at a later date. As soon as the weather allows it. Have a good morning, and make sure not to catch a cold. And with this farewell from Hooch, they all went back the way they came. On his way back to the castle, Harry was intercepted by someone. "What did you have to do to convince Wood?" Daphne asked. "I basically told him that I wouldn't catch the snitch. What did you guys do to convince Flint?" He countered. "The beaters suggested to throw the bludgers at him instead of throwing them at your team. He is not so stupid to refuse that." She snickered. But before they could continue their conversation, they were interrupted. Woof, woof. There was a black dog waggling his tail at Harry. "Hey, boy, what are you doing here under the rain? You are too skinny as well, come inside and we will give you something to eat." Daphne looked at him with a bewildered expression, and it took her a while to ask. "Where did you get him? I thought you only had Hedwig. Plus, you know dogs aren't allowed here, don't you?" she said, quirking an eyebrow at him. "It is not my dog, relax. He is just a stray I fed once this summer. I am surprised he managed to find me, that's all," Harry said, while petting the dog behind his ears. He must be a very smart dog, to chase you all the way here." "Yeah, that is true. And this dog will be getting some meat from the kitchens, won't you?" 8 dogs started bouncing in happiness around them, and then he jumped on Harry, licking his face. "The kitchens. I didn't know they were open to students." Daphne asked again, glaring at him. Harry moved the dog away from him. And answered, "They are only open to the ones who find it. Come with me if you don't believe it." Daphne huffed, but she still followed them. Eventually they made it to the kitchens, where Dobby received them. "Good mornings, Great Master Harry Potter, sir." Daphne's snort could be heard behind Harry. "What is you be wanting to eat, sir?" the elf asked happily. "I don't feel particularly hungry right now, Dobby. Do you think there is some chicken left for the dog? I think we should take care of him, so if you could keep him fed it would be a good favor." "Of course, sir. Dobby will take care of Master's doggy." And looking at Daphne, Dobby asked, "Is Harry Potter's missus wanting something?" "Oi, I am not his missus." Noticing her tone, she asked, "Do you have any ice cream by the way?" Dobby is sorry miss. We is not having ice cream on winter months. Is there anything else Dobby can do for yous? No, thanks Dobby. I will have to get it somewhere else. While Harry was wondering why she wanted ice cream that much. It was pouring outside. That girl must be insane. Come on, Harry. Or everyone will start wondering if the Slytherins have kidnapped you or something. And with that call from Daphne, Harry left the kitchens and made his way to Gryffindor Tower. 13th of November 1993, Quidditch pitch. The Slytherin-Gryffindor match was taking place at this very moment. Gryffindor was currently winning 100-60, but the snitch was nowhere in sight. It seemed as if everything was going down to whoever could catch it first. The weather had been significantly better than last week. And the Seekers could actually try and find the snitch today. Which is why it was very surprising when the fog started coming in. Looking at Dumbledore, Harry realized he was as disturbed as the rest of them. Just as he looked back at the match, he saw Daphne making her move, with a golden dot flying in front of her. Just in time, Harry quickly flew towards them, and they started rising dangerously. This snitch didn't want to get caught that easily, it seemed. As they rose, a mysterious fog appeared in the pitch. Both Seekers continued in their pursuit of the snitch. But they also noticed the air becoming colder and colder. It was at this point that a voice startled Harry. "Did you see that shadow?" Daphne asked, no longer looking for the snitch. "You saw it as well." "I thought I was imagining it," Harry replied. "I don't like this, at all. I am not feeling well." Harry was about to tell her that he wasn't feeling good either, when he felt it. That feeling of dread. As if he couldn't feel happy anymore. "We need to get out of here now." The snitch completely forgotten, both of them flew as fast as possible, with Harry falling behind due to the Nimbus 2001's greater top speed. Which proved to be an almost lethal experience, as soon enough, Harry lost consciousness again. 14th of November 1993, Hospital Wing. Harry was finally awake. He felt completely exhausted, as if Buckbeak had used him as his personal doormat. Looking around, he realized he wasn't the only one there. "Glad to see you are finally awake, Harry. How much time have I spent here, Remus?" Harry was happy to see his favorite teacher, since he had no chance to speak with him outside classes since the full moon. "It is 5 in the afternoon, and you arrived here yesterday morning, so a day and a few hours. I would say, your friends and the Quidditch team were quite concerned for your health, especially Miss Greengrass." "Astoria was here," Harry replied. "I did not even kn. How she had come to the match. What happened though?" "Astoria. Oh no. I was speaking about her sister Daphne." Soon after that fog appeared, people started seeing Dementors everywhere. Soon enough, Daphne almost crashed into the ground. "And asked if you had arrived there. Since no one had seen you at the time, Dumbledore started preparing in case of an accident, thank Merlin for that. So, the Dementors attacked me again. Weren't they supposed to be only after Black? They did not kiss anyone, did they?" Fortunately for us Harry, no one else was hurt. "Well, except for whom, Remus?" Harry asked, dreading the answer. "You fell to the ground without your Nimbus, Harry. The broom crashed into the Whomping Willow, and honoring its name." The man then proceeded to show the rests of the Nimbus to Harry. The boy was torn between the relief of no one being hurt, and the loss of one of his most valued possessions. Harry only had one important question left to answer. "And the match?" Harry asked with fear. "It is a tie in the end, Harry." Lupin said. "Gryffindor was winning at the time, but you were out of the game and there was an evacuation of the stadium going on at the time, so N01 focused on the snitch. Wood and Flint agreed on something for the second time ever. They believe this match is cursed and have decided that a tie at 150 points is the fairest thing for both." Then Remus stood up, and began to leave. Not before saying, "I am very sorry about your broom, Harry. I will leave you to Poppy's care, who will no doubt provide you with plenty of potions of totally enjoyable taste. Make sure to rest well." And with that, Harry was once again alone with his thoughts. 18th of December 1993, Hogsmeade. Harry was entering the Three Broomsticks on his own. Ron and Hermione were still at Scrivenshafts, getting some extra parchment. Since Harry already had everything he needed, he was left the task to get a table at the pub. After a little wait, Harry was able to get a table for him and his friends. Just as he ordered 3 butterbeers, he was joined by someone. "Nice to see you here, Harry," Daphne said, startling him. "Nice to see you as well, Daphne." Daphne was wearing a white fur coat today. It was quite cold outside today, showed by her pink cheeks. Said think was also correct for Harry, but maybe for another reason. Daphne looked good. "Sue," Harry tried to start conversation. "What are you doing here?" "Hoping to get a butterbeer," she answered bluntly. "Really? I could have never seen that one coming. What are you really doing?" "I am waiting for Tracy and Pansy. They were taking too long looking at the kitties at the pet shop. They are cute, sure, but there are more things to do in here." After that statement from her, her butterbeer finally arrived. They continued their conversation for a while, until their respective groups of friends entered the pub. Daphne took it as her signal to leave, and went to sit at an empty table at the other side of the pub. Harry may have felt a little sad about that. A few minutes before that. Pissed. Pansy. What do you want, Tracy? The girl replied. Do you think the plan worked? She asked, a hopeful glint on her eyes. What do you mean exactly? That they will be alone, or that it will happen today? Both, maybe. Tracy tried. The first one is likely, and the second not that much. Daphne is still blind, and from what I've been told, Harry can be quite oblivious as well. Guess we will have to wait a bit more then. By the way, how do you know that about Harry? It is not that difficult to see, really. Plus, I have an informant in Gryffindor. And before you ask it, I am not telling you who it is. 25th of December 1993, Gryffindor Common Room. Harry had just woken up to the sound of Ron unwrapping presents. He even forgot about waking me up. Harry grumbled. Gathering all of his presents together, Harry realized there was an even bigger amount of them this year. There were the ones from Ron and Hermione. Astoria and Daphne, the usual package of rock cakes from Hagrid. Mrs. Weasley had been especially nice this year. Apart from her usual Weasley jumper, she had also made him a chocolate loaf cake. With some chocolate cookies as well. There was a note attached to it to explain. To make you feel better after dealing with those disgusting creatures. Have a nice Christmas. Arthur and Molly Weasley. But there were two others in there. Opening the first, Harry realized it was a present from Remus. 101 Spells to Incapacitate Your Opponent was looking like an interesting lecture. Something that could improve his spell variety during a duel. Plus, there were a few pranking spells that would make Fred and George jealous. And then there was the big one, a large rectangular package with a very familiar shape. That can only be a broom. Looking around, Harry realized Ron staring at it too, and he seemed to be thinking the same. Ron urged him to open it, and Harry was too happy to oblige. It is a firebolt, Harry. You have the fastest broom in the world now. Yeah, nothing can stop me from catching the snitch now. Harry exclaimed. But who sent it? You didn't buy it for yourself, did you? No, I did not. And now that you mention it, there is no note or anything in here. Maybe it is Dumbledore again, like with your father's cloak. Ron tried. Maybe. But if he had the money, wouldn't he buy good brooms for the school first? That debate ended with a draw. None of them knew anything about who had the firebolt delivered to Harry. Just as they were about to change the topic, Hermione joined in. What if it was Sirius Black? Maybe he sent it to kill you in a Quidditch accident. Come on, Hermione. How could he get the money to pay for it? He is the most wanted criminal in the country right now. Even the Muggles are searching for him. Ron replied. Yeah, but Harry was almost killed by a broom 2 years ago. Who is to say that he came up with a similar plan to his old master? Criminals think alike, Ronald. I believe you should send it to the teachers, Harry. The teachers? Why them? To have it checked for any misfunctions, or curses. Make s. You are not to touch it and bring it to McGonagall's office. Whoa, Hermione. Are you suggesting that Harry brings that to the professors, just so they dissection it in their office? Ron intervened. Both of them continued rambling until Harry grew tired of it. Enough. Both of you shut up now. They were both so surprised by Harry's outburst that they were rendered speechless. Hermione is right, since literally anyone could have sent it. I wouldn't be surprised if it was Lucius Malfoy's attempt at vengeance for me freeing Dobby last year. But Ron is also right. The professors may be competent at what they do, but I doubt they ever worked with brooms before. Harry cleared his throat, which had the unintended consequence of interrupting Hermione, who seemed ready to say something again. In the end, I am not going to touch it. It will be the employees of the Firebolt Company who will. No one can know better than them, right? Daphne Greengrass didn't consider herself as a sociable person. Surely, she had a few friends, and could control herself properly in public, but that didn't mean that she was a giggly girl. Which is why she hated what their friends and her sister were doing at her right now. Sue, how did your date with Harry go? Astoria asked, giggling. Once again, dear sister of mine, it was not a date. Daphne insisted again. Oh, come on. You were alone with him, Tracy said. On a place a lot of couples usually go, Pansy continued. And you clearly fancy each other, Astoria followed. Therefore, it was a date. The three concluded. UUUGH. You three are insufferable. Can you just leave me alone? And with that she left the room, still blushing madly. A few seconds later, Mrs. Greengrass entered the room. I heard my eldest daughter yelling, "Is everything okay?" She asked the room. "Yes, Mum. She is just stupidly stubborn. It is not even a bad thing." Astoria answered. "Yeah, she could do a lot worse." Tracy added. "Let me take a guess, is it about the Potter boy again? What did she do this time? She won't admit that she went on a date with him and enjoyed it, Mrs. Greengrass. How many times have I said it, Pansy? You can call me Amanda. I didn't even know he had asked her on a date. How did it happen? To our knowledge, no one asked anyone. We just made sure to leave them alone at the Three Broomsticks, Mrs. Amanda. The T may be it then. She possibly expected him to ask her, and maybe he is too shy to attempt that right now, am I right?" "Yes, Mum," Astoria confirmed. "Now that I have helped you, tell me, what happened on their date?" 6th of January 1994, Lupin's office. Harry was exhausted. His latest attempt at the Patronus charm had left him breathless. Remus had already warned him, but he had decided to continue. He had to continue. He needed to learn it. Just after he had been set free of Madame Pomfrey's care, Harry had immediately gone to Remus to ask if he could teach him to defend himself from the Dementors. Despite being reluctant at first, Remus had agreed to teach him the Patronus charm. He had already warned Harry about the difficulty, but one thing was hearing about it, and the other was feeling it yourself. "We must leave it for today, Harry. Unless you want to return to the hospital wing, that is." "No, I am perfectly fine, thank you. I will leave now, and we will try this again next week. Good night." After that, Harry soon started running to the common room, before Remus changed his mind. This week had been quite good for him, and the lessons had become more interesting than ever. During care of magical creatures, Hagrid had warned them to bring the heat protection gloves to avoid burns during the lesson. Initially, Harry, Ron and Hermione began to panic. The flashbacks Fr. Norbert were still recent in their minds. In the end, they didn't need to. It turns out they were studying salamanders, and you could be burnt quite easily because of their tails. Turns out salamanders were really interesting. And they were very useful in healing potions. Speaking about potions, Professor Greengrass had been teaching them how to brew shrinking potions. It had made for an entertaining lesson. And she even tried Neville's potion on a turtle named Carl. She mentioned the possibility of it dying with a creepy glint in her eyes, and she even seemed disappointed when Carl shrank and regrew without issue. Harry was afraid of this madness being a Greengrass trait. Even divination had made for interesting lessons. They were studying palmistry, and somehow, Trelawney predicted Harry's death again. Since Harry was still quite alive after her last prediction, very few people took her seriously. After telling Sir Cadogan the correct password, they had 6 different ones every day, he finally entered the common room. He only wanted to sleep and make up for the considerable effort he had put in that day. 5th of February 1994, Quidditch pitch. Harry was looking for the snitch. The match was going well, with Gryffindor winning by 100-70 against Ravenclaw. Since Ravenclaw had lost against Slytherin 2 weeks before, it meant that Gryffindor needed to win to be in contention for the cup. This wasn't a bad thing. But the game was going for too long for Harry's tastes. It's not that he didn't enjoy playing, it's that he didn't enjoy his opponent. Cho Chang was a girl Harry hadn't noticed before. She seemed to be a 5th year, but he wasn't sure. He was sure that she was following him, however. She had ignored the snitch the whole game and seemed to think that chasing him would be the best tactic to get the snitch. Which was quite stupid to think, considering she had a clean sweep 5 against his new firebolt. He had been training with his new broom for several weeks now. And the top speed of the broom was simply terrifying. It outflew anything you put up against it. Harry wondered if you could outfly a dragon with it. Looking at the Hufflepuff stands, he noticed something shiny. After another quick glance, he saw it, the snitch. Turning around swiftly, Harry began to chase the elusive ball. Soon after, Harry noticed Chang moving, and trying to catch his slipstream. Doing a couple of pirouettes to distract her, Harry soon ordered his broom to go faster. The snitch was able to detect that and changed her trajectory to an almost free fall straight to the ground. Harry began to drop to and noticed that the Ravenclaw Seeker was still going forward, trying to get the snitch in case it changed trajectory again. Harry dropped more and more, and just as he was considering giving up, the snitch made her move. Quickly straightening the broom, Harry only had to wait a few seconds before the golden snitch was in his fingers once again. A thundering applause could be heard at the pitch, and an even louder one when Gryffindor was proclaimed winner by 290 to 120. He also heard some howls, and turning around Harry noticed that his dog had come to see him as well. Giving him a wave, Harry soon moved towards his team to prepare for the celebrations tonight. That night, Sirius Black was finally going to achieve his objective, to avenge James and Lily, and hope a few LLY clear his name to take care of his godson. It was unfortunate that his attempts to contact Remus had been unsuccessful. He would have to do it on his own. He reached the portrait of the common room, but this time he noticed it was Sir Cadogan guarding it. The fat lady won't have recovered yet. Oops. He was thankful once again to that orange cat. He had to admit he was quite smart. He even brought him the passwords for the week. With his heart filled with hope for the first time in over a decade, Sirius approached the portrait. "Good evening, Sir Cadogan, I would like to enter, please." Goo. D manners had always been appreciated by Sir Cadogan, and Sirius wanted to appease the portrait before attempting to enter. "It was a shame I wasn't able to seduce the fat lady." "Good evening, mister. I am afraid I cannot let you enter, since you don't have the password." Sirius then got his parchment, and began reciting the passwords one by one, but in the end, it didn't matter. "That is quite impressive, sir. But I cannot let you inside, since you are not a student, a professor, or a professional about to get rid of anything dangerous. But I fulfill the last category. There is a murderer inside these walls, and I have been asked to get him out of this castle." Sir Cadogan looked pensive for a while, but he replied, "I do not know if that is true. To check that, I am going to ask you a series of questions. And if you answer the 3 of them correctly, I shall let you enter. Are you ready?" Noticing Sirius furiously nodding, he began. "First question, what is your name?" "Sirius Orion Black." "What is your quest?" "To get rid of the murderer in Gryffindor Tower." "And what is the airspeed velocity of an unladen swallow?" "What do you mean? An African or European swallow?" I don't know that." And with that, the portrait opened completely, letting the ex-convict full access to the tower. Now, he could only think. When you are a Black, you are supposed to know these things. 19th of February 1994. Hogwarts' second floor corridor. Harry had gone to the kitchens again, looking for a midnight snack. Things had been going well for him recently. After Black's attack, security had been improved all along the castle. Harry was not allowed to go outside on his own, which he did not do often, but there was always a teacher supervising his Quidditch practices, which he didn't mind. His Patronus training had offered the first results. He was still not able to hold it for long, but for a few seconds, you could see the glimmer of a shield. Remus had been very proud of him at that point, and he rewarded him with extra chocolate. He was looking at the map to make sure he was not caught, when he noticed something strange at the 3rd floor. Peter Pettigrew. This was a name that was not supposed to be there. Remus had not talked a lot about what happened during the war, but he knew that this man was the one that tried to stop Black. According to witnesses, his body had exploded, and the only recognizable things were a finger, and a large pool of blood. Wanting to know what was happening, Harry decided to follow the dot marked as Pettigrew. He went around the corridors, almost colliding with the walls several times. He was about to corner him in the 5th floor, when suddenly, the dot disappeared. Harry stood there for a while, until a voice brought him out of his musings. "You shouldn't be out of bed after curfew, Harry," Remus said. I just went for a snack. That is all. You won't prank a prankster, Harry. You should learn to come up with better excuses." He paused for a moment, until his eyes reached the map in his hand. "So you found it. I never thought I would see it again." He smiled. "See it again? You used this before?" Harry asked, pointing at the map. "Use it. I was one member of the group who made it. Or what do you think Mooney stood for?" "You were Mooney. Then what about the others?" Harry asked. "Your father was Prongs, Peter was Wormtail, and he was Padfoot. We invented this when we were students to avoid getting caught." "You said Peter made it as well." Peter as in Peter Pettigrew. Yes, why? Remus questioned. I have just seen him, on the map. He was running along this corridor before he disappeared. That should not be possible, unless… Harry was dismissed before Remus revealed anything else. He told him he would keep the original map and would make Harry a copy. He also promised him to keep an eye on Peter, and if he appeared again, both of them would go after him. 4th of March 1994, Black Lake. Harry was playing with his dog on the shore of the Black Lake. Since they were getting along well, Harry had decided to keep him. He named him Snuffles. A couple of happy barks by the dog were enough to convince him that he had made a good choice. Snuffles was now quite healthy. You could no longer see his bones through his skin, and after a couple of forced showers from the elves the dog was somehow very reluctant receiving a shower from Harry. It now had clean fur as well. Today Harry had transfigured a pebble into a tennis ball, and they were playing fetch. The dog seemed very smart to Harry, and he even realized a couple of feints Harry tried. The dog was able to see when he didn't throw the ball though, and looked at him annoyed. Harry enjoyed this free time with his dog. It was different from the usual things he did at Hogwarts. And it was a nice way to relax. He should find other ways to keep himself entertained as well. His rivalry with Daphne had been dormant for a while, maybe he should do something to spice it up. 16th of March 1994, Gryffindor Common Room. Harry was in the common room listening to Ron and Hermione arguing, again. Scabbers had disappeared ever since Black's attempt to enter the common room. And Ron was suspecting again that Scabbers had been eaten, since some blood was found on his bed sheets. Hermione refused to even consider the idea of Crookshanks being guilty, and blamed Ron for letting Scabbers walk around in a dangerous environment. The argument went on and on. So Harry stopped listening to them, and established conversation. And since the other people in common room were practically strangers to Harry, he decided to speak with Asclepius. Dollar, and what are they shouting about, speaker? Dollar. Dollar, they are still talking about Ron's pet, Scabbers. Dollar, Harry answered. Dollar, you mean that awful rat? I would never consider eating such thing. Dollar. Dollar, and why wouldn't you? Dollar, Harry asked. He was surprised by his restraint. Dollar, because he doesn't feel like a real rat, speaker. Dollar. Dollar, what? Why not? Harry questioned. He had never felt anything special about Scabbers. Dollar, he smells strange. He almost smells like a human. Dollar, well, he has been living amongst humans for over a decade, so that may be it. Right. Dollar. Dollar, you may be right, speaker. But I still recommend you to stay away from it. Dollar. After that warning, the snake left, probably looking for Astoria. Harry was left alone, worrying about a rat that didn't seem to be a rat, but if neither Ron nor his family had never noticed anything strange, how bad could it really be? 23rd of March 1994, Hogwarts Library. Harry and Ron were going to the library to fetch Hermione. Scabbers had reappeared again, so Ron and Hermione were not arguing anymore. The boys still disagreed with her on another thing though. For the whole year, she had been stressing about classes and she was totally overworked. Her refusal to rest or sleep the healthy amount required by her body was also felt around her. She had become more short-tempered. And her organized diet had now become an attempt to gather nutrients. Hermione didn't seem to fully concentrate on anything apart from homework and classes, and that was not good. Ron had already brought this to McGonagall, who mentioned that she had already had a conversation with her. The professor also told them that she had warned her at the beginning of the year, but Hermione had refused to listen. So here they were. They had finally reached a decision. If Hermione was stubborn about her work, they would be even more stubborn over her need for a pause. They now only needed Madame Pants's support. Excuse me, Madame Pants? Harry asked. Yes, Mr. Potter. Is there anything I can help you with? The librarian asked. We want you to keep Hermione's things until she comes back tomorrow. Harry said. And why didn't she ask herself? Because she doesn't know she is leaving now, madam. Ron answered. She has been spending too much time in here, and we are going to get her out. And maybe cause a commotion along the way. Ron added. Now that you mention it, she has spent a lot of time in here the last few weeks, and you say you want her to leave, but she won't do that on her own volition. She questioned. That is absolutely correct, madam. She is going to leave either by herself, or by force. Harry sentenced. Normally I wouldn't approve, but it is for a student's sanity. If you promise that there won't be any damage to the library, I will turn a blind eye. We have a deal, both boys said. They entered the library, and they soon found Hermione sitting at their usual table. Seeing her frizzy hair, they both reaffirmed that it had been enough. Hermione, it is time to leave. Ron tried. How many times have I told you, Ronald? I still have too much work left to do. She whispered. You don't understand, Hermione, you are leaving now. Harry informed her. He nodded at Ron, who nodded in return, and they both lifted Hermione, grabbing her from under her arms. Hey, what are you doing? Let me go. Now, she yelled. Sorry, but can't do. Ron replied. You need to clear your head, and interacting with people may help you. What? I am perfectly fine, thank you. Harry, make this brute unhand me, please. She pleaded. I agree with him, actually. You are burning yourself out, and you need to disconnect. Since you won't leave on your own, we are simply helping you. And that is how they both carried Hermione out of the library all the way to Gryffindor Tower. Meanwhile, Hermione had been yelling profanities all the way, and some of them would have made a sailor blush. After greeting the newly restored fat lady, they both approached Parvati and Lavender, who were sitting on a couch. Good evening, ladies, Ron said. Here is your delivery of Girlfriend by P&W Transports. Have fun. Then they dropped Hermione onto a chair. Before she could react, she was disarmed and tied to said chair. What are you doing? You said you wanted me to interact. How can I do that if you leave me here? You are right, Hermione. Harry affirmed. But you also spend too much time with us, you need female friends. To talk about whatever it is you girls talk about. And since Lavender and Parvati volunteered, I couldn't say no. Hermione then looked at both girls, who wore full grins on their faces. Don't worry, Harry, we'll take care of her. Lavender said. Yeah, and we will teach her a thing or two as well. Let's see if we can tame this crazy thing she calls hair, Parvati added. What? She shouted, looking at them alarmed. Harry's hair is even worse than mine. And you haven't tried anything, have you? Actually, we did. The girls answered. It just wouldn't work. Or didn't you notice that it looks shinier than usual? And before she could even come up with an answer, Harry and Ron both left to their dorm. Hopefully the girls would help Hermione loosen up a bit. 1st of April 1994, Divination class. Harry and his friends were sitting next to the crystal ball. They had been trying to see something for the last 15 minutes, but they hadn't achieved anything yet. Ron suggested to just come up with things, and Harry was adept to the idea. Just as he was going to make his first prediction, Professor Trelawney joined them. Have you seen anything already, boys? Harry was about to say something, when he noticed Ron. He was staring at the crystal ball intently, as if watching the most interesting Quidditch game ever. Suddenly, he spoke. I see a wolf. A wolf chasing a rat. He wants to catch the traitor, but he isn't sure if he will succeed. He is worried about a dog too. Well done. Congratulations, Mr. Weasley, you may have your first true prediction here. But that is nonsense. How do we know that may happen? It was Hermione speaking now. My girl, ever since you first joined this class, I knew you were lacking something. Your tendency towards books and other sources of knowledge is blinding your inner eye. Why? Oh, you won't succeed in this class unless you learn to open yourself. She said calmly. I won't succeed because there is nothing I can succeed in. This class is an absolute waste of mine and everyone's time. Screw you, I am leaving. After that sentence, the most disrespectful towards a teacher anyone had seen from her, she ran away from the class, never to come back. Professor, you warned us. Parvati exclaimed. One of us shall leave us forever before Easter. It was her all along, was it? You are correct, Ms. Pottle. Since the disturbance is now over, how about we try to look into the future again? That same afternoon, Harry was moving towards the Slytherin table under his invisibility cloak. As today was April Fool's and the twins' birthday, Harry had caught some of the pranking spirit going on in Gryffindor Tower. He had already managed to get some chilies on Fred and George's food during lunch, as a sort of birthday present. Their faces when they bit the peppers had been hilarious. Somehow the chasers noticed it was him, but instead of chastising him, he received 3 high fives. Apparently, this was the day of the year everyone tried to take revenge on the twins, and he had been one of the few to succeed. And with impressive results. The twins' faces were redder than their hair. Now, Harry was standing behind the trio of Slytherin girls. Since there had not been any rivalry things recently, Harry decided it was time to spark some tension with a prank, which hopefully would lead to a prank war that he would win because of the twins' help. It was just the beginning of the master plan. He decided to keep it simple for the start. A simple color-changing spell would be an innocent beginning to their prank war. Plus, it is nothing that could not be reversed in less than a minute. And it was completely harmless. So, with a swift movement of his wand, along with a quiet mutter of the correct incantation, Daphne's hair turned darker and slightly shorter, resembling pansies. Once this stage was over, Harry decided to go on to stage 2, presentation. He looked at the girls several times, and it seemed that while Tracy and Pansy had already realized, Daphne was still clueless. After watching them start to leave, Harry went on to the planned confrontation. A minute later, he was in front of the girls, walking quickly. He, accidentally, crashed into Daphne, and apologized. "Sorry about that one, I didn't know where I was looking. By the way, nice change of style. But I must admit it suits Pansy better." Before she could say anything, he had already ran away. Daphne stared at Pansy for a moment. Before checking herself over, she knew she hadn't changed anything today. It was when she was checking her hair that she realized. "Potter, you son of a." 3rd of April 1994, Hospital Wing. Harry had learned something very important that morning. You never mess with a girl's hair. He was barely able to enjoy his victory before the Slytherin trio found him. The results were not pretty. All of them had decided to hex him at the same time, and therefore, the results had all combined together. Thank Merlin they found me in close to the hospital door, or I wouldn't have made it here. Harry thought. The reason was very simple. He didn't know who had casted what, but Harry's legs had somehow turned into tentacles, and those tentacles along with his hair were now alternating between all the colors of the rainbow. In addition, he was now wearing clown clothes. After a session under Madame Pomfrey's care, he now had his original limbs, and his body was the color it was meant to be. His clothes were the school robes again, and he could now go outside without fear of losing points. But being pranked wasn't the worst part. He had already expected the retribution from the girls. The worst part was that he had been so humiliated. The twins had rejected to join him in the prank war. He had lost all before it even began. How could things have gone so badly? They had done it. They had done it. Gryffindor had finally won the Quidditch Cup for the first time in almost a decade. The moment Harry caught the snitch against Hufflepuff, everyone lost it. Wood was now drunk in fire whiskey, praising the team's prowess to anyone that would listen to him. Fred and George had left with Angelina and Alicia a while ago, respectively. Harry suspected they were celebrating in a broom closet at the moment. The atmosphere at Gryffindor Tower was one of overall happiness. Even Hermione had been forced to let go of her studies to join. Harry was glad they had managed to drag her away from that. Ron had been tasked to keep her entertained so she couldn't leave. McGonagall had come for a visit a couple of hours ago. She had showed a lot of pride on the team, and she had complimented each of their members personally. Harry was very proud of this achievement. For the first time in his life, Harry knew he was being praised for something he deserved. 5th of May 1994, Remus Lupin's office. "Well done, Harry, that's it," Remus exclaimed. Harry had finally been able to repel the boggart Dementor. He was panting on the floor, but he had succeeded. "I don't know if you realized it, Harry, but you have done something truly extraordinary." "What did I do?" Harry replied. "You have successfully cast a spell the majority of adults struggle with. And you have done that at the age of 13. It is truly unheard of," Remus said. "But I can barely stand on my own," Harry argued. "Yeah, but most adults would have already lost their souls. If that was an actual Dementor, you would have scared it away, for sure," he assured him. "What if there were more?" Harry asked. "Well, you would be in a pickle, Harry," Remus confessed. "Dementors only do two things. They either catch a prey on their own, or hunt in packs. And when I mean packs, I mean dozens of Dementors, Harry." The boy deflated after hearing that. "You shouldn't let yourself down, Harry. To tackle one of these packs, You would need immense amounts of power and skill. The amount of people in this country that can do that can be counted with my hand, and I would still have some fingers left over. You have achieved something extraordinary today, and I believe it will be a first on a long list. 9th of June 1994, Divination Classroom. It was now Harry's turn to do the divination exam. To be honest, he was kind of nervous. It was the one case where you didn't have any control on how the test could go. So sitting in front of Professor Trelawney, Harry declared himself ready, and began, predicting. I see something in the lake. There seems to be a strange structure floating on it, something I have never seen before. And there are people in there, waiting for something else to begin. Harry continued, predicting, for a while. Eventually, Professor Trelawney told him it was enough, and he was allowed to leave. Trelawney was muttering something to herself, and Harry looked at her. Suddenly, Professor Trelawney stopped muttering, and her eyes became glassy. Harry was about to ask if she was okay, when she began speaking with a deep voice. It will happen tonight. The Dark Lord lies alone and friendless, abandoned by his followers. His servant has been waiting for 12 years. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master. The Dark Lord will rise again with his servant's aid, greater and more terrible than ever before. Tonight, before midnight, the servant will set out to rejoin his master. And just as fast as it began, it ended. A.N.D. Trelawney hadn't even noticed what she had done. Feeling that his presence was no longer needed, Harry apologized to the professor and left. Harry didn't immediately return to the common room, as H.E. wanted to take a walk to clear his mind first. This walk must have taken longer than he expected, because just as he was starting to move towards the great staircase, someone called for him. Harry mate, are you all right? Ron asked him worriedly. Yes Ron, why shouldn't I? I just saw something today, at the divination exam, and I am worried, so I needed to ask you a question, Ron said. What is it Ron, that is so important? Have you ever approached a giant creepy cup? He questioned. A big cup? You mean like one of the cups in the trophy room? No Harry. Ron denied. I mean like a giant goblet. That somehow produces blue fire. Harry was now speechless. He had never heard of such an object before. I have never heard of such thing. Are you sure Trelawney's tea didn't affect you badly? Harry tried. I am sure. But it also seemed to be at the Great Hall. Maybe it has not happened yet. That may be it, Harry assured. I would remember it if it had happened. How bad could it be? Don't say that, Ron shouted. Maybe you don't care now, but in the vision, you didn't look very happy. You looked as if you had seen a ghost mate. Harry was now a little bit scared. Ron's frightened expression wasn't precisely helping, so he decided to promise him something. You know what Ron, since you are so concerned, I promise to never approach any giant fire-making goblets. Good for you. Yeah, good for me, but I would be careful still, Ron warned. An hour later, Harry was making his way back from the kitchens. He had gone there to check on Dobby and have a mid-afternoon snack. He was checking the map now, a habit he had developed in the last month. He saw Dumbledore at his office, McGonagall with the owl students, Peter Pettigrew next to Hagrid's hut. Wait a minute, Peter Pettigrew. Looking at the map again, Harry saw Remus walking in his office. Immediately, Harry started running towards his office, bumping into several students. After apologizing to another student, Harry finally made it to Remus' office. And barging in, he asked, "Have you seen it?" Remus, who seemed to be packing his things, said, "Yes, and I was about to fetch you." After picking his jacket, he asked, "Are you ready?" "More than ready. By the way, what is in that bottle?" Harry asked, pointing at the little bottle at Remus' desk, emitting blue vapor. "That is something I need to take before I leave," the man answered. "Before taking it in one go. As disgusting as always, let's go now." And with that proclamation, both of them left the room, not looking back. If they had bothered to look at the map for a second, they would have noticed a dot named Sirius Black, also approaching Pettigrew. A few minutes later, Harry and Remus had made it all the way to Hagrid's hut. They were both struggling, it needed to be said. The sprint they had taken from Remus' office had left them both breathless. Harry was about to open the map to search for Pettigrew again, when he noticed something hiding in the bushes. "Remus, look, on your right," Harry whispered. Just as the older man looked that way, a black dog came out of the bush, and it started running. But instead of going to them, the dog was going towards the grass. It seemed as such, but when Snuffles bit, a loud squeak could be heard. Was he really trying to eat a rat? Snuffles, come here. Come on boy, release Scabbers. Despite Harry's instructions, Snuffles refused to listen to him. He started running away from them, decided to kill his prey. Come on Remus, we have to follow him. Harry cried. Remus quickly started moving, and soon enough, he realized where they were going. Harry, when did you get that dog? He asked. Well, I found him this summer, and he has been hanging around all year. Whatever reaction Harry expected, it was not Remus. Laughter. Ha 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 ha. Sneaky bastard. Of course, he has done it. Remus, what are you talking about? Harry asked. Who had done what? I am talking about one of the smartest idiots ever to live in this country. Tonight, Harry, we will finally learn the truth. And I would bet an arm that we will have to go to the Shrieking Shack for that. Harry still didn't know why. He knew that but decided to follow him anyway. If it really was that important, he would need to know. Harry looked at the Whomping Willow with contempt. How had Snuffles managed to freeze it? And would that lead them to the Shrieking Shack? Were they supposed to just let the tree throw them all the way there? His questions were answered soon enough, when Remus showed him the way the trunk had to be touched to be frozen. As well as the hole they had to sneak through. Once they were in the tunnel, Remus began a different conversation. Harry, you remember what I am, right? Yeah, the boy answered. But what does that have anything to do with this? If you had looked at the moon calendar for the month, you would have realized I will be transforming tonight. Harry became slightly paler at that statement. But you don't need to worry. That potion you saw me drink before is called Wolfsbane. It prevents me from losing my mind and transforming into a full werewolf during the full moon. I only transform into a wolf. And I get the sudden instinct to play ball and eat raw steak, like a hyperactive dog. That is nice, but why are you telling me this? The boy asked again. This potion is only a decade old, Harry. Back when I was a student it didn't exist, and I could be very dangerous. That is why they planted the tree, as well as excavated the tunnel. They did that so I could transform in the shack and not hurt anyone. As for the ghosts, they don't exist. It was just me on the full moon. Harry listened with interest, but he soon realized something. That wasn't the full story. I know that I still haven't told you everything, but I believe there is someone that has a say in all this, and it is time we hear him out. So, let's open this trapdoor and see it, shall we? Harry opened the door, and he entered the shack. Immediately, he could see the signs that a werewolf had inhabited the place, with ripped curtains and marks of claws in the wood. And at the center of the room was Snuffles, wagging his tail at them. Just as Remus closed the trapdoor, the dog wasn't there anymore. Instead of Snuffles, there was a middle-aged man, with black hair and gray eyes staring at them. It was a familiar sight to Harry, since he had seen him in the news. He was now looking at Sirius Black. Good evening, Harry and Remus. It has been a while, hasn't it? The escapee asked, grinning madly. It has been a long time, Padfoot, and I should greet dear old Wormtail, shouldn't I? Remus replied. What? You are telling me both of them were animagi like McGonagall? And no one realized. That is quite correct, Harry. And it all is kind of my fault, Remus began. As I told you, I used to come here for my transformations every month. Eventually, my friends realized I disappeared to somewhere unknown and asked me about it, he said, looking at both Harry and Sirius. And they offered to help me. But since they knew they wouldn't be able to do much as humans, they decided to help me as animals. Remus continued. We came here every month to help Remus ever since our 5th year, and that is how we got our nicknames. Mooney for a werewolf, Padfoot for a dog, Wormtail for a rat, and Prongs for a stag. And now, if you forgive me, could we get our dear old friend to join us on our chat? Sirius finished. A second later, Peter Pettigrew was human again, and he was tied to a chair thanks to an opportune incarcerus. Hello Peter. How is my traitorous friend doing? A couple of hours later, Peter Pettigrew had confessed everything. From being the secret keeper of the Potters, to being the one who killed the 17 muggles that afternoon 12 years ago. Harry had taken this change to take a proper look at Sirius. He didn't look healthy, and he was way too pale. But he no longer had the crazy look and he looked properly fed. I have to thank the house elves for that one. Soon enough, they started carrying Pettigrew through the tunnel towards Hogwarts, where they would be calling the Aurors. And hopefully, Sirius would get his long-awaited trial. They were halfway through the tunnel, when Sirius decided to start conversation. Harry, I don't know if someone told you, but, he began. But you are supposed to be my godfather. Yeah, Remus told me a while ago, Harry replied. Oh, that is nice, yes. What I mean is that, well, you will probably say no anyway. What do you mean? What do you want to ask? Your parents thought I should take care of you in case something happened to either of them, so would you want to come and live with me? He asked with hope in his eyes. You mean for the summers? Away from the Dursleys? Of course, I want to do that. Harry answered happily. He would be finally free. And no one could tell him otherwise. Good. We will probably have to do a cleanup. I doubt anyone has lived there for years. At that point, they made it to the entry of the passage. Pettigrew was still trying to fight against his ties unsuccessfully. But then, it all began to go wrong. Remus came out of the tunnel to realize it was nighttime already. By the time Harry and Sirius came out of the tunnel as well, he was already transforming. And true to his word, instead of changing into the terrifying creature in Harry's books, he just became a bigger wolf. While they were distracted looking at Remus, someone else was making his move. Eder had transformed his teeth into his rat form, and he had eaten the ropes that were binding him. Taking advantage of the situation, he scurried off and tried to leave. But Harry saw him. Peter is escaping. We have to get him back. Soon enough, there were a dog, a wolf and a teenager chasing a rat across the forbidden forest. But Harry and Sirius couldn't follow their pace. Harry only had 2 legs. And he wasn't fast enough for the wolf and the rat. And he was scared of hexing Remus instead of Peter. And while Sirius felt the best that he felt in years, he still lacked physical form, and couldn't handle a chase that long. Because of that, he had to transform back into a human. Harry, we need to leave. The forest is dangerous, and we only have your wand to protect us, we can only hope that Remus manages to get him before he escapes again. Harry had to agree. He was very disappointed. When he was finally about to get a home, it got stolen out of his hands. He almost had it. He had even started imagining his summer holidays. But it was unlikely this would happen now, unless Remus managed to get him, of course. They walked together in silence, in part because they didn't want to attract unsavory guests. But mostly because both of them were too disappointed to say anything. It was a very sad feeling that was consuming them from within, without happiness to keep them afloat. Harry remembered that feeling. He had been suffering under it for all year, which could only mean one thing: Dementors. Harry looked around, to notice a dozen of them approaching him and Sirius from the Black Lake. And there were several more at the outskirts of the forest, waiting for them to try and enter. They were cornered now. There was no escape. Harry began feeling sad again. So this would be his end. Getting his soul eaten by the most disgusting creatures on Earth, and he hadn't even gotten the chance to say goodbye to anyone. Ron and Hermione, who didn't even know he was on another adventure, Daphne and Astoria, who would probably yell at him again for being reckless, and Remus, who was still trying to get Pettigrew. It was at this point that Harry tried the only thing that could save him now. Gathering all of his happy memories, his time with his friends, his hope and his dreams, and he yelled, "Expecto Patronum." They didn't see it immediately, but the spell was very effective. Magical waves of happiness started rolling away from Harry, and repelled several dozens of Dementors away. These Dementors were forced to flee, after facing such powerful memories. But it also left Harry being exhausted. Sirius picked him up from the floor, praising his braveness and his ability. And then Sirius started carrying Harry, to bring him to the castle, where someone could assist the boy. Meanwhile, Hedwig was on her usual night hunt. She had found a tasty mice close to the Ollery, but she wanted a little dessert. She was on her usual route above the forbidden forest, when she saw something unusual. There were a wolf and a dog running across the forest. And behind them there was her human. What was he doing there? Didn't he know that it was dangerous in there? She was about to show her disappointment in him. When she realized what they were chasing. It was the disgusting rat. The rat that Firehead liked so much. They were just trying to return it to him maybe. Looking down, she noticed it was just the wolf chasing the rat now. She should just go down and help him, yeah. In the end, if you want things properly done, you have to do them yourself. A few hours later, Harry was waking up. What had happened this time? He had gone to catch Peter and then, oh, the Dementors had almost killed him again. Both him and Sirius. Looking up, he saw that Sirius was looking towards the forest, still hoping. Harry didn't know what to do. How do you tell a man that after over a decade in prison, he would have to spend years on the run? It could break him completely. Just at that moment though, they heard a howl coming from the edge of the forest. A second later, a wolf jumped on them and started waggling his tail. Harry looked to see if the rat was there, but couldn't find any signs of him. He was about to tell Sirius, when he felt it. The familiar weight on his shoulder. Hedwig was here. Harry started petting his owl, when he realized that she was carrying something in her beak. The rat. She had caught it somehow and brought it to him. Amazing job, Hedwig. Who is the better owl? Yes you are, yes you are. And tomorrow morning you will join me for breakfast. Someone has earned an extra ration of bacon. Hedwig hooted happily, before releasing the traitor in his hand. He tried to escape again, but Harry cast a stupefy to make sure he couldn't leave. Sirius, I believe you are going to be a free man soon enough. Harry didn't even bother thinking about the prophecy Trelawney had given him. They had managed to avoid it in the end. After all, they had caught Pettigrew, hadn't they? Unbeknownst to them, Igor Karkaroff had just crossed the Albanian border. 10th of June 1994, Remus' office. Harry went to see Remus at his office to see if everything was going according to plan. To his surprise, he found the man packing his things. Remus, what are you doing? Did anything go wrong? He asked worriedly. Wrong. Everything is going well. By lunch, the Great Hall will witness the spectacle. You are wondering about me packing, right? At Harry's nod, he continued. Tell me, Harry, how long did your previous teachers last for? Well, neither of them lasted a year. They only made it until June. What are you implying? Harry asked. For the last 3 decades, no professor has lasted more than a year. Some of them died of illness or perished in battle. A couple women became pregnant and didn't come back. And a few others had mysterious and horrible deaths. You see where I am going. Harry realized that Remus was doing a very smart thing. If he just left now, the curse wouldn't stand a chance against him. But why would he join in the first place? If you knew that, why would you teach in the first place? I did it to repay a favor to Dumbledore. I signed a 1-year deal at the start of the year, and see if I could find a way to break the curse. I have been investigating the whole year, but I haven't even found the object such curse should reside in. Since I didn't plan to stay for longer than a year, the curse shouldn't affect me at all. Harry once again agreed with the man. If all went well, he would have a stable job. If all went wrong, at least he had managed to get a job for a year with good pay. So about the plan, or the Aurors on board. The Aurors. Since Sirius is involved in this, it is not only them. The head of the DMLE and even the minister himself will be joining us today. We will be having a VIP audience. Harry was very happy to hear that. What they had planned was good, but this was even better. A couple of hours later, hundreds of students were having lunch at the Great Hall. It was the end of the year, and they had just finished their exams. Happy faces could be seen in every table, full of relief. Especially for the 5th and 7th years. This feeling did not last for long. Because soon enough, the doors of the Great Hall opened to let in a procession of people. In front, stood 2 men in Auror robes, a dark-skinned one. And one that was missing a leg, and had a fake eye. Behind them, stood a red-haired woman, with a monocle, and an older man with a green bowler hat. After making their entrance, the woman spoke. We have received news that Sirius Black has been captured by the defense professor. Can someone direct us to Remus Lupin? Several looks were exchanged at the staff table. How had none of them heard about this? And how had it even happened? Meanwhile, hushed conversation could be heard between the students. Had Professor Lupin really caught Black? Their teacher had caught the most wanted criminal in the country. Despite all the hassle, one student remained silent. Harry Potter knew what was going on, but he wanted to see it unravel in front of him. Just as Hermione realized this, Remus Lupin entered the hall. That is true, Madam Bones. I have caught the most wanted criminal in Wizarding Britain. And here he is. At this exclamation, he took a rat out of his pocket and started showing it to everyone in the hall. Mr. Lupin, that is a rat. Have you made us come here for this? The man with the hat said. On the contrary, Minister. This is more than a simple rat. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you, the one and only, Peter Pettigrew. Before anyone could react, he waved his wand, and a man dropped to the floor. When people realized who it actually was, viral reactions were seen across the hall. Harry Potter and Remus Lupin were feeling smug. They liked it when plans turned out well. Minister Fudge paled considerably. This was not how things were supposed to go. The Aurors and Madam Bones looked at the man with interest. Getting black would have been good, but this was even better. And everyone else in the room lost their shit. Silence. Silence. Dumbledore screamed, after blasting twice with his wand. Now, Remus, what is the meaning of this? How can Pettigrew be alive? He asked what everyone wanted to know. Don't you find it suspicious, how despite being blown up, the only thing left of him was a finger? No guts, no blood, just a finger. The bastard faked his own death. He was the one who blew up the alley, and he blamed Sirius for it. That is nonsense. The minister intervened. You don't even have any proof. Mr. Pettigrew is a national hero. Proof. You want proof. What about this? He said, ripping Pettigrew's sleeve. He then proceeded to show the left arm to everyone, that had a tattoo of a snake revolving around a skull. That, the minister stuttered. And he couldn't be under the Imperius, could he? If he was, he would have become free 2 days before, when Voldemort died. Several people shuddered at the Dark Lord's name. Minister Fudge couldn't come up with anything else, so Madam Bones took her chance to speak again. I believe this is quite interesting, Mr. Lupin, but we still need Mr. Black here so a proper trial can take place. And you said you had him, am I wrong? You are not wrong, Madam Bones. A new voice was heard. Because I am already here. 13th of June 1994, shore of the Black Lake. Harry was reflecting on what had happened during his 3rd year. He had taken up 3 more subjects, each of them being interesting in its own way. Finding out the gruesome ways you are supposed to die is interesting, even if it is not true. He had visited Hogsmeade with his friends. And even if it was a little disappointing at first, he had a great time every time he visited the village. He had had a chance to explore with his friends and hang out with them outside of school. He had won the Quidditch Cup and made Oliver Wood the happiest man of the country. The captain had been on cloud 9 ever since, and nothing seemed to drag him down. He had also encountered an escaped convict, and helped this man and a werewolf catch a rat. Which sounded weird, but in reality, it was even weirder. And he also took his exams. Hermione had also revealed her time turner, something that had Harry and Ron annoyed. Hadn't them showed they were to be trusted. It would take a while to trust Hermione fully again. He didn't want to see her for a while, which is what drove him to sit here, below one of the trees around the Black Lake. He also wanted to see his grades himself, before sharing them around. Another year has finished, hasn't it, Harry? Daphne was talking to him, and considering her posture, she wanted something from him. Yeah, was it just me, or has it been too fast? It is as if I just arrived yesterday. No, it hasn't. Or at least for us mere mortals it hasn't. Some of us don't aid escaped convicts, do we? She smirked. I suppose you don't. Why are you here though? Not that I don't appreciate the company, but I thought you would be with your friends now. I am here for the same reason as you, she said, raising her envelope. We should take a look, shouldn't we? Harry could only nod at that, and he opened his envelope to find Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. End of 3rd year examination. Pass grades. Outstanding O. Exceeds expectations E. Acceptable A. Fail grades. Poor P. Dreadful D. Troll T. Harry Potter has achieved. Astronomy A. Charms O. Defense against the dark arts O**. History of magic A. Herbology E. Potions E. Transfiguration O. Ancient runes O. Care of magical creatures O. Divination E. Special note. Achieved perfect score. Harry was quite proud of his results. He had gotten 5 O's. He was clearly better than first year. And the rest of his grades weren't bad either. The only outliers were astronomy and history, but since he didn't need them, he wasn't worried. Looking at Daphne, who was checking her results again, Harry began feeling worried. Would she have beaten him? He couldn't have done much better. The only place where he could improve was potions, and even then, she would still be better. Despite dreading the results, Harry asked Daphne to exchange their papers. The girl quickly agreed, and he began reading. She had gotten 5 O's too. She got herbology and potions instead of Dada and charms, but they were still 5. She had gotten 4 E's though, he had only 3. Looks like I beat you at this one, she said, grinning. This, combined with your prank war, have been 2 fine victories this year. Hold on. Harry tried remembering a part of his letter. I agree with the second one, but this. You may have 1 more E, but I got a perfect score in Dada. That amounts to something, right? Daphne looked at him speechless. She then started reading the letter again, until she reached that part. She furrowed her eyebrows, and then said, You know what, Harry? I will take this one as a tie. Consider yourself lucky that I am feeling merciful towards you, she said snidely. Of course. How could I survive without my lady's mercy? Harry taunted. Come on, you idiot. Just because you managed to tie me doesn't mean you defeated me. You didn't even get that at Quidditch. Harry started laughing at her tone. It was nice to see that some things didn't change. He was looking forward to this summer, but first, there was Sirius' trial. Harry was witnessing Sirius and Pettigrew's trial. Due to the unconventional situation, it had been considered more proper to have a double trial for them. Harry had never witnessed any trial before, he had never been allowed to watch the TV, and he was quite surprised by how it worked. Madame Bones was the prosecutor, asking the questions. Madame Marchbanks, a veteran ministry official, acted as the judge. There were no lawyers, because no one had wanted to take such a case. Both of the accused answered through Veritaserum. It wasn't common, but Sirius gave his permission, so they could use it for him. As for Pettigrew, since he was still technically dead, he had no civil rights. So he had been forced to drink it as well. Harry had been asked questions too. As a witness to Pettigrew's reveal, he had talked for several minutes, corroborating Sirius' side of the story. There had been several tense moments. For example, when Pettigrew showed his dark mark again. In addition, it turned out they still had Sirius' old wand, and the detection spells casted against it show that no explosive spells had been cast in the last dozen of spells used. In the end, the amount of evidence made itself felt. After more than 2 hours of trial, Madame Marchbanks said, Peter Pettigrew, you are declared guilty of murder of 15 muggles, accessory of the murder of the Potter family, along with the framing of Sirius Black. I hereby sentence you to the Dementor's kiss. Harry looked at Remus, smiling. As for Mr. Black, I declare you innocent of all charges you have been accused for, even being an illegal animagus. You are a free man, and you will receive compensation for what you have been through. Sirius was about to stand up, but Madame Bones stopped him. Before you leave, one last question if you could. Sirius was still under Veritaserum, so he asked. Am I forced to answer? No, Mr. Black. The question is, were you the one who changed the Hufflepuff common room color to dark blue in October 1972? No, Madame Bones. It was Remus Lupin. Sirius answered truly. Good. I was never sure, but I know who to blame now, she said, glaring at the other man. It took a while for Harry and Remus to reach Sirius. Since the Blacks were such a prominent family, almost everyone wanted to congratulate him. Harry saw Lucius Malfoy next to a blonde woman, and both of them were glaring at his godfather. Finally reaching Sirius, they saw he was busy losing his breath. There was a woman with brown curly hair taking the air out of him. I knew you didn't do it. You are not capable of doing that. You were always my favorite relative for a reason. Andromeda can't breathe. Sirius tried. Sorry. I am very happy for you though. She stepped back and saw Remus and Harry. It seems that I am not the only one. Make sure to call this week, we need to catch up. After that, Andromeda left. Not before taking a pink-haired Auror with her. Who was that Sirius? Harry asked curiously. That was my cousin Andromeda, with her daughter. Along with my uncle Alfred. She was the only relative I got along with. It has been too long, he lamented. It has been. But now you have time to catch up. Harry, Did you take everything away from the Dursleys? Remus asked. Quote, everything I may need is in the trunk you shrunk before. We can leave whenever you want. Good, Sirius said. It is time to see what happened to my old house. Approximately an hour later, N12 Grimald Place. The house was in a deplorable situation. After Sirius' mother's death, everything had fallen in a state of disrepair. Dust had invaded the house, and several pests had also taken residence in the Black household. After a yelling session involving Creature, the Black's old house elf, the portrait of Sirius' mother, and Sirius himself, no room could be declared safe. For that reason, Remus had gone to Diagon Alley, and quickly returned with a camping tent, where they would be staying until the house was deemed secure. Honestly, what am I going to do with this place? It is full of junk. And everything seems to want to kill us in here, Sirius moaned. We should get rid of the pests first, Remus suggested. Once they are gone, we should do a general clean-up, and then choose what do you want to keep. When we have finally gotten rid of everything, then we can start redecorating. Yeah, Sirius accepted. It is going to take a while though. I doubt we will be done this summer. We have more than enough free time to fix this, Sirius, Remus assured. Right now, we should make camp, and tomorrow we will be able to look at everything differently. And with that, they had dinner together. And Sirius told them about his family. Harry quickly understood that his family mainly consisted of criminals, corrupt politicians, or pureblood bigots. No wonder Sirius left the first chance he got. Harry hated the Dursleys, but even they wouldn't resort to the ways the Blacks had followed. Harry was intrigued about what mysteries waited for him at the old house, but he knew it would still be miles better than anything that could have happened at Privet Drive. 28th of June 1994, N12 Grimald Place. Today was the beginning of the rebuilding of Grimald Place. Harry had woken up because of Sirius moaning, and his complaints about how much work they had to do. His rant was still ongoing, and he was now complaining about Creature. Stupid old house elf. He could not do anything useful. He was probably busy fantasizing about my mother's resurrection or Sissy's return, and now we have to deal with his mess. Come on, Sirius. It is not as if you must do it on your own. We are 3 people able to do magic here. Harry perked up at this last statement from Remus. He could do magic here. This was paradise. But it is not only the 3 of us, Remus. You forgot about Dobby. Dobby? Both adults asked. Who's Dobby? Crack. Master Harry Potter sir has called Dobby. You have an elf. Sirius yelled. Why didn't you say that before? Do you know how much simpler everything has become now? Sirius looked at Dobby like a child looks at candy. It seemed as if his complaints had suddenly disappeared, and his optimism started showing. Seeing that we have another pair of hands, we can get going. Today we will be tackling the dining room. 2nd of July 1994, Grimald Place. They had been cleansing the dining room for the last 3 days. Today, after another USTING extermination, the doxies in the curtains were being particularly stubborn, the dining room was finally declared habitable. They would no longer need to eat inside the tent, and Harry was quite happy with that. The tent was comfortable, sure, but it was not something designed for literally living there. They could only cook basic food, and they were getting tired of it. Harry had to thank himself for getting Dobby as his house elf. He didn't know how slow they would go without him. The enthusiastic elf had tackled most of the work himself, while the 3 of them spent the time getting rid of stuff or replacing furniture. After today's session, they were sitting again in the tent, and Harry was getting to know the adults better. It was a good change to have someone care about your welfare. And seeing someone interested in what he liked, how his life was. He had never gotten to experience that before. His friends cared, he knew that, but sometimes you need adults, and he was glad to have it now. Even though it could be quite embarrassing sometimes, like it was happening now. They were talking about Sirius' year in the run. Harry wanted to know how he had managed to buy his firebolt, and eventually. They got to the point where Harry started helping his dog. The food the elves gave me was the best I had eaten in 12 years. Sirius praised. Which made me remember, we still need to talk about a very important thing, Harry. Sirius announced. What is it, Sirius? James should have been the one to do this, but I shall fill in the gap. How is it going with the ladies? What? Harry replied. Blushing slightly. Come on, Harry. There has to be at least one you have looked at. Unless you are gay. I completely straight, thank you very much. Harry replied. But what happened to that girl then? I thought there was something going on there. His godfather asked. Who are you talking about? Harry asked, confused. Remus looked interested on where the conversation was going to. Yeah, that blonde I saw you with after Quidditch. Ah, you were talking about Miss Greengrass. Remus intervened. There is nothing going on between her and me. Harry proclaimed. Are you sure? You seemed quite chubby to me. I am sure. Can we switch topic now? Harry asked pleadingly. No. Sirius denied. We still need to have a talk. I know how babies are made, Sirius. We do not need that conversation. Harry warned. Yeah, but you still need to know how to please a lady. Sirius, I am not even 14. Harry yelled, blushing madly. So what? It is better to learn now. So you know what to do when the time comes. He looked at his friend, and then added, Remus, I need you to bring me the diagrams. 6th of July 1994, Grimald Place. They would be having guests today. Sirius had informed him that Andromeda and her family would be coming for dinner tonight. The dining room and the kitchen were functional and no longer infested, so they could have people over. After the table had been set, Harry had done it, because Dobby was busy with the cooking. Someone rang the doorbell. Traitors to the family. Traitors to the House of Black are trying to enter. Ari quickly silenced Walburga again. It was the most useful spell Remus had taught him this summer by far, and went to open the door. Watch her, Harry. How is it going? A young woman with pink hair asked. Quite good, thanks. Enter please. We will eat in the dining room. I wouldn't touch anything else though, we don't know if anything's cursed. Crash. Nymphadora. How can you be so clumsy? How of an impression you have made to young Harry. Andromeda berated. How many times have I said it, don't call me Nymphadora. Good evening, Nymphadora. Sirius greeted from behind Harry. Not you too, she groaned. Come on in. Don't be shy, Ted, join us as well. A while later, dinner with the Tonks was being quite enjoyable. Harry had learned exactly why Andromeda was the only relative Sirius got along with. She was more open-minded and had far better character than the rest of his family. Ted was totally an easy-going chap. Harry learned that he was sorted into Hufflepuff when he was 11. And that he had met Andromeda during their 6th year. Andromeda had left the family in order to marry him, so Harry knew that they truly loved each other. Their daughter, Nympha, Tonks, was quite an individual. She is what is known as a metamorph and could willingly change attributes of her body at will. The hair color in her nose could give the most impressive results. But with that power also came great discoordination. Harry was forced to admit that he had never seen someone as clumsy as her in all of his life. Apart from her initial trip on the troll leg, Harry found out that she could be clumsy in the table as well. Which brought them to the actual topic of conversation. You should work harder to avoid these mistakes, daughter. I have been trying for years, Mom. There is nothing I can do to improve. The older woman didn't seem to be deterred by that. There is one thing left. But you always refused to do that. Andromeda insisted. And I told you that it won't help in anything. Dancing is very helpful in coordination. There are plenty of places you can practice. Sure, Mom, sure, but you seem to forget most of these places require me to bring a partner. And I definitely don't have one now. If I may interrupt. Sirius joined them. What do you want, Sirius? Andromeda asked. I know where you can find a partner. Oh, really? Andromeda's interest peaked at that. Harry doesn't know how to dance either. PFFFFFFFFFFT. Harry had just spat the butterbeer that he was drinking. What? Why me? She is your cousin, Harry said. Yeah, but as you said, you don't have a lady friend. Therefore, you can join her, no problem. It can even help you make a move on your rival. He added to Harry's consternation. As much as I hate to agree with Mr. Flirty over there, he is right. Andromeda said. I have never seen a girl complain about a boy being able to dance. And it could help you that way too, daughter. Merlin knows you will find a young man eventually. And I expect to dance with you at your wedding as well. Ted assured. 2 shouts of, fine, were heard in the room. 31st of July 1994, Grimald Place. Today was Harry's birthday. Something that had been reminded to the boy as soon as he woke up. Because there was a big black dog barking at him to wake up. Despite Harry's pillow hitting him in the head, the dog continued barking until Harry stood up. Harry went down to the kitchen to find a giant banner that said, "Happy Birthday, Harry." Remus was wearing a party hat, and Sirius, who had become a human again, was wearing one too. Harry suspected they had chosen the most hideous ones on purpose. There was a big chocolate cake on the table as well. It also said, "Happy Birthday, Harry," and had 14 candles on top. Harry had never been able to truly celebrate his birthday before, and he loved it. After having one of the best breakfasts in his life, it was now the time to open his presents. There was a nice amount of them, from his friends and family. Harry began with one from Hermione, which had a rectangular shape. After opening it, Harry saw that it was a notebook to organize homework. Of course, Hermione would think about homework during the holidays. The Weasleys had bought him an Ireland Quidditch jersey and a set of omniculars. Harry thought it was nice, but he didn't get the reason they had gifted this to him. He didn't notice Sirius and Remus grinning. Now it was the turn for the Greengrass sisters' presents. Deciding to open Daphne's present first, much to his godfather's amusement, he had received a new pair of Quidditch gloves. Made specially for seekers. It had a note attached. "I saw that your current ones are pretty worn off. You will need these ones to catch the snitch." Daphne. So that was heir. Vengeance. For the present he had sent her, he had given her a book on seeker tactics, so this had to be her retaliation. Remembering that he had 2 presents left, Harry decided to open the one from Astoria. It turned out to be a book, but not the normal type. 12 fail-safe ways to charm witches. Harry's face turned red quite quickly at that. Sirius' hysterical laughter was not helping either. Realizing it also had a note attached, Harry read it quickly. "This is to set the ball rolling with we know who. Did you think I wouldn't notice? She won't be waiting forever. Good luck. Astoria." Harry hid the book and the note quickly, decided not to open either in Sirius or Remus' vicinity. Considering there was now only one present left, Harry directed his attention to the present from the men living with him. Harry opened the envelope to see 3 tickets for the Quidditch World Cup finals, and judging by the golden shine on them, they had to be some of the best seats. "Happy birthday, Harry." Both men cheered. "Arthur got tickets for his family a while ago, so we decided to go together." Remus said, "You had never seen a pro game, and it has been too long since I saw one too." Sirius looked at Harry, and asked, "So, what do you think?" Harry didn't bother trying to express it with words. He stood up, and hugged his godfather as if there was no one else in the world. 5th of August 1994, Robinson's Dance Academy. Harry was dancing with Tonks once again. It had been a long and arduous path, with blood, tears and sweat. Which happened to be Harry's. Because despite not having any idea about dancing either, Tonks had almost killed his feet several times. For the first few lessons, even the teacher was impressed by Tonks' clumsiness, and named her the most infamous rookie. The worst part of it, Harry was actually competent. The boy was quite surprised at first, but from what Mrs. Robinson had said, good athletes already have coordination, they simply lack the technique. He couldn't complain about his partner's attitude during classes though. She had made sure to apologize for every time she had hurt Harry, and her comments had made him laugh more than once. Tonks was trying to claim his attention once again. She had black hair and brown eyes and looked similar enough to him so they could pass as brother and sister. It had been the best idea they had so they couldn't accuse her of being a cradle robber. Harry didn't think this style suited her. It was too plain. The true Tonks had bright multicolored hair, and wore baggy t-shirts with provocative slogans. She couldn't morph either, since they were at a Muggle academy. 8th of August 1994, Grimald Place. The renovation of Grimald Place was marching smoothly. The ground floor had been cleared, and the only thing left to do there was removing Walburga's portrait, and paint everything with less depressing colors. Sirius said they would do that during the year, so it could be a nice Christmas present for Harry. Now they were struggling with the rooms. Creature hadn't bothered to clean up Sirius' old room, completely unexpected. Sirius said, but the rest of the rooms weren't doing well either. Harry had been tasked with the last one, at the end of the corridor. This is the room of Regulus Arcturus Black. With a quick alohomora, Harry was able to break into the bedroom. And it was a pleasant surprise. There was no dust anywhere on the room, and it seemed as if it was prepared for someone to sleep in tonight. Inspecting the walls, Harry found it to be full of newspaper articles about Death Eater attacks. Whoever slept here was clearly a Voldemort fan. Harry read several articles, such as the raid on the McKinnons, or an attack on Birmingham. But it was not all articles. There was also a picture hanging on the wall of a Slytherin Quidditch team. After looking at it closely, Harry found a boy that looked very similar to Sirius, on the seeker position. Harry opened the closet in the room, and found several things in there. There were a few robes, formal and daily use. There was also a nice kit of Slytherin merchandise, with a scarf and gloves, along with the Slytherin Quidditch equipment. And last but not least, there was a locket. Examining it closely, Harry found a big S on it, that resembled a snake ready for an attack. He felt compelled to wear it, but Harry also felt that he shouldn't. Single quote. Before doing anything, Harry cast a couple charms Remus had taught him. They were designed to catch most dark artifacts, something useful in this house. Nothing came out of it. Harry decided to touch it, but keep it in the closet. Harry touched the golden chain, and that is when he noticed the familiar feeling. The feeling of the diary. The half-blooded menace will not touch Master Regulus' locket. Creature warned. Creature, you don't understand. It is vital I have it now. Creature can't. He promised he would take care of it. He yelled, trying to deter Harry. I am sorry, Creature, but it has to be destroyed, Harry said. At that statement, the elf froze. He looked attentively at Harry and broke down crying. The half-blood can't do it. Creature tried for years, more than a decade, trying to follow Master Regulus' last order, but he couldn't. It can't be destroyed. It can be destroyed, Harry assured. There was a diary that felt just like this, and I destroyed it 2 years ago. You just don't have what you need to do it. An hour later, Albus Dumbledore entered the old Black household. Just by the smell, he could see the place was undergoing serious reform. Old elements combined with brand new ones, as well as bare walls, waiting for paint. He was not here to observe the rebuilding, but to deal with something important. From what Sirius had told him through the flow, it was something of vital importance. He suspected what it could be. Harry had told him about the scar on his forehead, and Albus had an idea of the real meaning of said scar. Would his fears be confirmed today? He would need to tread carefully. Not hurt Harry unless strictly necessary. He looked around to see Remus, sitting on an armchair in the living room. This seemed to be the best preserved room in the house. And the bookshelves seemed to have stood the pass of time. Where is young Harry? Is he okay? He asked the werewolf. He is doing fine. He says he has something for you. And it is related to the end of second year. Go upstairs to the end of the hallway. I don't know what he found, but he has allowed no one to enter the room. He then returned to his reading. But Albus was still able to see his worried expression. The headmaster followed Remus' instructions, and opened the door of the room named RAB. He was soon met with Harry, who looked quite worried. Professor, you are finally here. I need your help, it is very important. What happened, Harry? What did you encounter? He asked worriedly. I believe I found another diary, Professor Dumbledore. And where is it? It is in that closet over there. The golden locket with the big S. He added. Albus opened the door to find exactly what Harry had described. He analyzed it with several spells and aim out blank for dark curses of any kind. Seeing that there was no danger in merely touching it, he grabbed it, and held it in his hand. It felt exactly like Tom Riddle's diary. Not exactly though. His one felt more powerful since it had not been destroyed yet. Harry had done well not to hold it for long. He did not want anyone to suffer like young Ms. Weasley had. I fear you are absolutely right, Harry. It will be destroyed in the future. What do you mean? Can't we destroy it today? Harry asked. No, we can't, the headmaster replied. He could not avoid looking at Harry's scar, before saying, I need it for something else before that. Turns out that Regulus was Sirius' younger brother. He had joined the Death Eaters shortly after finishing school, and supposedly disappeared on a mission, never to come back. Creature explained what actually happened on that mission, and it left them all shocked. He had sacrificed himself to kill Voldemort, and made sure to keep Creature alive so he could destroy the locket. Sirius was the one most surprised by it. He had come to peace with his brother's death long ago, but this had just reopened the wound. He refused to speak with anyone for the rest of the day. And Harry called Dobby to bring him something to eat. The following morning, Harry found a new picture above the fireplace. It had an old picture of Sirius, along with his brother and Andromeda. There was also an inscription on the frame, that read "The Good Blacks." 25th of August 1994, the Burrow. Harry had arrived at the Burrow, Ron's house. Despite being a large family, Weasleys had more than enough space to avoid being crammed in the house. And it had mostly been built by Mr. Weasley himself. Even with magic, that was quite an impressive feat. The house defied the laws of physics. But it had held itself together for over a decade. Admiring the house was not the reason Harry was here. They had decided to meet here in order to go to the Quidditch World Cup. Why would sleep the night in a tent and go back tomorrow? Unless the match was still ongoing. Because the last Quidditch final went on for more than a week. Ron was excited about this, and he expected a match to remember. Hermione was not that impressed. "Harry, dear, Mrs. Weasley called. Can you go upstairs and call Jinny? I believe she was busy with her friends." Harry went to Ginny's room and knocked the door. Best to give her a warning. "Jinny, are you here? Your mother needs you." "Okay, I am coming down." The girl opened the door, and Harry was met with her friends. There was Astoria with her snake. And a blonde girl with an airy look. "Hi Harry. How is summer going?" the youngest Greengrass asked. "Quite well, actually. I've been living with my godfather." Harry's gaze fell again on the blonde girl. One Harry hadn't seen before. "I don't think we have been introduced. My name is Harry, and you are?" Luna Lovegood. "Nice to meet you, Harry Potter. Your Nargle infestation has decreased significantly since I first saw you." "I am glad to hear it," Harry replied. "What the hell are Nargles?" "Glad to see you get along." Jinny interrupted. "I am sorry girls, but I think you will have to leave now." Astoria. "I am sure your father wants you to go to the Quidditch Cup with him." Luna. "I know you don't like Quidditch, but your father wants you back for lunch so. Don't worry Jinny, we can see each other again next week, and there is always Hogwarts." The Weasleys seemed to behave exactly as they behaved at Hogwarts. Fred and George always seemed to be causing mayhem, and the explosions in their room were considered normal. Mrs. Weasley's cooking was truly exceptional. Harry had learned a lot of things during his stay at the Dursleys, but Ron's mother could work as a professional chef if she really wanted. After eating rations for more than a decade, Sirius appreciated it as well. Mr. Weasley was a quiet man. He seemed to only talk when referred to, but he occasionally contributed to the conversation. Harry was chatting with Ron and Hermione, who had arrived a week before. She wasn't as excited as them, but she couldn't say no to such an opportunity either. Once lunch was finished, they all made their way to the top of the hill next to Ottery Street. Catchpole, which was the closest village to the Burrow. They were looking for the portkey, when a familiar voice called to Harry. "The portkey is here. It goes in 10 minutes. Cedric Diggory was the one talking to him, and behind him there was a man, who Harry assumed was his father. After calling the Weasleys over, Harry and Cedric began conversating about the upcoming match. The twins were also there to add their opinions, and soon enough, Ron and Jinny joined in as well. Their conversation was cut short, however, when Cedric's father yelled, "Portkey leaving in 30 seconds. Make sure to touch the boot." They rushed to the boot, and all of them managed to touch it with their fingers. Harry had never been on a portkey before but hoped it would be better than the flow. Several hours later, the match had been amazing. Despite his ability at Quidditch, Harry had found it hard to keep up most of the time. The Gryffindor chasers were good, but the Irish ones were truly exceptional. Bulgaria could do nothing against them. And Victor Crumb knew this. He wasn't able to give the win to his team by catching the snitch. But he was able to save them from further humiliation. In the end, Harry enjoyed himself a lot. It set the bar high for any future games he might watch, but it was worth it. After the trophy was given to the Irish, Harry and company left the stadium back to their tents. They had dinner together and commented the match between them. The Velas quickly became the most important topic of conversation. Harry had to admit they were beautiful, but after an initial dizziness in his body, he was able to counter their allure. Ron hadn't been so lucky. He had to be dragged back to his seat by an irate Hermione. Harry suspected the boy was planning on jumping off the standings, but he wasn't sure. Suddenly, screams could be heard from outside. Before anyone could say anything, Mr. Weasley left the tent, only to return soon after. "Pick up everything, quick. There is a Death Eater attack." Harry was reflecting in what had happened the last few days, and he didn't like any of it. 3 days ago, the Death Eaters had attacked for the first time in 13 years. The Quidditch World Cup celebrations were interrupted, and several tents were burned, and the dark mark was showed again in the sky. Ron was initially accused of doing this last thing. Someone had stolen his wand, but he had been cleared due to the appearance of Barty Crouch's house elf, Winky. This same elf had been freed by her master, and started crying. The day later, Harry would find her cleaning the kitchen, because Sirius had decided they needed another elf. The Daily Prophet made sure to blame Mr. Weasley and the other ministry officials that were present there. The Auror Force, who were supposed to oversee security, and the minister himself, who was the one who suggested to organize the event, were not mentioned at any point in the article. Sleep had evaded Harry these last few days. He still dreamt about the fights he had with Death Eaters. He had jeweled a couple of them, and Harry was quite sure he had managed to break a few of their bones. Unfortunately, there seemed to be no news about arrests of the Death Eaters. But that was not the worst part. Harry had a nightmare last night that didn't let him think clearly. He had already sent a letter to Dumbledore. The man had asked him to do it if he had any reactions from his scar, and he was waiting for a reply. Harry had dreamt about Voldemort last night. He could not see him directly, but he could hear him speaking to one of his Death Eaters. This Death Eater had straw-colored hair, and Harry thought he reminded him of someone. They kept talking about a game, and how they could get Harry to participate in it. Voldemort also said that the man would be starting his mission soon, and that would make everything easier. He also told him about another man that would help him. The Death Eater seemed to hate him for some reason. And that is where the nightmare ended. Harry awoke suddenly and decided to drink some water. He told Sirius and Remus about it. And Sirius instantly worried. His godfather insisted on sending a letter to Dumbledore and being extra careful this year at Hogwarts. Sirius also told him about the Triwizard Tournament. Apparently, it was going to be held this year at Hogwarts, so this could be the game they were talking about in Harry's nightmare. This tournament had been abandoned centuries ago, due to the high death toll. This also explained why Harry had been required to buy formal dress robes. It was quite usual to celebrate a Yule Ball during the tournament, and dancing would be required. Sirius' wink at the requirement of a partner didn't go unnoticed by Harry either. 1st of September 1994, King's Cross Station. Sirius and Remus had come with him to the station. They had insisted on accompanying him, since they hadn't been able to do so during Harry's first year. Harry bid goodbye to the both, before he hopped on the train. Harry entered an empty compartment and stored his trunk along with Hedwig's empty cage. His owl had preferred to fly to Hogwarts on her own, and Harry would not deny her a healthy dose of exercise. Harry opened Astoria's book, which had been disguised to look like Quidditch through the ages, and began reading. He hadn't wanted to begin during his stay at Grimald due to his embarrassment. So Harry looked at the first chapter of the introduction. Chapter 1, How to Approach a Witch. After almost half an hour of reading, Hermione and Ron finally entered the compartment, instants before the train began to move. Thanking the Weasleys' timing once more, Harry stored his lecture and began conversing with his two best friends. He quickly updated them on what had happened since they had seen each other last, and they were quite intrigued, mainly at the mention of the Triwizard Tournament. Hermione had already sworn to research everything about it when the time came, and Ron was thinking about what prize they could give the winner. This year's RNEY was being far better than last year's one. There were no soul-sucking demons to worry about, and Harry had something to look forward to when he returned home. Sooner than they thought, it was time for them to leave the compartment to change into their robes, and get ready for the new year. An hour later, at the Great Hall, the sorting had just finished. Colin's brother Dennis had joined them at the Gryffindor table, as well as another dozen students. Nothing special had happened, so Dumbledore moved on to the announcements. This year, and I have lost count of how much times I've said this, we will have a new member of the faculty. This year, teaching defense against the dark arts, we have none other. Bang! The door opened suddenly, and the strangest man Harry had ever seen entered the room. He had a wooden leg that resounded with every step. He was missing a couple of fingers from an arm, and he had a crazy eye that spun continuously. None other than Alistair Moody. As some of you may know, he was an Auror in the Ministry of Magic for several years, and one of the best we have ever had. Dumbledore mentioned a few more of his achievements, and Harry was quite impressed. His was the story of a man that had been through a war and survived several times against superior enemies. He identified with him quite well. But now comes the most important announcement: we won't be celebrating our Quidditch Cup this upcoming year. Loud boos were heard amongst the students, with the Weasley twins being the loudest. Quidditch was something not only the players enjoyed, but the spectators as well. Removing that was close to criminal. Because, for the first time in centuries, Hogwarts will be hosting the Triwizard Tournament. Immediately, loud applause could be heard around the hall. The students quickly began to comment to their friends, some explaining what the tournament was. They were interrupted by Dumbledore soon enough. Now, for those of you that don't know what that tournament is. The Triwizard Tournament is a competition involving 3 schools. Beauxbatons, in France, Durmstrang, in Bulgaria and Hogwarts. One student from each school who must be over 17 is chosen to represent their institution. Several boos were heard from the students again, mainly the Weasley twins, who wouldn't turn 17 until next year. The students will be chosen the 31st of October. And you will be told how to do it when the time comes. They will compete in 3 tasks, and the one with the highest score will win the trophy, along with a 1,000 galleon prize. Discussion began between the students, mainly the ones who were 17. 1,000 galleons were a nice amount of money. Harry looked at Ron and Hermione. They knew what could happen. The boy who lived was quite likely to come out as champion. Hermione had already promised to research in the library for possible tasks. Harry began to feel worried. A tournament known for people dying in it, combined with a mass murderer. That was a recipe for disaster. He would have to fight for his survival, once again. 2nd of September 1994, Potions Dungeon. Today was the first day of class of Harry's 4th year. And they were going to start with potions. Harry was quite happy with that. Potions may not be his favorite subject, but he enjoyed it a lot. Harry hoped this year would be as good as his 3rd year. And it had been up to a good start. Professor Greengrass had given them a quick summary of the potions they would be studying this year. She had decided to start with the calming draft. The little brother of the dreamless sleep potion, something Harry had taken a couple of times at the hospital wing. And that is all about useful safety warnings, which you should have learned during 1st year. Now, it is your turn to give it a shot. Since doing it on your own would take too much time, you should do it in pairs. Whispers could be heard across the room, and Harry had already struck a non-verbal agreement with Ron. But since I have seen the same pairs too many times, you should be paired randomly. Unless something comes up, you will be working with that person for the rest of the year. She then grabbed a hat she had below her table and showed it to everyone. This hat has several blank pieces of parchment. Now, all the students sitting on my right will come here and pick a paper. It will magically choose someone sat on my left. You will be paired to that person. Slow but steady, the students around Harry began moving. Deciding not to be the last one out, Harry lined up at the queue behind Zabini. When it was finally his turn, Harry picked a name from the hat, and his heart did a flip. Daphne Greengrass. What were the chances? It is as if the teacher had done it to torture him on purpose. He was not ready to strike intelligent conversation with her yet. Despite these facts, Harry began moving towards her desk. Looking around him, he saw Neville sitting with Pansy. And Tracy had somehow ended up with Not. He glanced at the teacher, who gave him a wink. Great, Astoria must have had a conversation with her. He may have gotten Astoria out of Slytherin. But he would never get the Slytherin out of Astoria. He sat next to Daphne, avoiding her glance, and hoped that she didn't notice his blush. If he paid attention to her, he would have noticed her doing the exact same thing. It was not until everyone had sat down next to their partners that he was able to strike conversation. So, are you ready to start the potion? Yeah, if you could go and gather the ingredients from the cabinet. And with that, they began brewing the potion. They both struggled more than usual, but in the end, they got a decent result. Which is what really matters. That night, at Daphne's bedroom, Daphne and the girls Tracy and Pansy were having their daily girl time. Something that Daphne both loved and hated with a passion. It could be really nice to have someone help you with your issues. But it was horrible when they decided to torment you, which is what was going on now. You know, Pansy, I believe we are forgetting something. And what are we forgetting, dear Tracy? Pansy asked her friend. We have forgotten to talk about the latest update on Harry. You were right, Pansy. And I think our dear Daphne is more interested in this than we are, is she? The only thing she is interested in is both of you to shutting up. The blonde girl responded. Oh, come on. You can't deny your cousin did you a favor during potions, can you? Pansy tried. Favor. More like punishment. She knows I can't handle being close to him. And why not? It is not as if he has hurt you in the past, has he? Tell us if he has, we will gladly break his legs. Pansy said creepily. It is not that. It is just, Daphne mumbled something that neither of her friends understood. Sorry, could you repeat that, Pansy? And I couldn't understand you. Because I fancy him, okay. Daphne yelled. The two other girls looked at each other, before Tracy said. Finally. Took her long enough. Been waiting for the last 4 years. Tracy, bring in the bottle. Pansy ordered. The brunette girl left quickly for her room, to get the bottle of butterbeer. Wait, what? What do you mean 4 years? You are lying. Come on, Daphne. It is not as if we couldn't see you staring at him during the sorting. Or every time we had class with Gryffindor. And you know this, rivalry, only exists as a way to get him to notice you. Before Daphne was able to retort, Tracy came into the room with a bottle and 3 glasses. Sorry for the wait, I almost got the second one by mistake, Pansy. Second one? Why do you have so many bottles stored? Daphne wondered. So we could celebrate that you admitted you fancy him, of course. The second one is for when you start dating. Pansy replied. And we have a third one of fire whiskey. That is when he proposes though, Tracy added. Daphne looked wide-eyed at her 2 best friends. Had she been that obvious all along? Meanwhile, at the headmaster's office, Harry was talking to Dumbledore about the nightmare he had the previous week. The headmaster had paid attention for the whole story, and only interrupted him to ask questions. The boy had just finished his tale when Dumbledore began talking. This is not a good sign, Harry. I had been against the return of the tournament this year, but Lucius Malfoy and his friends insisted until the minister agreed. I fear it is very likely you will have to compete, Harry, but I won't be able to help you. Harry was about to protest. But a look from Dumbledore told him that it wasn't over yet. I won't be able to help you, because I don't even know what the tasks are about. All the documents went through the ministry. And I have not been informed of anything. I know you will get a clue for one of them, but I can't say more. Difficult times will be ahead of you, Harry, and you need to trust people. Dumbledore's warning wasn't over yet. After the man sat in his chair, he continued. We may know what Voldemort is trying to do, Harry. But it is vital to tell the less amount of people as possible. If he were to change his plans, we would be at a disadvantage. I may not be able to help you, Harry, but that does not mean that other people can't. You will be competing in dangerous tasks against more experienced wizards. Asking for help doesn't make us weaker, but it makes us humbler. 9th of September 1994, Divination classroom. Harry was going through one of the most boring lessons in divination yet. Today they were studying the effects of stars and planets. Basically, what Muggles called astrology. Harry would have found it interesting if he was able to pay attention. It was at this time that Harry was approached by Professor Trelawney. In you, my child, I detect the strong influence of Mars in you. Am I wrong in saying that you were born towards the end of the year, maybe close to Christmas? I am sorry to say you are wrong. I was born the last day of July. Harry answered tiredly. There were several snorts in amusement from his classmates, while Lavender and Parvati looked at him weirdly. He didn't want to deal with Trelawney's fans anytime soon, so Harry left as soon as the bell rang. Unfortunately, he was forced to deal with Trelawney's homework. She had asked them to do a prediction diary for the following month, based on the positions of the planets. Harry was trying to make sense of it all, but found it extremely confusing, and couldn't get the grasp on any of it. He looked to Ron, who seemed to have something on his diary. "Ron, how did you do that? I got no idea how to begin with." "Ah, Harry, it is quite simple. I did it thanks to my superior intellect," he said smugly. "You invented everything, didn't you?" Harry asked. "Yep. Want to work together on it. The unluckier we are, the better grade we will get, you know." "Sure. So next Thursday I am going to get a nasty burn, due to the position of Mercury and Venus." "Good one to start, Harry. Since next Tuesday we have potions, you may have an accident. Next Thursday I may get buried alive, due to Saturn being in the 5th celestial slot." 15th of September. The fourth years were walking towards Hagrid's hut, to begin their lesson about care of magical creatures. Harry was quite proud of Hagrid's progress. He had become a quite solid professor, and most students treated him with respect. Harry and his friends were wondering what they would be studying this year. As it was their second year with the subject, they could begin to study more dangerous creatures, or more exotic. In Hagrid's case, it could be both. "Welcome everybody to another class of care of magical creatures," Hagrid began. "Today, the lesson will take part behind the hut, so follow me." The students looked at each other with bewilderment. What type of creature could hide there? There were only planes behind the hut last time they checked. But there was something else. It was plain indeed, but it looked as if it had been freshly excavated. There were also several cages that seemed to purr like a cat. As you can see, this is not how this area usually looks like. It will serve for our lesson, before I plant the pumpkins for Halloween. Later I will probably use it for the 6th year's project. Hagrid continued. Yes, that area could be a good one for his Scroots. As for today, I have planned something fun. In this area I have hidden 100 coins of leprechaun gold. Whoever gets the most will win a special prize. The students got excited at the idea of a prize. But they quickly found a problem. How were they supposed to get them out? Seeing their reaction, Hagrid spoke again. "For that reason, today we will be studying nifflers," he announced. Hagrid then opened one of the cages and showed them the niffler. A niffler was a black fluffy long-snouted creature, quite like a rat. They apparently lived underground and were attracted to anything shiny. They had small pouches to store whatever they stole, and were used to find treasure. Before we begin though, a warning first. These creatures will steal anything shiny or valuable if they can. Before you pick the niffler, make sure to store anything of value in the boxes behind me. After a couple of minutes, the students picked their nifflers, and the competition began. Half an hour later, Harry only had 3 coins, but he didn't care because he was busy laughing his ass off. Ron's niffler seemed to be hyperactive and had picked at least 30 coins by himself. He had removed so much dirt, he had made a mountain. With Ron inside it, the boy could barely raise his head above the dirt while he glared at the niffler annoyedly. In the end, Ron was declared the winner. And he was handed a good amount of chocolate. Harry was about to congratulate him, when he remembered. Wasn't today Thursday? Hadn't Ron predicted that he would get buried alive? 22nd of September 1994, classroom. The Gryffindors and Slytherins had sat at the defense classroom. Ever since Alistair Moody had become the professor, his paranoia had been a subject of conversation between the students. The screams of constant vigilance still got most of them at class. A few minutes later, they heard the familiar thuds of Moody's leg. He entered the classroom, and without saying anything, he wrote something in the board. When he turned around, it was clearly visible. The unforgivable curses. This will be the topic of the day. Why are these curses named like that? Moody asked the class. Because they are unforgivable, sir. Casting any of them against a human will lead to life in Azkaban. Hermione answered. That is correct. They are also only curses that cannot be deflected by magical shields. There are 3 of them, can anyone give me their names? The Imperious Curse, sir. Ron replied. That is right. Nasty curse that one is. He grabbed a jar from a cupboard and grabbed a spider that was inside it. Imperio. The spider began moving around as if it were a puppet. Moody then switched it for another spider in the jar. This Caused a lot of problems for the Ministry, since they could not figure out who was acting on their own free will. What else? The cruciatus, sir. Neville said. True. This will cause an immense amount of pain on the victim. We will need a bigger one for this. After enlarging the spider, Moody demonstrated the curse, and the spider shrieked in pain. And the last one? Moody asked again. Avada Kedavra, Harry replied. He had heard it too many times last year due to the Dementors. Correct. It may be the best of them, an Imperius may force you to kill your family, and a cruciatus will make you tremble in pain. The Avada Kedavra is merciful in comparison. He then cast the curse on the spider, that became still. No lightning-shaped scars on her. There is only one known survivor, and he is sitting right in front of me, he said, pointing at Harry. Moody spent several minutes expanding on the topic, until they got to the practical part. The Imperius may not be shielded against magically, but it can be fought by a superior will. I have been allowed to cast it against you, so we will test the theory now. I will cast it on each of you, and I want you to do your best to resist it. The students formed a line in front of Moody, and he forced them to do several things. Dean Thomas kept doing backflips. Seamus sang the national anthem while hopping around the class. Neville did some impressive gymnastics. Eventually, it was Harry's turn. Imperio. Jump to the desk, Potter. Harry's legs flexed a bit, but everyone could see it was forced. That is stupid, Harry thought. Jump to the desk, boy. But this time, Harry's legs did not fold. He stood up, not allowing Moody to ridicule him in class. I don't think I will, thank you very much, Harry said, breaking the curse completely. Well done, Potter. They are going to struggle trying to control you. 3rd of October 1994, Gryffindor Common Room. Hermione was on a bad mood again. 3 days ago, she found out that House ELVs were the ones cooking the food at Hogwarts. After learning about the nature of these creatures, she was not happy at all. Hermione had stopped eating that instant, affirming that doing so only encouraged slavery. She had refused to finish her plate, and only ate dinner because she didn't know where the kitchens were. Knowing what she would encounter if she were to go there, Harry refused to tell her the location. And made sure that Fred and George wouldn't either. She went on a tirade about what a type of friend Harry was and yada yada. Today she had invited Ron and him to a meeting at the common room. Neither of them knew what she was up to, so they decided to go with her to find out. They found her in a table next to the corner of the common room. They sat in front of her in silence, until she noticed they had arrived. She closed her book with a loud thud and grinned at them. The boys were instantly frightened by that grin. That could only mean she was up to something, and they would be the ones dealing with it. Good evening, boys, and welcome to the first meeting of SPEW. Hermione, what is this? Who is the one to spew? Ron asked. It is not spew, but SPEW. And it stands for the Society for the Promotion of Elvish Welfare. It is a new organization I have founded to raise awareness for house elves. What? You do know that you don't make an organization with one person, right? Of course I do, Harry. But I already have 4 members. She told happily. And who are they? I can't see anyone joining so soon, Ron added. You and Harry, of course. You have been named as treasurer and Harry is the secretary. And I got Neville to join 10 minutes ago. Both guys looked at Neville, who was wearing a red badge on his chest. Once he caught them staring, he gave Emma look that meant he had been, strongly suggested, to join. Seeing where this was going, Harry decided to try something. You only have human members. If this is truly an organization directed towards elves, it should have elves as members. And I don't see any here, Hermione. Ron finished. The girl looked at them sheepishly, slight blush on her cheeks. I was expecting Harry may be able to help here, you told me Dobby worked here. So maybe he will listen to you. I tried to call him a few times, but he didn't answer. Sure, Hermione, I can help you with that, hopefully, he will talk her out of this. Harry hoped. Dobby. Crack. Master Harry Potter sir has called Dobby. The elf looked quite different as when Harry had seen him for the first time. He was wearing a red bathrobe, and a pair of green socks. He was also quite happy to obey his master. Dobby is yours. You have an elf. You are encouraging slavery. Hermione yelled. The whole Gryffindor common room was looking at them now. Not wanting to cause a scene, Harry dragged Hermione outside so they could discuss it properly. I am not encouraging slavery. I needed someone to help me with housework, so I bonded with him. But you are not paying him. Are you not? Hermione asked angrily. Master is not paying Dobby, Miss Frizzy. But Dobby lives inside Master's house, and he buys food with Master's money. Dobby added. But what about illness? Or insurance? Or, Hermione, Dobby has been completely healthy ever since he has been working for me. Look at him. He looks far better than he did 2 years ago. Maybe you are right. But other elves may want freedom. Winky was treated horribly by Mr. Crouch, so she may be interested. About that. Harry answered. She has been working for Sirius for about a week now. What? How? But she was mistreated. How could she accept that so soon? He is treating her properly, right? She asked worriedly. Last time I checked, yeah. The only times I have seen Sir Hughes mistreat an elf have been when Creature is around, and he was already insane. That began yet another discussion. About Creature's and Sirius' sanity and the elves' proper treatment. Harry and Ron tried to calm her down as best as possible, but they knew it would take her a while to comprehend that not everyone was like Malfoy. Harry had received a strange letter from Hagrid that morning. His friend had asked Harry to come to his house because he had something for him. Needless to say, Harry was scared. Last time Hagrid said that, he had a pet dragon. Considering this, Harry had plenty of reasons to be scared. Especially when he was told to come alone. There you are, Harry. I wondered if you would come. Hagrid greeted. You seem to have something for me, so it would be rude to ignore that, the boy replied. I may have lied a little bit there, Hagrid said sheepishly. It is for your godfather actually. Harry stared at his friend with disbelief. He didn't know Hagrid had interacted with Sirius after his escape from Azkaban. It is something he lent me after your parents died. I kept it for you, but I think it is fairer to return it to him. Harry was now intrigued. What did Sirius have that could be so important? His godfather had never mentioned anything of the sort. Harry was guided to the back of Hagrid's hut and entered a room he had never seen before. Hagrid said it was used as his storage room for class. So Harry had never paid attention to it before. Hagrid pointed to a large cloth, which was clearly protecting something beneath it. Harry went to uncover it, only to find a precious motorbike. That is Sirius' old motorbike. A Triumph if I remember right. Hagrid said. He lent it to me after your parents died so I could bring you to Dumbledore. I never had the chance to return it to him. And my original plan was to give it to you as a present. Maybe it could serve as a present from you to him. Harry was mesmerized by the motorbike. Ever since the nag HBOUR at number 7 had bought a Harley Davidson, Harry had always thought about learning to drive. Maybe Sirius could teach him. It had a sidecar too, so there was enough space for 3. That is very cool, Hagrid. Do you think it still works though? It has been more than a decade. I don't know actually. Take the keys and try it. I have always kept it here, so it should not have any problems. Harry grabbed the keys Hagrid gave him and tried to turn it on. The first attempt was fruitless. After a decade being parked, it was not unexpected. The second attempt was slightly better. It seemed as if she wanted to come back to life as well. Broom. There we go. Third time is the charm. Thank you, Hagrid, I can't wait until he sees this. 15th of October 1994, Potions Dungeon. Harry and Daphne were brewing together again. Today they were trying to prepare a pepper-up potion. It was harder than what they were used to, but Professor Greengrass thought it would be a good test. This potion had to rest for several minutes before the following step, so Harry and Daphne struck conversation. An awkward one, because they avoided looking at each other all the time. Something that would not be required if they got their heads out of their asses and asked the other out. Due to the both of them being stupidly oblivious, this didn't happen. Instead, they ended up talking about the non-existent Quidditch season this year. Yeah, despite the tournament, this year will be quite boring, I believe, Daphne said. I agree. And since there is no Quidditch, there is no chance for me to beat you again, Harry lamented. You sure, Potter? She replied confidently. I do believe I would be able to beat you this turn around. And I could beat you at plenty of other things if I tried. Harry knew this was probably true. But he was not going to admit that in her presence. Like dueling. I would love to see that. Last time I checked, Astoria still had a snake that serves as proof of your defeat. It wasn't my brightest move. I admit that. But how was I supposed to know you could speak to snakes? There is no one else in the country able to do that. So, you say I defeated you because I am a Parselmouth, not because you weren't able to hit me with anything before that. You weren't able to hit me with anything either. And, I have improved quite a bit since then, so I am confident in beating you now. Harry assured. You know what? Since you look so smug, why don't we duel again? Search for a place and I will join you there. Harry agreed to her proposal, hoping to get one over her. Now, how would he find a good enough place to duel? 18th of October 1994, 4th year Gryffindor boys dormitory. Harry had been reflecting on what he had talked with Daphne for the last 3 days. At first, he believed that a dueling room should clearly exist at the castle, since Harry doubted Lockheart had been the first one to come up with a dueling club. Harry searched through the Marauder's map for several hours. But he found no evidence of such a room. But considering the Chamber of Secrets wasn't there either, Harry didn't give up. So, he asked to the people who knew about Hogwarts the most, the Weasley twins. At first, the twins were wondering if Harry wanted to kill Malfoy in a duel. Once Harry explained that it was going to be a friendly duel, they were slightly disappointed. But not as much as Harry after finding out that they didn't know anything about such a room. Harry had tried to explore the castle on his own, but he found no secret entrances to any other rooms. He still had one last chance. So he called Dobby. Crack. Great Master Harry Potter called Dobby. What does Great Master want? The elf asked enthusiastically. Did you spend any time outside the kitsch? Hens when I sent you to Hogwarts last year? Harry questioned. Oh yes. Dobby often went on errands for the other elves, and Dobby loved cleaning outside the kitchen. That is good, Harry replied. Did you find any dueling rooms? No sir. Dobby is not finding such room. The elf answered. That is a shame. Is Harry Potter fighting anyone? Should Dobby call Harry Potter's dogfather? No Dobby. It was just a friendly duel. Don't worry about it. Dobby knows of a place where Great Master could practice. Really? It is the come and go room. It is not far away sir. A few minutes later, Dobby had dragged Harry to the portrait of Barnabas the Barmy. Harry was wondering if Dobby had gone barmy too. There was nothing there, and Dobby seemed pensive too, walking up and down the corridor. Harry was about to tell him to stop when he saw it. The door. It was not there before. And doors don't appear out of nowhere. This is the come and go room. One only needs to walk in front of it 3 times asking for something. And Hogwarts will provide. Harry entered the room to find exactly what he had been asking for. There was a dueling platform at the center of the room, surrounded by runes that would contain the spells. There were also a couple of bookshelves, filled to the brim with spellbooks, and guides to individual and team fighting. Next to them, there were a couple chairs and a desk, to study the spells. He couldn't wait to tell Daphne. 22nd of October 1994, 7th floor corridor. Are you sure that room is here Harry? I have never seen anything like that in this floor, Daphne questioned. Yes, I am. I went inside last week. Just give me a second. Harry began walking back and forth across the hallway. Daphne was starting to believe that he had lost his marbles W. Then a door appeared in the middle of the wall. What? That was not there before. Welcome to the one and only room of requirement Daphne. Harry then opened the door, making sure to let her in first. Daphne entered the room, and she was rendered speechless. Harry had barely changed the configuration on the room since he last used it, and he just asked for a different setup for the studying section of the room. I have to admit I am quite impressed. How did you find this place? I found it thanks to Dobby. The elves use this room quite often, to store stuff they pick up around the castle. He told me I could turn this into anything I want, and here we are. Make sure to thank him for me. This is better than I expected. She then looked at the bookshelves again, and a smile appeared on her face. I would guess those are spell books, right? You were right, but I don't think you want to read them now, am I right? No, I want to beat you so badly that last year's prank will look mild in comparison. Harry shivered. He didn't want a repeat of that. 27th of October 1994, Hogwarts Gate. Today, the guests of Beauxbatons and Durmstrang were arriving to Hogwarts. Dumbledore had asked a LL of the students to wait outside the castle gates to greet the guests. None of them knew how they would arrive, and rumors went all the way from simple portkeys to flying with brooms. Around 5 minutes later though, they finally got their answer. It was one of the first years that saw it first. Look in the sky. Is that a bird? No. It is a plane. It's Superman. A Muggle-born joked. It is a flying house. Colin Creevey guessed. And it was the closest answer anyone had gotten. Seconds later, a large carriage landed in front of the gates. It was being pulled by a dozen of the largest horses Harry had ever seen. Dumbledore asked everyone to make space in front of the door. Just as he was approaching the carriage, the doors opened, and a large woman emerged. Mr. Dumbledore, it is a pleasure to finally meet you. Madame Maxime, the pleasure is all mine. Is Igor here already? No, I believe he will arrive shortly. Would you like to wait here, or would you prefer to wait inside? Dumbledore asked the French headmistress. I believe inside will be better. We are not dressed appropriately for today's weather. As soon as she finished that comment, she called for her students. Once they were all outside, they entered the castle, drawing the male students' attention. Mainly because of the girl who was leading the students. Wow, she really looks pretty, doesn't she, Harry? Ron asked absent-minded. If you say so, Ron, Harry replied. She was pretty, sure. But he didn't get why everyone was drooling. Maybe she was a Vila, like the ones from the tournament. Look over there. In the lake. Another student yelled. Harry turned his attention to the surface of the Black Lake and found there was something sticking out of it. What the hell? Just as he finished his thoughts, the rest of it emerged from the depths of the lake. It was a giant ship. It seemed to be a centuries-old galleon if Harry's Muggle history was right. A few minutes later, a man with a very thick AC scent introduced himself as Igor Karkaroff. He was followed by around 20 students, and amongst them there was none other than Victor Crumb. Look, Harry, it's Crumb. I knew he was young, but I didn't know he still went to school. Harry found himself surprised by that as well. How could he manage professional Quidditch and school at the same time? Do you think I could get an autograph from him as well? Ron wondered. Well, if you are nice enough. A few minutes later, the students from the 3 schools had gathered in the Great Hall. There was a huge welcoming feast, showing the absolute best the elves were capable of. It also contained some foreign cuisine to appeal to the peskier foreigners. Eventually, Dumbledore rose from his seat, and began his speech. Now that we are all gathered here, and with our stomachs full, I am going to give a more detailed explanation about entering the tournament. The competitors will be chosen in 4 days, on Halloween, to be precise. During these 4 days, the students of age that want to participate will have to enter their names in a magical artifact, which will serve as an impartial judge. Just after saying that, Filch entered the room, dragging a large trunk to the center of the hall. But I must issue a warning. Dumbledore continued. Once your name is chosen, there is no going back. You will have to compete in all 3 tasks unless the goblet deems you incapable. If you refuse to compete, you will lose your magic. The students began murmuring. Some of them who had thought of entering quickly changed their minds. Others felt more encouraged to do it. Dumbledore then walked towards the trunk and opened it. With a swift movement of his wand, a stand was created in the middle of the room. On top of it rested a giant goblet, which seemed to glow in blue flames before turning orange again. There was now a sphere of light around the goblet. And this is our judge, the Goblet of Fire. Whoever wants to enter, will have to introduce their name along with the school they are studying in. The 31st of October the goblet will glow blue again, and we will find out who our champions are. Several students were captivated by the goblet. Harry found himself included inside this group. A big cup with blue flames, the Great Hall was decorated like Halloween. Ron had been right all along. Ron, I believe you were right. You can see it too, Harry. The boy asked for confirmation. Yes, but I want you and Hermione to follow me around. If you are with me, I doubt they will be able to imperious me, or persuade me in other ways to put my name. I don't want to die yet. I want to reach the age of 100 if I can. 31st of October 1994, Great Hall. The selection of the champions was about to begin. True to his word, Ron Ha Dee made sure he was under constant vigilance. He had talked to the twins, and in record time, the Gryffindor house made a Harry keeping schedule. He had been forced to sleep on a couch at night, and the other Gryffindors kept an eye on him. Several students had sacrificed their night's sleep to keep Harry in check. Harry believed he heard a camera flash the night Colin and Astoria were checking on him, but he probably dreamt it. It seems as if the Goblet of Fire has reached a decision. We shall now find out the names of the champions, Dumbledore announced. Harry looked at the goblet. And the champion, for the Beauxbatons Academy is, Fleur Delacour. The blonde girl, the Vila stood up, and moved towards Madame Maxime. She was accompanied by loud cheers from the male part of the audience, and sobs by her classmates. That is not a champion behavior at all, Ron said, referring to the girls. And Harry had to agree. He didn't know about Delacour, but those girls didn't seem to be champion potential. The champion for Durmstrang is, Victor Crumb. There was a staggering applause filling the hall. He was already famous for his skills as a seeker, but he was going to be even more famous now. And the champion, for the Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry is, Cedric Diggory. The students cheered, but Harry didn't. He felt something was wrong. The goblet didn't seem to be finished yet. And Harry already knew whose name was going to come out of it. He didn't know how that could have happened, and looking at Dumbledore, Harry knew the headmaster suspected something too. A couple of seconds later, the suspicions turned out to be true. The goblet was lit again, and it expelled a fourth name. Harry Potter. Harry Potter. Dumbledore exclaimed. Harry knew he was doing it for the dramatic effect. One look at the headmaster's eyes showed that he believed what Harry had warned him about. Hold on, that is not possible, Ron yelled. Everyone turned to look at the red-haired boy, who became red-faced too. Too right, brother. There was always someone with Harrykins. He couldn't have done that without any Gryffindor seeing. Aye. The Gryffindors confirmed. Despite this, Harry was still asked to move with the other champions. Harry stood up and followed the headmaster and the ministry officials to the room. People were already whispering in the hall, and even the their professors were staring at Harry with disbelief. Harry entered the room, and everyone's eyes turned to him. Is something wrong? Did they want us back in the hall? The French champion asked. Extraordinary. Truly exceptional, Bagman exclaimed. Ladies and gentlemen, may I present to you Harry Potter, the fourth champion? That can't be Mr. Bagman, Delacour said. He is just a little boy. Harry knew he should not reply. But he wouldn't let that attack slide. So what? Scared this little boy will beat you up, Frenchie. She is implying nothing of the sort. Maxime intervened. But if I had known that the underage rule was just a suggestion, I would have picked a wider selection of my students. And I would have done so too. I don't remember the rules saying that the hosting school had a right to an extra student. Karkaroff added. That is because they don't say it, Igor. Dumbledore joined. Harry, did you put your name in the Goblet of Fire? Dumbledore asked calmly. No, sir. I wouldn't even know how to do it, Harry assured. He is lying, for sure. Delacour countered. I can assure you he is not lying, Miss Delacour. Dumbledore replied. Or didn't you notice he didn't enter himself for Hogwarts? The headmaster asked Crouch. That is true, yes, it is as if he was entered in a fourth school. Yet only a powerful wizard would be able to do that, Moody yelled. And the amount of people able to do that is extraordinarily little. Maybe someone did it to screw with Potter, someone who hopes that he dies in one of the tasks, the retired Auror added. Very funny. This man will always be the same. Alistair Moody can't go to sleep without finding attempts of murder every day. Karkaroff laughed. So, I have to compete. Harry interrupted. He knew it was not likely. But a small part of him still hoped he could avoid it. I am sorry, Mr. Potter, but you do. Refusing to compete would mean losing your magic, and maybe even your life. Crouch warned. If you excuse me, I have important work to do. I don't believe so. Harry stopped him. Considering the reactions I've seen here, the moment I go outside, everyone is going to accuse me of cheating. You are going outside, along with Moody. And tell everyone what you found out. Directing himself to Moody this time, Harry added. I would like someone to investigate this. If it is an attempt of murder, I want to find out who is trying to kill me. Okay, lad. I will do my best to find out. Moody replied. Good. Now we tell everyone what the hell happened, so I can avoid becoming a pariah. Students would laugh, or agree that it was one of the strangest scenes they had ever witnessed. Not 10 minutes had passed since Harry Potter had been selected, that some people left the champion's room. Soon enough, Alistair Moody, along with Barty Crouch and Ludo Bagman, entered the Great Hall again. Everyone was wondering what was going on when Crouch began his speech. Today, we must lament that someone has tampered with the Goblet of Fire. A wizard or witch with considerable amount of power confounded the goblet into thinking there were 4 schools instead of 3. They then inserted Harry Potter as a student for this school, this being the reason he was chosen. Whispers filled the hall once again. Most students had believed that Potter had entered himself, but if it had been him, why would he enter as a 4th school? Why not enter as a Hogwarts student, so you can get all the fame? Mr. Potter will be forced to compete in the tournament to avoid losing his magic. An investigation will be started soon, to figure out how that happened. And who was responsible for such an act. Alistair Moody has gladly accepted to take over such task. We would like to let him do his work so we can reach the bottom of the situation as soon as possible. Thank you. Now, into the first task. Bagman announced. This first task will take place on the 24th of November. And that's all you have to know. The idea is for the champions to face the unknown, therefore proving their bravery and ability to improvise. While Crouch and Bagman were speaking to the crowd, Harry was having a conversation of his own with Cedric. So, you have no idea who put your name in. You actually believe me about that? Harry asked, surprised. I saw your face when you entered the room. You can't be that good of an actor. Plus, the twins told me about their Harry keeping thing. Cedric replied. Don't remind me. The idea was for Ron to check I wasn't forced to enter my name, not to have people staring at me while I sleep. That has to be one of the creepiest things I have seen. You are kidding. The great Harry Potter, killer of basilisks and repellent of dementors, was creeped out by a few people looking at him. That is hilarious, Cedric said, laughing. You know I hate you, right? Nah, you know you don't. 1st of November 1994, Great Hall. Harry was waiting anxiously for Sirius' reply. Sirius and Remus had promised to help him if he got chosen. And according to them, they had been planning on what to do for weeks. Harry knew nothing about that, so he made sure to tell them Moody's exact words, so they could get all the necessary information. Harry kept eating calmly at his usual spot, trying to ignore the glances that the populace kept throwing at him. Suddenly, the doors of the hall barged open. Sirius Black and Remus Lupin walked confidently towards the staff table. As soon as they got there, it was Karkaroff who spoke first. And what are you doing here? Are you some investigators hired by Dumbledore? No, we are not. Remus replied. I am Harry's headmaster. Excuse me, what? Maxime interrupted. I thought that Mr. Potter's headmaster was Mr. Dumbledore over here. That may have been true in the past, madam. Remus replied politely. But the Goblet of Fire seems to differ on that matter, doesn't it? According to Moody, my godson was sorted from a 4th school, am I wrong? Sirius added. That is correct. Karkaroff replied with a huff. But why are you here? As I previously said, I am the headmaster of Harry's school, and Sirius is one of the professors. And what school may that be? The Marauder Academy of Pranking and Wizardry, of course. Whispers began filling the hall. Fred and George were now gawking at Harry, and the champion knew he owed the two of them a conversation. But that school does not exist. You can't do that. We can, Sirius replied. Since Harry's name didn't have any school attached, we cannot use any real schools, so we came up with one. Now that we clarified that, where is my chair? Remus asked. Your chair? For what? As headmaster of Harry's school, I must be one of the judges. The rules say so. That means I get to stay here like all of you. I don't see any faults with that reasoning. Dumbledore intervened. Headmaster Lupin, you can sit next to me if you wouldn't mind. Thank you. Sirius can sit next to Minerva. I know they have plenty to talk about. Sirius quickly moved next to the Transfiguration professor and gave her a giant hug. It is as if Christmas had come already. Meanwhile, at the Gryffindor table, Ickle Harrykins, our darling seeker, our esteemed friend, is there anything we need to know? The twins asked. I have known who the Marauders are for the last 5 months. Harry tried. And you didn't tell us because I had other things in mind other than talking about this with my favorite beaters. Start talking. Now, the twins ordered. Harry began telling them the story about his father and his friends, along with the whole Pettigrew debacle. Needless to say, they were quite surprised to know they had been housing a mass murderer. Harry had been asked to talk with Sirius and Remus. Since Harry also wanted an explanation for their performance at the Great Hall, he thought it couldn't come at a better time. And since he was a champion, no one would put up much of a fuss over him skipping history. So, what happened yesterday, Harry? We got your letter, but we would prefer to hear it from you again. Remus asked. And Harry told them everything. From Ron's vision at the end of last year, to what Moody had said at the back room. Both adults were quite surprised at Karkaroff's presence, and Sirius seemed particularly affected. What is wrong with Karkaroff? The guy was glaring at me all the time. I know I was uninvited to the tournament, but Maxime seemed to calm down by the end of the meeting. I am not surprised by that at all, Harry. Sirius responded. Karkaroff was a Death Eater during the war. But he managed to avoid Azkaban, like many others. He bribed his way out of it too. No. He sold his death buddies over to the authorities. He listed as many Death Eaters as he knew. Until he got free for collaborating with justice. Never mind all the people he murdered. Honestly, apart from your crazy cousin and her buddies, did the Ministry send any Death Eaters into prison? Harry had to ask. They sent more, I can bear witness to that. But I would bet that around half of the Death Eaters arrested got free due to being imperious victims. They then started bribing people. And they began gaining power again. Harry had known that Lucius Malfoy was one of these people. But he had never realized the amount of corruption this country was suffering of. If Voldemort were to return, he would have half of his job done already. But no more talking about that. Remus interrupted. We are here to help you with this damned tournament, and make sure you get out of it alive. Have you been preparing yourself before the choosing, or do you have any plans we can help you with? I've been practicing my dueling for the last couple of weeks. I've made sure to keep up with studies. But I don't believe that can help when faced against 7th years. That's good for a start. We can work on both of those things during the year. And we can use the history class time as well. Everyone knows it is useless anyway. Yeah, at least the time will be well spent. But are you sure you will be able to help me? I don't think the champions are allowed external help, Harry argued. Technically a headmaster can't help their champion. But that rule is not really enforced. The goblet only creates a contract between the participants and the goblet. Lee forces you to take part and will kill you if you murder another contestant. Remus replied. As for the cheating, do you believe Karkaroff won't be doing the same? And Maxime will do her best to beat Hogwarts too. We can't help you during the tasks themselves, but that doesn't mean we can't give you a little push to prepare. Sirius pointed out. Exactly. We are not a real school either, so we don't need to follow those rules. How can the goblet punish a school that doesn't exist? I would love to see that. Remus laughed. By the way, I almost forgot. You said you were dueling before, yo. You got your hands on some dummies for target practice. Or did you have Ron and Hermione actively fighting? I was actually practicing with Daphne, Harry mumbled. You were practicing with the great Miss Greenie. How interesting, Remus teased. And Harry said they were dueling. Is that how kids call it these days? I hate you, Harry told them. Nah, you don't. 2nd of November 1994, Hagrid's hut. Harry was taking his godfather to Hagrid's hut. It was time the man got his motorcycle back. Can you finally tell me why are we here? If you wanted to go out, we could have just sneaked to Hogsmeade. I am here because there is something waiting for you. Hagrid showed it to me the other day, and I would have told you before, hadn't I been chosen for the tournament. Sirius stopped still at that. Harry knew that the idea of a present was good enough to keep him thinking. Now stay here and close your eyes. I am going to bring her out, Harry announced. Fine, but it better be something good, Sirius warned. Harry entered the storage room again and unwrapped the motorbike. He pushed it out of the hut, until it was in front of his godfather. Okay, open your eyes now. Sirius opened his eyes and stared at his old motorbike with disbelief. She is back. You brought Minnie back, he cheered. Minnie, that is her name after all. I can't believe it, it has been so long since I last saw her. Sirius said. while he continued caressing the bike. Hagrid has been keeping her in his hut all this time, do you need some alone time? Harry teased. Ha ha. Very funny. I will have you know that this was a chick magnet back in my days. You needed Minnie to get laid or what? Harry continued. No, but it added to my rebel image. What do you think about her? The Marauder asked. Would need a wash, but I tried it last week and it turned on, so the mechanical parts should be good. Will you teach me? You want to? Really? Yeah. My neighbor had a Harley and I always wanted to try. Is it not your attempt to captivate the great Miss Greenie? Unlike you, I don't need Minnie for that. And could you stop with that? Harry blushed. Not until I see you kissing her. Go back to the castle. I think Remus wanted to teach you some spells. I need to thank Hagrid. 3rd of November 1994, Room of Requirement. Harry was having his weekly dueling session with Daphne again. They had both enjoyed it the first time. And the competitive spirit was also encouraging. They also loved spending time alone with the other, even if the both of them were too shy to admit it. Harry was collecting himself from the floor. He had fallen prey to a well-timed tripping hex when Daphne asked. So, are you going to tell me or not? Tell you what? Tell me what the hell happened 2 days ago, during the selection. How did your name end up there? She asked, worriedly. I don't even know. I didn't do it. Harry replied again. I already knew that. But surely Moody has found something out already. Someone confounded the goblet into thinking there are 4 schools. They entered my name under that one, and since I was the only student, I got chosen. I don't know who did it, but IWOU. Don't be surprised if it were Voldemort or someone working under him. How could he even do that? Isn't he dead? Daphne asked, stuttering. He isn't really alive, but he isn't dead either. He is similar to a ghost, but able to possess people's bodies. He did that to Quirrell during first year. All those points. You did something to Quirrell, right? I may or may not have burned him alive. But you can say nothing. You were incorrigible. Why did you even need to confront him? Couldn't Dumbledore do it? No, because he wasn't at the castle when I encountered him. During first year he was at a meeting. And he was kicked out of the castle during our second year. I don't even want to know. What are you going to do now? She spoke. She had been closing up on him and was now standing in front of him, looking at him with her deep blue eyes. I am working with my godfather on spells that might be useful. I've been dueling with you as well, but I know nothing about the first task. They really want us to improvise. I don't even know what to say. Please Harry, don't do anything stupid. She was now hugging him. It felt quite different to the other hugs he had ever received. Don't worry about it, he said, returning the hug awkwardly. Believe me when I say that surviving this tournament is my top priority. 13th of November 1994, Potions class. Harry was brewing with Daphne again. Ever since their conversation about the tournament, she had been quite worried about him. Something that pleased him and confused him at the same time. He liked the fact that she was concerned for him. That meant that she cared for his life, and she wished for his survival. However, he didn't know why she cared. Did she care because they were rivals and friends, or did she care because of something else? He still hadn't found the nerve to confess to her about his feelings, and he was stressing because of it. The dueling sessions with her didn't help either. All that Ime alone with her was heaven and torture at the same time. They were halfway through the lesson, when Colin Creevey entered the classroom. Professor Greengrass, I need to take Harry Potter immediately. It is something related to the tournament. All right, Mr. Creevey. Mr. Potter, make sure to pick up your things. You will be evaluated on what you have done up to this point. If you finish before the class is over, you are allowed to return. Harry quickly gathered his things and left the room with Colin. What do you think about the tournament, Harry? The younger boy asked. About the fact that a lot of participants have died in the past. Absolutely gleeful. I am not scared for my survival at all. Harry said sarcastically. Yeah, no need to say it like that, you know. Sorry, Colin. Harry apologized. I have been too stressed since I was chosen. I suppose that fighting against 3 older students doesn't make it easy either. You only need to beat one though. You will make quite impression if you manage to beat at least one. Thanks, Colin. You can never have enough encouragement. Their conversation was cut short, because they had finally reached their destinations. Colin bid his goodbyes, and Harry entered the room. The other champions were already there, along with the heads of the other schools. Harry went straight to Remus, who was standing alone in one of the corners. "Ready for this, Harry? They are just checking our wands, right? Nothing else if my memory doesn't fail me. I believe they want to take a few photographs as well." The werewolf replied. Harry groaned. He didn't want to make the newspaper if he could avoid it. Suddenly, someone grabbed Harry's arm. Harry turned around and pointed his wand at the offender. Turns out, it was a middle-aged woman with blonde hair and glasses, who was stabbing Harry with her long fingernails. "Excuse me, who are you?" Harry asked. "Rita Skeeter, journalist for the Daily Prophet. If I may have a few words with you, Mr. Potter." "I don't believe so. Nothing against you, madam, I just have a no interviews policy," Harry replied. "Don't worry, it will just be a short one," she said, trying to drag Harry. "Are you trying to interview a minor, Ms. Skeeter?" Remus asked. "Last time I checked you needed their guardian's consent before beginning, right? Have you talked to Sirius Black over the matter?" Remus asked, smirking. Rita paled considerably. Sirius may have not committed the crimes, but he was still scary to a big part of the population. "No, I don't remember so," she muttered. "Maybe another time," she added, before quickly leaving their presence. Both Harry and Remus breathed in relief. "Do you know who she was, Harry?" the man asked. "Yeah, and I still remember her last article about Dumbledore this summer. If you hadn't saved me, I would have begun screaming. That would have been quite the spectacle. I believe we are both quite glad that didn't happen." The rest of the ceremony went just as it was supposed to be. Ollivander had been brought in as the expert, and he went ahead to check the participants' wands. Harry found out Delacour was actually part Vila, but apart from that, here was nothing else remotely interesting. After they were all done, it was time for the photographs. The Prophet's photographer had insisted on Harry going first, since he wanted to avoid it as much as possible. Harry warned them that he wouldn't do that unless he was getting paid for it. Much to his disappointment, they agreed to pay him. They even had a contract prepared for that. The other contestants insisted on that as well, and Harry spent some minutes inspecting it with Remus. In the end, they all signed the contracts. The photographs were taken, and Harry was finally free from the tournament business until the first task. He hoped the photos were half decent, and that his friends wouldn't laugh at him for looking like a moron. 15th of November 1994, outside of Hagrid's hut. Harry was doing his runes homework at the common room. He was about to begin another paragraph on his essay, when Ron sat down next to him. "Harry, we need to talk," he said morosely. "What is wrong, Ron? What happened?" "I have just finished talking to my brother, and it is important you come with me." "What do the twins want that is so important?" "Not the twins, Harry. It was Charlie," Ron pointed out. "Charlie? But isn't he supposed to be working in Romania?" "Yes, but he has been forced to return, because of the first task." The gears began grinding inside Harry's head. If Charlie was here, and it was because of something related to the first task, it could only mean one thing. "Dragons," he whispered. "That is right, Harry. Dragons." Without any further explanation, they both left the common room towards the library. Hermione said she had wanted to finish an essay, and they hoped they would find her there. As soon as they got there, Harry and Ron rushed the library quickly in search of Hermione. They found her sitting on a desk all the way back, perfect for what they were supposed to do. "Hey, Hermione," Harry greeted. "Shish, don't you see that I am concentrated? This is very important. As important as your best friend being in danger of being burned alive." Ron asked. "What?" Hermione blurted. Harry thanked the spells he had casted before sitting down. If it weren't for them, half of the library would have noticed them already. "We have found out what the first task is going to be about, Hermione," Harry said. "I found my brother Charlie by Hagrid's hut. They are bringing dragons, Hermione," Ron added. "Are they insane? Did they want to kill the champions before the second task even?" The first answer is yes. The second one is that they probably only want to hurt us badly," Harry replied. "Has your brother said anything else, Ron?" she asked. "He has invited us to see them tonight. It is better if Harry comes with the cloak, though." I don't want to know what would happen if they found out he was cheating. 4 hours later, Ron and Hermione were walking towards the edge of the Forbidden Forest. Harry was going with them under the invisibility cloak, and he cast silencing charms on his footsteps as well. Where is your brother supposed to meet us, Ron? Charlie said he would wait for us here, besides Hagrid's hut. Maybe we are early. No, you are not. Sorry for the delay. I was enjoying one of the renowned rock cakes. A voice replied. Charlie, what were you doing? Hagrid invited me over for tea. Been talking to him about his classes. Have you enjoyed creatures so far? Yes. Hagrid makes for a surprisingly good teacher. Hermione replied. That's good. But let's get straight to the dragons, shall we? They will be the main stars of the first task overall. With that, they entered the forest, going deeper and deeper. To try and distract herself from the fear, Hermione asked. The dragons are supposed to be for the first task, but what are the champions supposed to do against them? Fighting a dragon 1 against 1 seems insane to me. Seems insane because it is. Charlie replied. They won't be doing that, thank Merlin. It takes about a dozen wizards to stun a dragon. And after that, we are all exhausted. The dragons will be guarding something the champions need to take, but it is only slightly better. How so? Dealing with a dragon in a distance seems easier than tackling it directly, right? Ron asked. Usually, yes. But they are not regular dragons. They are female nesting dragons. They get extremely protective from anything that could endanger their little ones. Bringing them here has been a nightmare. It was at this point that their conversation was interrupted by a loud roar. Which could only mean one thing. A dragon. They reached a clearing in the middle of the forest. There stood 4 giant cages, with a huge dragon inside each of them. Harry would have admired for hours, if he wasn't forced to compete. I remembered you saying they were big. But I never expected this. Ron said. They are impressive, aren't they? And wait until they breathe fire. That is when you really appreciate them. That sounds nice, Charlie. But they are not the same. What are the differences? Hermione asked. The smaller one is the Welsh Green. It is the tamer one. They usually eat sheep and avoid human contact as much as possible. He said, pointing at the one on the left. The one on the right of her is the Swedish short snout. It has the worst fangs by far. They are highly poisonous, but they only use them in fights against other dragons. He continued. Next to it is the Chinese fireball. It is the fastest of them. Her flames can reach quite far as well. And last but not least, the Hungarian horntail. I don't envy the champion that gets her. It is the most dangerous species. Her flames reach the furthest, she is the second fastest, and her tail is completely covered by horns. If you get a direct hit from it, you probably won't live to tell the tale. 16th of November 1994, Great Hall. Harry was having lunch by himself. Hermione remained in the library, researching more about dragons, while Ron had left with his siblings to see Charlie again. It was at this point that Harry saw Cedric Diggory walking out of the hall. Seeing his fellow champion apparently ignorant of their fate, Harry decided to help him out. The boy who didn't sign up for the tournament quickly stood up, before leaving in the chase of the Hufflepuff champion. Harry found himself lucky that there didn't seem to be anyone else in the corridor at the time. Cedric, wait. What do you want, Harry? Is there another surprise event I didn't know of? No. It is about the first task. Harry responded. Cedric perceived the change in Harry's speak. Whatever he had been told, it couldn't be good. Did they say anything about what we are going to do? No, but I found out regardless. So, came to tell me you cheated. That is not very smart on your part, Harry. The Hufflepuff said. I came here to warn you. We are going to be dealing with dragons, Cedric. Dragons. You are joking, right? But looking at Harry in the eyes, Cedric quickly realized that the younger boy was being serious. What are they thinking? We are going to die out there. We don't have to fight them, but we have to steal something from them. Right now, I believe only the 2 of us know, but I am not sure. I wouldn't put it past Karkaroff to have told Victor already. Yeah, Cedric confirmed. My dad warned me to be careful around him. As one of the Death Eaters who avoided Azkaban. Do you think we should tell Delacour? Harry asked. Yeah, we should do that just in case. Have you seen her recently though? Now that you say it, He just avoids the Great Hall all the time, Harry remembered. If we see her, we tell her. If not, I will not be chasing her around. She already has too many boys following her. Cedric said. Agreed. 28th of November 1994. Triwizard Stadium. Harry had just arrived at the stadium that had been arranged for the tournament. Despite it not being as big as the one at the World Cup, it was still quite impressive. Before Harry could admire it properly, he was interrupted by Ludo Bagman. The retired beater asked him to go to a tent on the right, which would serve as the preparation room. Harry was actually the first to arrive. And as you should expect, he had prepared the task properly. After seeing the dragons, he had dragged Ron and Hermione to the Marauders Academy training room, aka the room where Sirius and Remus were staying. Once there, the five of them had sat there for hours, trying to make the safest plan possible. They still didn't know what they were supposed to do exactly, but at least Harry had something to work with, which was better than going there without a clue. Harry, are you there? Harry replied in the positive and was soon greeted by Daphne's image. She was looking at him sadly. She is worried for me, Harry guessed. Daphne, is everything okay? I am worried for you, you know that. She asked. Yeah, figured that out already. There is nothing I can do to ease your worries, right? There is only one thing really. What is it? Harry asked. Make sure to get out of there alive, and in one piece. She spoke. I will do everything I can to do it, okay. But I need you to cheer on the stands. Of course, I will do that. Why do you think I brought this for? She said, pointing at the Gryffindor scarf. You still have it. I always kept it. She gave him a tight hug, before saying goodbye. Daphne then left the tent in order to get to her seat. Meanwhile, Rita Skeeter was witnessing the biggest exclusive of the year. The boy who lived had a girlfriend. And it was a daughter from an old pureblood family as well. There had been rumors of the boy being a Parselmouth a couple of years ago. Maybe she could use that somehow. While Rita the Water Beagle was working on the details of her new article, she didn't notice someone looking at her. Pidgeon was not your usual owl. He knew he was smaller and more energetic than the other owls. He also knew that this difference in behavior caused most of the older owls to look at him in disappointment. Because of that, he usually didn't come back from his hunt until later in the day, when the other owls were already asleep. And today was his lucky day. In a branch near to the humans was a very tasty-looking beagle. It had been a while since he had last found one. Jumping from the branch he was resting on, Pidgeon dived for the beagle, and in one fell swoop, he managed to capture him with his beak. He returned to his branch, and quickly ate the beagle. It tasted different than what he was used to. But maybe it was just a different type of beagle. He stopped thinking about that. He felt quite full, and maybe it was time to return to the castle already. In a totally unrelated event, Rita Skeeter disappeared the day of the first task. No one would hear from her again, and no body was ever found. In all honesty, there was no investigation either. The woman had made so many enemies that most people didn't want anything to do with her anymore. Harry was not left alone for long. Soon enough, the rest of the champions entered the tent, and after a couple minutes of polite conversation, the ministry officials entered the room. It was at this point that they began hearing cheers from the crowd outside, and everything became clear for the champions. Soon after that, Bagman began speaking. Good morning, everyone. The first task will begin shortly. The task consists in getting a golden egg, which will serve as a clue for the second task. Once you have it, you will have to cross the arena to the finish line. Points will be awarded for style and speed and lost due to injury or taking too much time, between other factors. And Ludo forgot about the most crucial part. Crouch joined. To get the egg, you will have to avoid a mother dragon as best as possible. The golden egg will sit next to her real eggs, so she will be quite protective. Since we have one dragon for each of you, the only thing left to do now is to choose who gets what. Ludo, if you could. Bagman then extracted a tiny bag from his pocket, and approached Fleur Delacour. Inside this bag, there are 4 model dragons standing for the real ones. The dragon you choose will have a number on its back, showing the order you will participate in. Ms. Delacour, ladies first. He said, pointing at the bag. Fleur extracted a miniature Swedish short snout, with a number 2 on its back. Bagmen then passed the bag to Cedric, who got the Welsh green with a number 1. Krum was next, and he picked the Chinese fireball with a number 3. When it got to Harry, he already knew what to expect. He got a unicorn with a number 5. Nah, just kidding. He obviously got the horntail with the number 4. An hour later, loud cheers could be heard again, which could only mean that Krum had gotten past the Chinese fireball. Harry had to give it to the other champions. They had all managed to complete the task, and it seemed that they would all survive to tell the tale. A loud cannon was heard from outside. It could only mean that it was finally Harry's turn. Harry left the tent to find himself on the border of the arena. Hundreds, and even thousands of people were attentively looking from the stands. But none of them could distract Harry from the Hungarian horntail. The dragon looked majestic in the arena, and it was now staring at him too. Harry slowly moved towards one of the rocks in front of him. Reacting to Harry's movement, the dragon breathed fire. Harry was able to look at it from behind one of the rocks. If he hadn't moved quickly, he would have been roasted already. Harry sneaked a glance towards the dragon and saw that it was standing between him and the egg. Not wanting to confront the dragon, Harry tried the first part of the plan. Accio golden egg. The egg twitched but stood in its place. Harry realized they must have spelled it against summoning, so he tried to do something else. Accio rock. A rock flew quickly towards Harry, who was forced to duck in order to avoid it. That means I can summon other things, Harry deduced. Harry then had a smart idea. He couldn't summon the egg, but he could summon other things. If he managed to throw something at the egg and stick it, maybe he could summon the whole pack. That would solve the whole, get the egg, part of the task. But he would still need to distract it somehow. That could wait for a second. First things first. Incarcerus. Harry yelled, pointing at the egg. The egg got tightly wrapped in cloth, and the dragon stared at it intently. But Harry gave her no chance. He quickly cast a sticking charm on said cloth, and then yelled. Accio cloth. It rushed towards him, dragging the egg along for the ride. It was rushing a bit too fast for Harry's comfort, so he casted Arresto momentum. The egg stopped inches away from Harry's face. That would have been a nasty hit. Now there was only one thing left to do, get across the arena. But there was a problem. Harry was currently the only thing remotely tasty for the dragon to eat. That meant that the dragon wouldn't let Harry go unless it was distracted. Then, Harry cast an exploding charm towards one rock on his left. He then ran as fast as he could towards the right, taking advantage of the distraction to hide behind a bigger rock. A huge rush of heat on Harry's left meant that he had avoided the fire again. Taking advantage of his success, Harry repeated the process another 2 times. He could now see the exit. Harry tried the procedure once more, only to be forced back into the rock he had been hiding in. The dragon had seen the trick. He could use it no more. Harry was forced to think about a solution again. If only he could transform something into an animal. Then maybe he could distract the dragon. Unfortunately, that wasn't taught until 5th year. Harry could probably try something, but it wouldn't be good enough for the dragon's tastes. But it didn't need to be a real thing, if only he could cast an illusion. Unless, of course, Harry knew of one spell that could help him in this occasion. Expecto Patronum. Prongs jumped into the arena. Harry had made sure to make him bigger than usual, to make it harder for the dragon not to notice. And the dragon seemed to be taken by Prongs. Slowly but steadily, Harry made Prongs move towards the other end of the arena. During that process, Harry was also approaching the exit. It was at that point, less than 50 feet away, that Harry began to grow tired. He had been forced to use more power than usual for the Patronus. And it was taking its toll with the boy. Hoping that the dragon was far enough, Harry stopped the spell and rushed towards the exit without looking back. Hearing a loud roar from the dragon, Harry dived into the line. And it was just in time. Harry turned around from the safe area to see the dragon fire scorching the rocks just inches away from the exit. He had made it. He had survived the first task. Mr. Potter. What? Harry asked, still surprised by his own success. If you could sit down on the bed, please, I have to check you for injuries before you receive your score. Madame Pomfrey said. Harry obeyed the matron. She could be worse than the dragon if she wanted. After a quick analysis, Pomfrey was only able to find a few scratches and bruises on Harry's body. which were easily healed by a potion she had in her cabinet. After that, she deemed Harry healthy enough to leave the tent, under the condition that the boy must not exhaust himself during the following week. Harry sneaked a glance at the other champions. Krum was laying on his bed but seemed to be more tired than anything else. Which was confirmed after the Bulgarian saluted him. Delacour appeared generally okay too. But she seemed to have received a nasty burn on her legs. Her scorched skirt also showed to have been through a rough time. Cedric was the worse for wear. He had a couple of burns, though not as severe as Delacour's, and he was covered in bruises. "What happened to you, Cedric?" "Tried distracting my dragon by transforming a rock into a dog. The dragon lost interest in it before I could leave the arena, so he almost flamed me. I had to duck in order to avoid it, and I fell over, hitting several rocks. I managed to distract it by exploding rocks. The dragon went to investigate. So I took it as my chance to steal the egg. Then I used my Patronus to distract it again so I could leave. It almost got me in the end. So you know how to cast a Patronus?" The Hufflepuff asked. "You have to teach me that one at some point." "I will. But first we have to survive this stupid thing." "Agreed. Good for me. You should leave the tent to see your score." Listening to his older classmate, Harry left the tent again. The dragon was no longer there, but instead there was a long table with all the judges sat on it. As soon as Harry approached them, Bagman spoke. "Now that our fourth champion is finally here, let's see his scores." Maxime was the one to begin, and she gave him an 8. Not bad. Next to her, Dumbledore gave him a 9. Then it was Karkaroff's turn, and he gave him a 5. "You damned idiot. You gave Krum a 10. Ron yelled. After that, Harry received a 10 and a 9 from Bagman and Crouch respectively. At last, it was Remus' turn, and he gave him a 9 and a wink. Once that was done with, Harry was suddenly assaulted by Ron and Hermione, who had been waiting in the sidelines. "You got 50 points, Harry. You are in the lead by 2. Hermione informed him. "Krum is behind you with 48, and then it's Cedric and Delacour. You stand a good chance, Harry." Ron added. "I don't care that much about it, to be honest. At least I have made it out of there alive. And the worst that happened to me has been healed by Pomfrey in less than a minute. That is already my victory," Harry assured. 11th of December 1994, Hogwarts. A few weeks had passed since the first task of the tournament. Harry had been victim to even more staring, and lots of congratulations from several students. His life had continued as usual though. He still hung out with his friends, met with his godfather and Remus, and still had his dueling sessions with Daphne. And this last part had changed. Ever since the first task, Harry's relationship with Daphne had taken a stir to a different direction. A path that Harry wished for but was afraid of failing at. And the most recent news hadn't helped either. Just yesterday, there was a public announcement at dinner, telling everyone about the traditional Yule Ball. Harry had almost forgotten about it since his name came out of the goblet, and now it was here. At least he had learned how to dance. Speaking about dancing, Harry knew who he had to ask, but also didn't know how. Much to the boy's embarrassment, he had been forced to open the book Astoria had gifted him. It had been useful in giving Harry an idea, but useless in getting him to calm down. Knowing that the earlier he asked, the more possibilities he would have, Harry decided to enact his plan during breakfast. He had made sure to promise Hedwig a platter full of bacon in return for her collaboration and hoped everything would work out. And there she was. Hedwig could now be seen in a cloud of owls, landing at the table to hand over the deliveries. It was at this point that Harry saw his owl giving a couple laps in the sky. Great, she is now teasing me in front of everybody. I will never live this one down. Once most of the hall's attention was on her, Hedwig decided to land just in front of Daphne. The girl found herself speechless, not because of the owl itself, but due to the bouquet of red roses she was carrying. Seeing this, Hedwig stood in front of her, so she could grab the note Harry had written. I didn't know what I was supposed to be writing here, so I am going to keep it simple. Daphne Greengrass, do you want to go to the ball with me? H.J. Potter. Damn, it didn't take long, did it? Pansy wondered. I thought it would take at least a couple days before Harry did it. Tracy added. Wait, you two knew this was coming? Daphne asked, glaring at the two. Of course, we knew. And probably half the castle knew. Pansy answered. You have been getting more and more friendly for a while. It was only a matter of time. Tracy assured. It was. But now our dear friend has to answer to his lover boy. I also have something to do at the lion's table as well, come on Daphne. Pansy ordered. The slight Heron trio quickly approached the Gryffindor table at the other side of the hall. It was only a matter of seconds before they reached the fourth years. Daphne took her chance to look at Harry. It was impossible to miss the hopeful look in his eyes when he saw her. God damn it, when did his eyes become so green? That was a beautiful gift and I accept. Make sure to make yourself presentable. With that, she directed a look at Pansy, who had been busy kissing Neville's cheek. Come on Pansy. Let your Wonder Boy have breakfast in peace. We have other things to do. 16th of December 1994, Room of Requirement. Today Harry was having another of his dueling sessions with Daphne. He knew that she was at arithmancy class right now, so he had about an hour to prepare everything, which was more than enough. But preparing the dueling room was not the reason Harry had arrived so early today. What he really wanted to do is to decrypt the clue for the second task. He had shown it to Ron and Hermione a couple of times before. And they were unable to discern anything. Hermione didn't even know of a creature capable of doing such a noise. That day, the only thing they had ended up with was a massive headache. For that reason, Harry thought of something else before entering. I want to know what the egg says. After 3 walks in front of the tapestry, the come-and-go room showed itself again for Harry. The interior, however, was quite different to what he was used to. There was a strange machine in the middle of it, with what seemed to be a microphone. There were also several runes written on it, and a book standing in a pedestal in front of it. Harry had never seen anything like it. Not wanting to be discovered, Harry closed the door of the room, and made its way to the machine. When he read the first page of the book, he found himself surprised by the capabilities of the room once more. Language analysis device. Able to detect more than 10,000 languages, magical and muggle. Able to provide information about each language, and their respective cultures. This was exactly what Harry had asked for. If he could find out the language, it would be easier to translate it. Seeing that there were instructions, Harry began reading them. Step 1. Press the activation rune. Step 2. Speak in the language you want to analyze. At least a couple sentences are needed. Step 3. Press the insert rune. Step 4. Once the rune is pressed, the book will automatically search for the language spoken. Harry breathed in relief. It was really easy. He would find out in no time. Harry activated the machine, and then opened the egg. Loud screeches filled the come-and-go room, and Harry let it go for several seconds. When he was sure some sentences had been said, he closed the egg and pressed the insert rune. The book began fumbling through its pages, and after a few seconds of waiting, there was a ding. Harry read over the page. Mermish. Mermish is the language spoken by the Merpeople. Merpeople are a humanoid civilization that resides underwater. They usually live in the warm waters of the Mediterranean and the Caribbean, though there are several tribes known to live in deep lakes in the northern hemisphere. Mermish is a language that can only be understood underwater. When heard on dry land, they will sound as ear-shattering screeches. That seemed to be it. And if they lived in deep lakes, that meant that the task was going to take place in the Black Lake. The only thing left to do was listen to the message. If only there was a pool nearby. It was at that moment that another door appeared in the room. Harry grabbed the egg before walking through, and it took him to a changing room. A couple minutes later, Harry jumped to the pool, carrying the egg in his arms. He let go of the egg and opened it. No sound could be heard. Taking a deep breath, Harry submerged himself underwater. And now he could hear. Come seek us where our voices sound. We cannot sing above the ground. And while you're searching, ponder this. We've taken what you'll sorely miss. An hour long you'll have to look. And to recover what we took. But past an hour, the prospect's black. Too late, it's gone, it won't come back. So that is it, Harry thought, while drying himself. They are going to steal something from me, and I have to dive for an hour to get it back. A couple of hours later, Harry returned to his dormitory. Tired after another session of dueling. He was thinking about skipping dinner altogether, when he saw that he was not the only boy in the dorm. Neville was busy with a herbology book. Hey, Neville, what are you reading? 101 Mediterranean Plants and Their Properties. Professor Moody gave it to me a while ago, it is quite good. Glad to hear it. Anything interesting? Harry asked Neville. Now that you mention it, yeah. I've just read about gillyweed. It's a plant that lets you breathe underwater. Isn't that amazing? Harry stood very still. This was exactly what he needed. What were the chances of something like that happening? It really sounds like it. Say, if I had enough of it, could I stay underwater for an hour? Provided you have enough, there shouldn't be a problem with it. It is not recommended to use it for more than 2 hours though, since it can wear you out. Why do you ask? I find myself in a little bit of a pickle because of the second task. Harry replied. Where do you think I could buy some? In the apothecary in Hogsmeade, maybe. But it is most likely that you will need to wait for a while. They don't usually have it in their inventory. And it is mostly imported from Spain. 18th of December 1994, Hogsmeade. This last week had been hectic. Harry had only been the first of many male students to ask a girl to the dance. There had been plenty of declarations coming from the male side of the student body, though he had seen a couple of girls doing the asking as well. One of Harry's favorites had to be Fred's declaration to Angelina. Ron had been grumbling over how difficult getting a date was, when Fred had said that it was relatively easy. The younger Weasley then challenged his older brother to get a date at the moment, since it was that simple. Fred then picked up a piece of parchment and tossed it to Angelina. A few well-chosen words later, the most handsome twin as he called himself, already had a date. Seeing Fred's success, Justin Fletchley tried the very same with one Tracy Davis during Rune's class. His initial proposal, a parchment ball to the head, had been greeted with a stinging hex. But judging by his and Tracy's smiles, Harry guessed that she ended up accepting in the end. There had also been several unsuccessful attempts. If Harry's guesses were right, Fleur Delacour was on the lead of rejections given. He knew of at least a couple dozen students that had been rejected by her. Ron had been one of those unfortunates. And then Ron had gone and done the stupidest thing he could do at the time. He asked Hermione to the ball. This backfired horribly for the redhead, since Hermione revealed that she already had a date. But this wasn't Harry's problem right now. This as the last Hogsmeade trip before Christmas, which meant that it was his last chance to buy presents for his friends and family. He had agreed with Ron and Hermione that the best idea was to split up. That way, none of them could see what they were buying for the others. That was what they had decided when they arrived at Hogsmeade. They would be meeting up for lunch, and Harry already had most of the things he wanted already. The first thing he had done was asking for the gillyweed at the apothecary. As Neville had warned him, it was not in inventory, but they would deliver it to him via owl in 2 weeks. He had bought a wireless radio for Ron. That way the boys would be able to listen to the Quidditch matches from their room. And since it was a Chudley Cannons-themed radio, it was perfect. Ron had actually gotten something else from him. Harry made sure that a school owl would deliver a decent set of dress robes from an anonymous benefactor. Harry believed this was a present for both Ron and the rest of humankind. Ron's old robes were atrocious. He had bought Hermione a biography from a woman named Anne Walker, who had been one of the first promoters of witches' rights in Britain. Her main success had been the abolition of arranged marriages in the late 1800s. Maybe that could inspire her for other ways of seeking elves' rights. He had bought a weird cactus for Neville, as a compensation for his help in the second task. Harry didn't know much about it, except that it was quite rare. Astoria would be getting a compilation of the biggest hits from the Wicked Sisters. The girl had told him that she was a big fan of them a while ago, and she would definitely enjoy it. There had been several other stops, buying things for Remus and Sirius, and he even found something for Tonks. But he still lacked one thing: he needed something for Daphne. And the worst thing was, that he had ran out of shops to go to. He had visited most of the town in search of something for his date. But he had nothing that could be deemed appropriate. He was not buying her jewelry, and he had already bought her books in the past. He had been so desperate, he had even entered a clothes shop. There was nothing he thought Daphne would enjoy. But on the bright side, he found a pair of woolen socks for Dumbledore and another for Dobby. Which only left him one thing: the pet shop. He knew from Astoria that their owl wasn't Daphne's. It was the family owl, so Astoria was the only one in the family with a pet of her own. Unless you counted Professor Greengrass and whatever thing she had going on with Carl. Hoping to find something good, Harry entered the pet shop. He quickly skipped over the owl section, seeing as they already had one. A dog wouldn't be practical during their stay at Hogwarts, so that was out too. There weren't many cats in the shop, and none of them really convinced Harry. It was at this point that he ended up at the back of the shop, staring at two identical cages. There were several bunnies in them, hopping around and eating hay. It was at this point that Harry found the perfect present. There was a jet black rabbit with green eyes staring back at him. Harry petted it through the bars. And the rabbit seemed to enjoy it. "I will take that one, sir," he said at owner. "Ah, you are taking a male bunna, then. He is one of the tamer ones. He just needs someone to pet him constantly. Do you have everything needed to care for it?" "No, I don't. I was expecting that you could help me with that." 15 minutes was the time Harry spent at the pet shop. They had provided him with anything Daphne may need, with a cage, litter box, and a couple brushes. He had also included a few toys, and enough hay to last for a couple months. Once he finally had everything, Harry had ordered Dobby to take the bunny back to Grimald, and take care of it until Christmas, when the elf would deliver it to Daphne. 19th of December, Grimald Place. Sirius Black was overviewing the last details of the reformation of the old black home. After months of extensive cleaning and hundreds of galleons spent, this old house finally looked like something else. Most of the old furniture was gone, along with the curtains, and most of the paint in the walls. The latter had been replaced with warmer colors, making the house feel homey for the first time ever. His mother's old portrait was finally gone as well. How good that was. He had invited Andromeda and her daughter that day, and they had blown up the wall between the three of them. Creature had been inconsolable for a week. But it had been worth it. At least Winky had been able to keep the old elf in check. Creature had been slowly improving, and despite knowing that they would never get along, Sir Hughes knew that they would grow to tolerate one another. He was inspecting the last details of Harry's room, when he saw something he wasn't expecting. Dobby was staring at a cage. "Oh yes, little bunny. Must stay here and behave until Great Master says so. Then Dobby will take little bunny to the Great Miss Greenie. Dobby can't wait until future mistress comes to visit." 22nd of December 1994, Potions Dungeon. Persephone Greengrass had just finished her last class of the day. The third years were just bottling up their potions, and she would have them graded over the holidays. Remembering something she had promised her aunt, she said, "Mr. Creevy, if you could, stay for a minute after class. There is something we need to talk about last week's assignment." "Yes, Professor Greengrass." "Good." Persephone waited until the class emptied of students, until it was only her and Colin Creevy left in the dungeon. Picking up a little bag from her pocket, she grabbed it and offered it to her student. Colin opened the bag, and looked at the interior before saying, "You know, Professor, it is usually the student who tries to bribe the teacher, right?" He joked. "I know. But this is not really a bribe, Mr. Creevy. I need a favor from you." She replied. "And what is it, Professor?" He asked nervously. "I need you to take a few photographs during the ball." "But I am not allowed to go," Colin responded. "Not unless you get an older student to go with you. I heard that Gryffindor's Miss Pottle is still available." She felt sorry for Astoria, but she hoped that her younger cousin would forgive her. "And what are the photographs supposed to have in them?" Colin asked, after thinking about the proposal. "Quite easy. I want plenty of photographs of my cousin dancing with Mr. Potter. Her other asked me to make sure she got some for Daphne's first date." "That's it. I suppose the money is a payment for the materials used." "That is correct. As well as a supplement to compensate for your time. When you have them, hand them over to Astoria. She will know what to do with them." "Okay then, Professor. I will do my best." Harry woke up to the sound of someone ripping paper apart. It took a while for his brain to catch on. But he figured it out. Christmas time. He got up from his bed, and looked at Ron's figure, who already had unwrapped the classic Weasley sweater, and seemed to be sniffing Mrs. Weasley's cooking. Harry realized he was the last one to wake up, since all the other boys were opening their presents as well. Harry had just opened Sirius' present, a penknife able to open any door, when Ron said, This is brilliant. At least I won't look like a moron tonight. Ron had found the anonymous dress robes and seemed to like them a lot. Remembering how his old ones were, Harry couldn't blame his best friend. Neville, along with Dean and Seamus, also breathed in relief. They had been the ones to give Harry the idea, and had contributed to the present. It was a question of honor. If you can save a mate from ridicule, then you must do it. The boys had also loved the idea of listening to Quidditch on the radio, and immediately after opening the gift, Seamus and Ron began writing down a calendar with the games for the rest of the year. Meanwhile, Harry opened his last present, which was from Daphne. It was a little rectangular box, and it was quite heavy. Harry opened it carefully, and found, much to his surprise, a bottle of cologne. "I hope it's not her way of telling me I smell bad," Harry told Neville. "I don't believe so, because if she means that, then I don't want to see Pansy's reaction to the perfume I gave her," the other boy replied. This led to the both of them speaking about the upcoming ball. They agreed to sit together if they could arrange it, and they also agreed to stay close during the dancing to switch partners. Which made Harry panic, since he suddenly remembered that he would have to open the ball, and everyone would be staring at them. Meanwhile, at Daphne's bedroom, Daphne and the girls were opening presents together. They had begun by opening the ones they gave each other, and then they continued by opening the presents from their family and friends. Daphne had just praised Pansy's new perfume. Turns out Neville has a good taste. When she heard a pop in the room, looking around for any possible intruders, she managed to find something new in the room. There was something on her bed. "Girls, do you know how that made it there?" "No idea. Whatever it is not mine." "Pansy," Tracy said. "Nope. Don't look at me either. I already gave you my present. Remember?" Daphne's cheeks turned pink. How could she forget that damn thing? The Guide to Dating a Gryffindor. Pansy could be as subtle as a brick wall when she wanted. Daphne looked at her bed again. There were two big presents on it. One was of a rectangular shape and seemed to have holes on the paper. That meant it had to be something alive. Daphne quickly picked up the biggest present and began unwrapping it. It was a cage indeed. The other girls stared at the cage attentively. What was it? Who gave it to Daphne? It was at this point that Daphne dared to look inside the cage. She saw a black figure, with fur. She inserted a finger, and the creature licked her. It was at this point that she decided to get it out of the cage. She grabbed the furry animal, and after she got it out, she realized it was a rabbit. "Hey there, little fella. How are you doing?" Daphne preened, petting the bunny. "Aw, he is so cute," Tracy said. "Can I touch him?" While the two other girls were bathing the bunny with attention, Pansy looked at the other present that remained ignored on Daphne's bed. "Daphne, what about that one?" They seemed to come together. "Open it. Let's see what it is." Pansy began unwrapping the paper, and realized it was a caretaking kit for the bunny. "Huh. It is everything you may need to take care of the rabbit." Whoever it is, clearly thought things through. "Oh, but I do know who it is already," Tracy announced. "You do? Why didn't you say anything before?" the other girls asked. "I thought you had figured it out already." "Look at him closely. Who can it be?" Daphne looked at the bunny's face. The bunny blinked at her, and she was able to notice its eyes better. Its green eyes. "Harry. But, how?" Daphne stammered. "I don't know. And I don't believe any of us care." Tracy said. "Do you have any ideas for names? It is yours, after all." Daphne said, while caressing her new pet. "I think I am going to call you Blackie." She was rewarded by a small lick on her fingers. "See, he likes it." Around an hour later, around the Hogwarts grounds, Harry and Ron had gone out for the yearly snow fight. And as usual, it had quickly devolved into madness. Which meant that everyone was trying to hit the Weasley twins, who had hexed their snowballs similarly to what they had done to Quirrell 3 years before. Harry had to admit that it was pretty impressive. He had never seen someone able to direct 5 objects to 5 different directions before. Maybe he should ask them how to do that. It could be pretty useful in a duel. Due to the twins' antics, Harry had been forced to hide into a bush, waiting for a chance to make his move. The twins kept looking up to eye level, so Harry decided to cast a tripping hex at them. This was successful in keeping them still, but the twins hadn't given up yet. It took a combined effort of Harry and the chasers along with some angry Ravenclaws to get back at Fred and George. After a wild persecution, the Weasley twins were now buried in snow, and their heads were the only part that could freely move. "We are gentlemen, and we know when it is time to give up," Fred began. "So, can you take us out from this giant pile of snow? Pretty please," George ended. In the end, Angelina and Alicia relented, and the twins were liberated from their trap. They still had snow everywhere, so for a while, the Weasley twins had mostly white hair. A couple hours later, after that massive snowball fight, everyone had been forced to go for a change of clothes. Between that, and the general anxiety over the ball, it was already lunchtime. The Great Hall buzzed with activity, and most students could barely hold their excitement. Almost everyone from 4th year in ABO. They was talking about their plans for the night, and there were several hopeful souls that expected some extra affection from their date before the night was over. Harry was not different to them. He had already talked with Neville before breakfast, and he was now conversing with Ron. "Do you have a date in the end, or not?" "Yes, I do actually." "And who is it?" "I am going with Padma." I had asked Parvati, but she said she was going with Creevy, of all people. She then said that her sister was still available, and here we are. "Do you know what you are going to do with her, though?" "I am not a fan of dancing. I will dance a couple songs to keep her happy and then I will figure it out." Harry didn't think this was a very good idea but refused to comment further. Ron soon began talking with Dean about one thing or another. And Harry decided to ask something to Hermione. "So, you know the dances tonight?" he mentioned to his female friend, who was reading one of her arithmancy textbooks. "I do know. I don't live in an igloo." "What about it? You still haven't said anything about your date. Is there a problem with him?" "Oh, well, no, not really. We just agreed to keep it secret though. You will meet him tonight." That at least cleared the small suspicion that Hermione was bringing a girl. "But still, you said that as if we should be worried about him. Please, for the love of God, don't tell me you are going with Malfoy. EEWWW. No, do you think I am insane? I'm not going with him or any of his associates, don't worry about it." "Okay then, guess we will be meeting tonight." "Don't worry about it, Harry. We will see each other sooner than you expect." 19:30, half an hour before the start of the ball. Harry had just left his bedroom. The boys were still doing the final touches to their outfits. And Harry thought it would be better to wait in the common room. Harry had given up trying to tame his hair. It was useless, and it was not going to change anytime soon. He was wearing black robes with silver details and had made sure to use Daphne's present as well. Which was completely empty, except for Astoria, who was looking at him seriously. "Going down to retrieve Daphne already? I want to wait a couple minutes before that. Don't want to be too early, you know." "I get that, which is good, because I believe we need to have a talk, mister." "What about?" "May be about the fact that you are taking my sister on a date. She has been waiting for a while about it, so make sure that she has a good time." Harry rolled his eyes. Was he getting the talk from Daphne's little sister? "Really? Don't look at me like that. Between her and I, we know more than enough curses to make you suffer. Are we clear?" "Yes, ma'am." "Was this necessary though?" "Most likely not. But since my dad isn't here, someone from the family has to do this, you know. And you could have done your part too, now that I think about it." "What do you mean? What have I done wrong?" "Your hair is still a mess, Harry. You couldn't bother for once," she said, trying to flatten it out. "You expect me to be better at taming hair than Lavender. There is no trick she doesn't know." "Fine. If she wasn't able, then it mustn't be physically possible. And you should be leaving now, I don't think you want to be late." Since he had nothing else to do, and the champions were supposed to be there slightly earlier, Harry agreed that it was time to go down to the dungeons to fetch Daphne. Harry had no idea where the dungeons were, but Daphne had seen that one coming. She had scribbled a note attached to his present, asking him to wait in a specific place. Harry was about to leave, when Neville called him. "Wait for me, Harry." "Come on, Neville. We are going to be late at this pace." "Not my fault." That Seamus spent 10 minutes staring at his body in the mirror. "You know I got to go after him. Guess I can't blame you for that." "Ready to meet the girls?" I don't think so, but it has to happen eventually, so let's get on with it. Harry completely agreed with the sentiment. A few minutes later, Harry and Neville had reached the arranged spot near the dungeons. Along the way, they had met with Justin, who was going to meet Tracy. Guess we were all called to the same place, huh? Either they want us to go together, or it is their plan to get us killed. Good one, Neville. I don't think they would come up with such a simple plan though. What are you talking about? Said a familiar voice from behind. Nothing, Harry answered quickly. Harry turned around to find that Pansy was staring at them. She was wearing a frilly pink dress and also wore slight tinges of makeup. Come on, Neville. We have plenty to talk about, Pansy said, dragging the shy Gryffindor away. Harry had no time to say goodbye to his housemate, however, since soon enough Tracy came to where they were standing. Poor Justin was not able to speak, and thankfully the girl took mercy from him. They left together as well, not before Tracy warned. Daphne is just coming now. You better give her a good time, mister. Harry nodded at the girl, remembering Astoria's warning in the process. He distracted himself for a while, before he heard, "Hello, Earth," to Harry. Is someone there? Daphne was standing just in front, looking at him appraising Ly. She looked, She was gorgeous. Daphne was wearing a long Arctic blue dress. If Harry's painting lessons were accurate, it was a great compliment to her eyes. She had also used a touch of makeup, together with a glossy lipstick. Wow, you look amazing. Harry stuttered. Glad to see you appreciate the look. It is not every day that you leave the boy who lived speechless, you know. You look quite dashing as well. With that said, Daphne linked their arms together, and they began walking towards the Great Hall. 25th of December 1994, 2059, entrance to the Great Hall. Harry and Daphne made it just on time. Harry looked at his fellow champions, as well as their dates. Cedric Diggory was wearing robes as well, and was talking to a smiling Cho Chang. Next to him stood Fleur Delacour, with a delicate silver dress, and was accompanied by Roger Davies. Harry knew the French champion wasn't enjoying it, however, since the Ravenclaw was practically drooling. And behind them stood Victor Crumb, who was wearing what seemed to be wearing a gala versi. On of the Durmstrang Institute's uniform, mainly red with brown fur. And next to him stood a very familiar girl. You know it's very rude to not greet your friends, right? Oh, hi, Harry, I hadn't seen you. Hermione replied. You look fantastic, by the way, you too, Daphne. Hermione was wearing robes made of a floaty, periwinkle blue material, and had somehow managed to fix her bushy hair. Nice attempt to skip the issue. You thought I would be offended by you going with Victor. Well, it wasn't you I was worried about the most. I get it, you still could have said something to me. But let's not think further about it. We have to enjoy tonight. Well, supposedly. There was a loud snort from Cedric at that. Don't enjoy the idea of dancing, Harry. More like not enjoying the idea of people staring as if you were a lion in the zoo. Touché. Fleur agreed. I spent most of my time in my room since I came here, only to be told I must be paraded around on Christmas. Does the goblet take our magic if we don't dance? That left the other champions dumbfounded. None of them had really thought about the idea, and it was not as if the ball was a task itself, was it? Before they could think further about it, however, Professor McGonagall arrived. Happy to see that everyone is here. When I open the doors, all of you will go into the hall. You will take part in the opening dance. After that, everyone will sit down to have dinner, and then the dancing will restart again. Understood. After receiving the nods from the champions and their dates, McGonagall continued. You will go in the order of your scoring. Therefore, Ms. Delacour will be first, followed by Mr. Diggory, and then it will be Mr. Crumb's turn, before Mr. Potter goes in last. Understood. After a quick fumble, the champions had rearranged themselves in order. McGonagall opened the door, and the Yule Ball finally began. Harry and Daphne were the last ones to enter the Great Hall, and Harry thought for a second that they had gone to the wrong place. The 4 house tables were gone, and they had been replaced by dozens of smaller round tables, covered in white cloth. The traditional candles were also nowhere to be seen, and they had been replaced by literal fairies. But the main difference was in the middle of the hall. Most of the hall was empty, and it was arranged to allow a huge dancing floor. There was a stage in the center of it, and Harry saw 4 women in eccentric clothing preparing themselves. It was at this point that Daphne interrupted him. "Those are the Wicked Sisters. This is brilliant. Astoria would never believe it. I wonder how Dumbledore managed to get them to perform tonight." Harry didn't know what to reply. He hadn't listened to a lot of wizarding music, and the only memorable thing he heard was Celestina Warbeck, which he didn't enjoy at all. "I hope you enjoy the dancing then. Are you ready for this?" Harry asked. At this point, Harry saw the first signs of nervousness in Daphne's expression. "I hope. I've never performed in public, if you know what I mean." "Me neither. But let's just try to have fun. If it's bad, we can always try to trip another couple, so they don't pay attention to us." Daphne snorted at the comment, but replied, "We are not tripping anyone on purpose, are we clear?" "Yes, ma'am." Harry had no time to try and apologize for that because the music soon began playing. And he found himself with a pretty witch on his arms, considerably closer than what could be considered friend distance. Daphne must have noticed something wrong with him, because she asked, "Are you okay, Harry? Something wrong?" "No, no. Everything is good, everything is fine. If you say so." They continued their dance, moving across the hall. Harry detected several flashes from a camera. But he didn't bother investigating. He was more concerned about his date. Unfortunately for Harry, just as he was getting comfortable, the music stopped, and they all had to sit down to eat. The champions and their dates were directed to a special table in the middle of the hall, and Harry steered Daphne to make sure they didn't have to sit down next to Percy Weasley. He went ahead of Daphne and moved the chair so she could sit down comfortably. "What a gentleman. Thank you, Harry." "You are welcome, Daphne," he replied, after seeing another flash. They were fortunate enough to be away from Percy, who seemed decided to bore Cedric to death with his talk about the importance of cauldron bottoms. The Hufflepuff gave Harry a look that meant that he would remember the betrayal. Remus had been able to come as well, since the full moon had occurred the week before. He was having a conversation with Madame Maxime. Seeing the glances the French headmistress was giving him, Harry was likely to be the topic of their conversation. Krum and Hermione were in front of them, and the girl was trying to teach him how to pronounce her name properly. Meanwhile, Fleur was talking to Professor Dumbledore over some complex transfiguration, since Roger Davies seemed too enchanted by Fleur to provide intelligent conversation. Harry was soon distracted by Ludo Bagman, who had remained silent before. "Good evening, Harry. I see you brought Miss Greengrass with you. She is Seeker for Slytherin, am I wrong?" "That is correct, Mr. Bagman," Daphne replied. "I've been in the team since my 2nd year. And we've been runner-up for the cup last year." Yes. I was told by Minerva, yeah. Interesting that all 4 Seekers are sitting on this table, along with a World CL. As professional Seeker too, what are the chances? Anyway, I've been told that both of you have considerable talent. I know it is quite early to talk about your career path, but there are spotters pay special attention to 6th and 7th years, you know. If you ever feel interested. Thank you for the offer, Mr. Bagman. While I love Quidditch, I don't feel like going professional. I had thought of becoming a curse breaker. Maybe Harry would be more likely to accept, she said, looking at her date. "Oh, I don't know really. I haven't thought about my career that much. I am trying to keep doors open. And I will keep playing Quidditch. I just don't have a clear idea yet," Harry replied politely. Bagman nodded at his answer, before adding, Sure. You are still young. But if you, either of you, decide for it, make sure to send a letter to the Magical Games and Sports Department. I may be able to give you a little push." After that last statement from Bagman, Dumbledore announced that dinner could start. Everyone was offered a menu, and they only had to ask for whatever they wanted. Harry asked for a shepherd's pie and Daphne asked for the stew. They both drank butterbeer too. Dinner went on without any incidences, and Harry was asked several questions, including an interrogation from Madame Maxime about his expertise on the Patronus charm. Harry got the impression that she wanted him to give a talk in Beauxbatons about that, but Harry avoided agreeing to anything. The time passed, until Dumbledore stood up again, and announced that the ball was now started, and everyone could jump to the dance floor. Harry found himself close to Daphne again, and took another chance to notice her looks from up close. He had thought she was pretty before, but now, damn. He really wanted to do something. Say anything to try and express what he was feeling inside him, but was short on ideas. Harry looked at their table again, and he saw Remus giving him a cheeky wink. The old R-man seemed to think he had everything under control, apparently. Harry. Yes, Daphne. I was asking if you would mind swapping with Neville and Justin later. Just so we girls can dance with everybody. Oh, yeah, sure. As long as you don't mind me saving a dance with Hermione either. Of course not. I was quite surprised she turned up with Crumb. I didn't know they talked to each other. To be honest, I didn't either. Harry sincerely responded. Whenever I asked her about her date, she would reply saying that I would see it at the ball. I guess she was scared of telling you. By the way, this song seems to be ending. Daphne mentioned, somewhat disappointed. She then looked around her, before saying, and I see Pansy giving me signals close to the punch, so I believe it is her turn with you now. I hope you have a good time. You are an awesome dancer, Harry. After saying that, she gave Harry a kiss on the corner of his lips, before leaving on the search for her next dance partner. Harry stood there, feeling like an idiot for several seconds, until he noticed Pansy grabbing his arms. Earth to Potter. You in here? Yeah, sorry. Harry apologized. Good. I was worried I would have to dance with a mannequin. I saw you getting quite comfy with Daphne. I hope you will treat her properly, right? Because if you don't, Gryffindor House may wonder why their Seeker suddenly disappeared, if you know what I mean. Harry paled at her warning. He was only able to nod nervously. Good. I am glad you understood the message. Make sure to act as you are doing right now. And we won't be having any problems, are we clear? Crystal. Harry replied. They kept dancing for a while, mostly in silence, as Harry was still dealing with her warning. He was only interrupted occasionally by Pansy's complaints about heels. Eventually, Harry was dragged to a corner of the hall, where Tracy had been dancing with Neville. We are here, Tracy. It is your turn with him now. I hope you took care of my boyfriend, right? Of course, I did. Neville and I were just having a little chat, weren't we? Yes, just a little chat. Neville agreed. Harry got the distinct impression that Neville and him had both suffered over a similar conversation. He decided to not mention it within the girls' proximity though. Instead, he asked Tracy to accompany him to the dance floor, and he got ready for the next song. As soon as they were comfortable with each other, Tracy began. So, you and Daphne, huh? Yeah, Harry affirmed. You know she's fancied you for a while now, right? She was very happy when you asked her to the dance, even if she didn't show it outright. Yeah, so I've been told. Harry answered. Good. And we both know that you fancy her as well, right? Correct. Harry blushed. So get on with it. Make a move on her or something, come on. You both enjoyed your date already, so just finish it off. Tracy advised. Get some of that Gryffindor courage you have and do what you need to do. If you need some help, I've heard that the gardens have been specially decorated, if you know what I mean. Harry merely nodded at her, and then the song ended. Realizing that Hermione was near him, Harry asked her if she wanted to dance. Soon enough, they found themselves dancing together. I never knew you could dance so well. Hermione praised him. I learned this past summer. Sirius' cousin insisted on it, and you don't want to see that woman angry, believe me. Harry responded. I see. Daphne is very lucky to have a date like you. You are clearly better than all of Victor's friends. Quote. Thanks, I guess. You've been dancing with them all night long. I thought Ron. He's been sitting in his chair all night long. I don't think Padma is appreciating it. I don't know why he is doing this. Harry had an idea but decided to not say anything. It was a thing she would need to discover on her own. I believe this song is ending. Harry said uncomfortably. I promised Daphne I would return after dancing with you, so if you excuse me, he finished, before walking towards the punch, where a smiling Daphne was waiting for him. Am I finally getting my date back? I was getting lonely, she said, dragging him towards the center of the hall. Sorry for that, there was something I needed to take care of. I guess you are ready for more dancing. Yes. And no one is stealing you from me now. A while later, Harry and Daphne had been dancing several songs together, when Harry decided it was time to get on with it, as Tracy said. Because of this, he asked Daphne if she wanted to go outside for a while. Daphne quickly agreed, mentioning that Tracy had recommended that as well. Harry and Daphne walked in silence together, and Harry was a ball of nerves. Despite Tracy's words, he was still worried, and he had never done this before. Looking around, Harry had an idea. After mentioning how nice the frozen lake looked, he walked Daphne to S. own rocks next to the shores of the lake. The same rocks where they had interacted more than 2 years ago. I've had a great night, Daphne. Me too, Harry. I was pleasantly surprised tonight. Hope I can keep doing that then. Harry stammered. Daphne, I have something I want to ask you. Yes, Harry. Will you be my girlfriend? Heir, what? Can you repeat that, slowly? Daphne, will you be my girlfriend? She answered his question with a kiss. That's it for today, I will stop here. I hope you all enjoyed this video. If you please consider subscribe and make sure to hit that like button, share with your friends, and don't forget to check out my Patreon. Details in description.